The wind doesn't howl, it seethes, a steady hiss that wraps the student apartment block in white static. Inside Unit 3B, Ren sits at a desk cobbled from milk crates and plywood, hunched under the cone of a brass study lamp. The baseboard heater ticks, metal expanding, contracting, a metronome of false warmth. Outside, the blizzard has erased the parking lot, the road, the horizon. Inside, the air smells of instant ramen and the faint chemical tang of textbook glue. Ren's phone lights up. The text is from Sam. "You good?" Ren types back without thinking. "Yes." The moment they hit send, frost blooms across the inside of the window. Not a film, not condensation. Frost, hard and white and sudden, spreading in jagged ferns from the lower left corner, racing up the pane in crystalline fingers. Ren blinks. The heating unit is on. The room is sealed. The frost shouldn't be there at all, and it especially shouldn't be on the inside. They exhale, and the breath hangs visible in the lamplight. A small cloud that drifts toward the window and settles against the glass. It doesn't fade. Instead, it spreads, widening into an oval print, as if a palm has pressed from within the pane itself. Ren watches the shape linger, then widen further, the edges sharpening into 5 distinct marks. Fingers. The room temperature drops, not a degree or two, something sharper, immediate, like stepping from a heated car into January air. Ren tugs their hoodie tighter. On the floorboards near the door, a thin line of snow, loose, granular, shivers forward an inch, though the threshold is sealed and the draft guard is still in place. Ren's chest tightens. They stand, cross to the window and press a hand to the glass. The cold bites back deep and bone-dry. When they pull their fingers away, the frost underneath has darkened where their warmth touched it, and the handprint from before has stretched, each finger now longer, curling slightly inward like a beckoning. Ren steps back. The heater ticks. The wind hisses. Their phone buzzes again. "Let me know if you need anything." And Ren stares at the screen, thumb hovering. They could type the truth. They could say, "Actually, no, I'm not good. I haven't slept in 3 days. I can't stop thinking about the funeral, about the empty chair at dinner, about how everyone keeps texting to check in but no one actually stays." But instead they lock the phone and set it face down on the desk. The frost creeps another inch up the pane. Ren's grandmother used to tell stories in the winter, back when winters meant wood stoves and thick socks, and the kind of snow that fell soft instead of sharp. She would sit in the kitchen with her hands wrapped around a chipped mug, steam curling past her face, and she would talk about the mountains where she grew up, about storms that lasted weeks, about the figures people saw moving through the white. "Yuki-Onna," she'd say, her voice low and steady. "The snow woman. She travels in the storms looking for the ones who are cold inside. Not cold from weather. Cold from the things they won't say. She comes in through breath, not doorways. You invite her when you lie. When you say you're fine and your hands are shaking. When you swear you're warm and your lungs ache." Ren had asked once, maybe 10 years old, bundled in flannel. "How do you make her leave?" Grandmother had smiled, sad and small. "You speak a warm truth onto glass or water. You let the heat out. If you keep denying, she keeps taking until you sleep like ice. But if you give her one real thing, one hurt you've been holding, she lets the house go." Ren hadn't thought about that story in years. Not until now, standing in a room that's too cold, staring at frost that shouldn't exist, remembering the weight in their chest that's been there since the funeral, since the last voicemail they never returned, since the moment they started answering every worried text with, "I'm okay." The phone buzzes. Another friend. Checking in. "How are you holding up?" Ren types, "I'm fine." The frost surges. It races across the window in a single breath, filling the pane from edge to edge, thick and white and intricate. The patterns aren't random. They're structured, deliberate, fern-like ribs branching into smaller veins, curving and splitting like frozen capillaries. And among the ferns, scattered across the glass, are more breath prints. Dozens of them. Ovals that shift as Ren stares, their edges reshaping, tightening, becoming something else. Fingertips. No. Fingerprints. Whorls and ridges pressed into the frost from the inside, as if a hand has dragged slowly down the pane, leaving trails. The heater hums louder, working harder, but the air only grows sharper. Ren can see their breath now with every exhale, each cloud drifting toward the window and adding to the accumulation. The frost patterns begin to bend to coalesce, and Ren realizes with a cold jolt that they're forming a shape, a face, pale and partial, sketched in ice. The curve of a cheek, the hollow of a mouth, 2 closed eyes beneath a smooth brow. Ren reaches out, palm hovering an inch from the glass. This isn't real? The frost doesn't answer, but when Ren finally touches the pane, pressing their whole hand flat against the cold, the chill bites so deep it burns. They yank their hand back, gasping, and when they look again, the frost beneath their touch has darkened, melted slightly, and the face in the glass has shifted. The closed eyes are closer now, positioned exactly where Ren's hand had been, as if the figure inside had leaned forward to meet them. The power flickers. The lamp dims, browns, steadies. The wind outside intensifies, no longer a hiss but a low, vibrating drone. Ren backs toward the bed, pulls the blanket around their shoulders and sits. The silence deepens. No more texts, no more ticking heater. It's still running, but the sound has been swallowed by something heavier, something that presses against the walls and makes the air feel dense. Only the wind remains, and the thud of Ren's heart, quick and uneven, louder than it should be. Midnight arrives without ceremony. Ren hasn't moved from the bed. The lamp is still on, but its light feels thin, insufficient, barely reaching the corners of the room. The window is a solid panel of white now, frost so thick it looks like snow packed against the glass. The face is still there, clearer now, more defined. Ren can see the line of the jaw, the slope of the nose, the faint parting of lips. And then the eyes open, not with movement, no blink, no flutter. One moment they're closed, the next they're open, wide and pale and empty, 2 circles of void in the frost that seem to see without pupils, without reflection. Ren's breath catches. The face doesn't move, but something shifts in the room, a settling, a presence, as if the air itself has leaned closer. Then the tapping begins. Tick, soft, precise, a fingernail on glass. Tick. It matches the rhythm of Ren's heartbeat, exactly. When their pulse skips, the tapping skips. When they hold their breath and their heart slows, the tapping slows. Ren's chest tightens with panic and the tapping accelerates. Tick, 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 faster, sharper, until they force themselves to breathe slowly, deeply, and the rhythm eases back to a steady tick. Tick, tick. Hoarfrost begins to creep down from the top of the window, not spreading across, down, like hair falling, like white threads unspooling along the mullions over the sill onto the wall. The lamp cord frosts over, ice crystallizing in spirals up the rubber casing. The bulb flickers. The light inside it dims to a pale yellow, throwing long shadows that twist and shiver. At the base of the door, where the draft guard should hold, a thin drift of snow licks inward. It doesn't blow, it crawls, seeding across the floorboards in a slow, deliberate line heading toward the bed. Ren pulls their knees up, tucking their feet under the blanket. The snow reaches the desk leg, curls around it, and continues. The room exhales. Ren can see it. A cloud of white mist rising from the floor, from the walls, from the frost-covered window, all of it converging in the centre of the room, hovering, thickening. The temperature is below freezing now. Ren's fingers are numb even inside the blanket. Their ears ache. Their lips feel cracked and stiff. And still, the face in the window watches, eyes open, expression neutral, patient. Ren's phone buzzes. They don't reach for it. The screen lights up on the desk, casting a small blue glow. Another text. Hey, just want to make sure you're okay. Ren's throat tightens. They want to say yes. They want to swipe the phone open and type I'm okay, because that's what they've been saying for weeks, because that's easier than explaining the wait, the silence, the way they can't sleep without seeing the hospital room, the way every kind word feels like pressure, like expectation, like a debt they can't repay. I'm okay, Ren whispers aloud, barely a breath. The temperature drops again, instantly. The frost face in the window smiles, no teeth, just the faint curve of lips pulling upward, too wide, too smooth, inhuman. The tapping stops. Instead, a new sound, a soft creak as the frost thickens further, pressing outward against the glass, or inward toward the room. A white handprint appears on the inside sill. Palm down, fingers spread. Not a print left by a hand, but a hand of frost. 3-dimensional, sculpted from ice that gleams in the dim lamplight. It rests there, motionless, as if waiting. Wren's breath comes fast and shallow. The snow on the floor reaches the edge of the bed. A fine dusting spills onto the blanket, cold and dry, and Wren jerks back, pressing against the headboard. The lamp flickers once more, and for a moment the room plunges into darkness. Just a second, maybe 2, but in that span Wren hears it. A voice, soft and distant, like wind-shaping words. "Why do you lie?" The light comes back. The room is the same. But the frost face has moved, is no longer centred in the window. It's lower now, closer to the sill, as if the figure has knelt to bring its eyes level with the handprint, with the desk, with Wren. Wren's pulse hammers. They're shaking. Not from cold, though that's part of it, but from something deeper, something that's been building since the first text, since the first "I'm fine," since they stood at the funeral and nodded when people said time will heal, and they wouldn't want you to suffer and didn't say what they were really thinking. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to keep going when they're not here. The legend, the story. Grandmother's voice in the kitchen. She comes in through breath. You invite her when you lie. Wren's hands are shaking too hard to hold the phone. They set it down, push off the blanket and stand. The cold is vicious now, biting through their hoodie, their jeans, their skin. The snow on the floor crunches underfoot. The frost face watches. Wren crosses to the desk. The lamp cord is rigid with the ice. They unplug it carefully. The metal prongs crack free from the outlet, trailing frost. And the room dims further, but there's still enough light from the window, from the white glow of the storm outside and the luminous frost within. Wren turns on the electric kettle, thankfully still working, still warm from the last cup of tea they made hours ago. The water heats slowly, bubbling softly, steam beginning to rise. Wren fills a mug, wraps both hands around it, and the warmth is startling, almost painful against their frozen fingers. They carry the mug to the window. The frost face is close now, so close the features are sharp. The arch of brows, the line of lashes, the faint texture of skin rendered in ice. The eyes are still open, still watching. The handprint on the sill hasn't moved. Wren lifts the mug and breathes onto the glass. The steam clouds the frost in a small circle, melting it, clearing a patch no bigger than a fist. Inside that patch Wren can see through, just barely, to the storm outside, the whiteout, the endless wind. "I'm not okay," Wren says. Their voice is hoarse, barely audible over the wind, but the frost hears. The tapping starts again, tick, but it's offbeat now, out of sync with Wren's pulse, slower, hesitant. "I'm not okay," Wren repeats louder. "I'm not fine. I haven't been fine since they died, since I got the call, since I stood in that hospital and they asked if I wanted to see the body and I said no because I couldn't, because I was afraid and I've been afraid every day since. I'm afraid I'm forgetting them. I'm afraid everyone thinks I should be over it. I'm afraid I'm never going to stop feeling like this." The steam from the mug rises, fogging the window further. Wren keeps going. "I keep saying I'm fine because it's easier, because no one wants to hear the truth, because the truth is ugly and heavy and I don't want to be a burden, but I'm so tired. I'm so tired of holding this." The patch of clear glass grows. The frost face twitches, recoils, not pulling away but shrinking, the features losing definition, the eyes narrowing, the mouth softening. The handprint on the sill begins to melt, fingers dissolving into rivulets of water that bead and slide. Wren presses the mug against the frost face, right where the cheek would be. The warmth transfers, ice cracks, water runs. "I miss them," Wren whispers. "I miss them so much it hurts, and I need help. I can't do this alone." The frost sighs, a sound like wind through bare branches, soft and mournful. The face unthreads. The eyes fade first, then the nose, the mouth, the cheeks, all of it collapsing into ordinary fern lines, delicate and fragile. The lines weep, turning to droplets that slide down the pane, slow and heavy, leaving trails. The temperature in the room shifts. Not warm, not yet, but less cold. The heater clicks on properly, humming with purpose. The snow on the floor softens, edges melting into damp patches. The frost on the lamp cord cracks and falls away in brittle shards. Ren sets the mug down and picks up their phone. Their hands are still shaking, but they manage. They open the message thread with Sam. Actually, no. I'm not good. Can we talk? They send a second text to another friend. I need help. Can you recommend a counsellor? The replies come quickly. Of course, I'm here. Call me whenever. And Ren exhales, long and slow, and for the first time in weeks the breath doesn't hurt. They fill a bowl with warm water, add a pinch of salt from the kitchen shelf and carry it to the windowsill. The frost is mostly gone now, reduced to scattered patches and fading ferns. Ren sets the bowl down gently, a promise, an offering. The wind relents, not gone, still present, still strong, but it shifts from a seething hiss to a steady hush, white noise instead of pressure. The whiteout outside remains, but it feels distant now, separate, no longer, pressing against the glass as if trying to get in. Ren sits back on the bed, pulls the blanket around their shoulders and watches the window. A film of rime forms along the top edge, thin and delicate, then fades. It tries again, thickens slightly, then melts. The cycle repeats, frost, melt, frost, melt. But it never takes hold, never spreads. The room holds its temperature. The lamp, now plugged back in and free of ice, glows steady and warm. The snow on the floor is just water now, small puddles that Ren will mop up in the morning. Later, when the storm surges again, because it does, because storms always do, the window fogs, but only when Ren speaks aloud. Only when they tell the truth, when they say I'm struggling today or I'm scared or I need someone to listen. When they do, the condensation blooms soft and harmless, a natural fog that fades when the words are done. But if Ren slips, if they text I'm fine without meaning it, if they swallow the hurt and force a smile they don't feel, a single white lash appears on the glass, thin, precise, a warning, a reminder. It fades quickly, doesn't spread, but it's enough. Ren sees it and stops, takes a breath, and tries again. By dawn the storm has passed. The sky is pale grey, the kind of grey that promises more snow but offers a reprieve, a moment to breathe. Ren stands at the window, mug of tea in hand, and looks at the glass. The frost is gone. The only marks are melt tracks, thin trails running down the pane like the path of tears or the path of someone walking away. Ren presses their palm to the glass. It's cold, but only the cold of winter, of weather, of a window doing its job. No bite, no burn. And in the centre of the pane, where the frost face had been, there's a small circle of clarity. No fog, no ice, just clean glass. As if a warm breath had touched it and stayed, a permanent thaw, a place where the truth had been spoken and the cold couldn't reach. Outside, the snow is deep and untouched. Ren can't see footprints, but they imagine them anyway. The shape of a woman stepping back into the storm, pale hair streaming, taking the cold with her, leaving only warmth where it was earned. The bowl of salted water still sits on the sill, undisturbed. Ren leaves it there. The tea in Ren's hands has gone lukewarm, but they keep holding it, keep standing at the window watching the grey dawn lighten by imperceptible degrees. The apartment building is silent, too early for footsteps in the hallway, for doors opening, for the muffled sounds of other lives beginning their days. Just Ren and the aftermath, the evidence of a night that feels both impossible and undeniable, the damp patches on the floorboards, the water bowl on the sill, the clear circle in the centre of the glass that refuses to fog no matter how close they breathe. Their phone buzzes. Sam responding to the late-night text, I'm awake, want to call now or later. Either way, I'm here. Ren's thumb hovers over the keyboard. The old instinct rises. Later is fine, don't worry about me. But they catch it, feel the lie forming and glance at the window. Nothing, no frost. But they remember the white lash, the warning, and they type instead. Now would be good. I don't want to be alone with this right now. The call comes through within seconds. Sam's voice is rough with sleep but warm, immediate. Hey, talk to me. And Ren does. Haltingly at first, words catching in their throat but then faster, easier, like a dam with a crack that finally splits open. They talk about the funeral, about the week before when they knew it was coming but couldn't make themselves visit the hospital, about the voicemail they never returned because they thought there would be more time. They talk about the guilt, the way it sits in their chest like a stone, the way every condolence felt like an accusation. You should have been there. You should have called. You should have known. Sam listens, doesn't interrupt, doesn't offer platitudes or solutions, just listens, and when Ren finally runs out of words, says quietly, "That sounds really fucking hard." Ren laughs. A small, broken sound. "Yeah. You know it's not your fault, right?" "I know that in my head," Ren says, "but the rest of me doesn't believe it yet." "That's okay. You don't have to believe it right now. You just have to keep saying it out loud until it starts to feel true." They talk for another 20 minutes. Sam tells Ren about a therapist they saw last year, after their own breakup, someone who specialised in grief and didn't try to rush the process. Ren writes down the name, the phone number, promises to call when the office opens. When they hang up, the apartment feels less empty, not full, but less like a trap. Ren sets the phone down and looks at the window again. The clear circle is still there, unmarred, a small proof that honesty holds. They think about grandmother, about the kitchen table and the stories, and wonder if she knew. If she'd seen the Yuki-Onna herself, or if she'd just understood the way cold works, the way it finds the cracks, the places where warmth is denied, and seeps in until there's nothing left but ice. The sun breaks through the cloud cover for a moment, a single shaft of pale light that catches the melt tracks on the glass and makes them glow. Ren watches the light slide across the room, illuminating dust motes and the water bowl and the still damp floorboards, and feels something shift. Not relief, not yet, but possibility. The sense that maybe there's a way through this that doesn't require freezing. The next day, Ren goes to class. It's the first time in a week they've left the apartment for something other than food or laundry. The campus is thick with snow, paths carved narrow and treacherous, students hunched against the wind. Ren keeps their hood up, their hands shoved deep in their pockets, and tries to ignore the tightness in their chest that comes from being around people, from the risk of small talk, from the possibility that someone will ask, "How are you?" and expect a simple answer. It happens in the hallway outside the lecture hall. A classmate, Maya, someone Ren has worked on group projects with but doesn't know well, stops and smiles. "Hey, haven't seen you in a while. Everything okay?" Ren's mouth opens. The script is ready. "Yeah, just had a cold. I'm good now." But they feel it, the weight of the lie forming, and they remember the window, the frost, the warning. They take a breath. "Honestly? Not really. I've been dealing with some personal stuff. It's been hard." Maya's smile softens, loses its performative edge. "I'm sorry. That sucks." She hesitates, then adds, "If you need notes or anything from the classes you missed, I can send them over. That would actually help a lot, thank you." It's a small exchange, barely a minute, but when Ren walks into the lecture hall they feel lighter. Not because the grief is gone, it's still there, still heavy, but because they didn't add the weight of pretending on top of it. They sit in the back row, pull out their laptop, and half listen to the professor's drone about supply chains and market equilibrium. Their mind drifts, but not into the usual spiral. Instead, they think about grandmother, about the way she used to hum while she cooked. The melody always just slightly off-key, and the memory doesn't hurt the way it usually does. It aches, but it's a clean ache, like a bruise that's healing. After class, Ren stops by the student health centre. The waiting room is overheated and smells like antiseptic and old magazines. They fill out the intake form, name, date of birth, reason for visit, and when they get to the line that asks what brings you in today, they write, "Grief counselling. I need help processing a recent loss." The counsellor they're assigned is a woman in her 50s with grey-streaked hair and wire-rimmed glasses, someone who introduces herself as Dr. Melinda Zhao, and gestures to a chair that's worn but comfortable. "Tell me what's going on," she says, and Ren does. They talk for 50 minutes, and Dr. Zhao doesn't try to fix anything. She just listens, asks careful questions, and when the session ends, she schedules Ren for weekly appointments and hands them a photocopied list of grounding techniques. "Grief is not linear," she says as Ren is leaving. "Some days will be harder than others. That's normal. The goal isn't to stop feeling it. It's to learn how to carry it without letting it consume you." Ren nods, folds the paper and tucks it into their coat pocket. On the walk back to the apartment, the wind picks up, sharp and cold, and for a moment Ren tenses, waiting for the seething hiss, for the pressure of the storm, but it's just wind, just weather. The cold bites, but it doesn't reach inside. That night Ren texts 3 people: Sam to say thank you, Maya to accept the offer of notes, and their mother, who they haven't spoken to in 2 weeks, because every conversation has felt like an obligation, a performance of I'm okay that left them exhausted. The text is short. Hey, I've been struggling. Can we talk sometime this week? The reply comes an hour later. Of course, honey. I've been worried. How about tomorrow evening? Ren agrees, and when they set the phone down they notice the window. It's dark outside, the storm having returned with nightfall, and the glass is fogged with condensation, but only around the edges, only where their breath has touched it naturally. The centre remains clear, the small circle still visible, a zone where the cold can't reach. They fill the water bowl again, add a little salt, and place it on the sill. The gesture feels less like an offering now and more like a ritual, a reminder, a way of saying I'm keeping my promise, I'm not going back. The days that follow are not easy. Ren learns quickly that honesty doesn't make the grief lighter. It just makes it more manageable. There are still mornings when they wake up and the weight is unbearable, when the thought of getting out of bed feels impossible. But on those mornings they text Sam or Dr. Zhao or their mother and say I'm having a hard time today, and somehow that makes it possible to stand up, to brush their teeth, to make tea and sit at the desk and try. The window becomes a barometer. When Ren slips, when they respond to a friend's concern with I'm fine out of habit, when they minimise their pain to avoid burdening someone, the white lash appears. Just one. Thin and precise. A delicate line of frost on the inside of the glass. It never spreads, never grows, but it's there long enough for Ren to see it, to catch themselves, to try again. And when they do, when they speak the truth, even if it's messy or uncomfortable, the lash fades, and the clear circle in the centre of the pane seems to grow, just a little, as if warmth is slowly reclaiming the glass. Winter deepens. The storms come and go, some fierce and blinding, others soft and steady. Ren's apartment stays warm. The frost never returns in force, but sometimes, late at night when the wind is particularly strong, Ren catches a glimpse of something in the window. Not a face, exactly, but a suggestion of one, a shadow in the frost patterns that bloom and fade along the edges of the glass. It doesn't frighten them anymore. It feels more like a presence, a witness, something that remembers and watches and waits to see if Ren will keep their word. One evening, 3 weeks after the first night, Ren is sitting at the desk working on an essay when their mother calls. They've been talking regularly now, and the conversations are different, less performative, more real. Tonight, though, their mother sounds strained. I wanted to ask you something, she says, and I need you to be honest with me. Ren's stomach tightens. Okay. Have you been angry with me about the funeral, about how I handled everything? Because you've seemed distant and I keep wondering if I did something wrong. Ren closes their laptop. The question sits heavy between them, and the old instinct rises. No, of course not, you were fine. But they glance at the window, see the clear circle in the centre, and take a breath. Yeah, Ren says quietly. I have been. Not about the funeral itself, but about after. You kept saying I needed to move on, that they wouldn't want me to be sad, and I felt like you were dismissing what I was feeling, like there was a timeline I was supposed to follow and I was failing by not being okay fast enough. There's a long silence. Ren's heart pounds. They almost apologise, almost take it back, but they force themselves to wait. Finally their mother speaks, and her voice is thick. I didn't mean it that way. I was trying to help. I didn't want you to hurt the way I was hurting, so I thought, if I could just push you toward the next thing, toward moving forward, it would be easier. But I wasn't listening to what you needed. I'm sorry. Ren's throat tightens. I didn't know you were hurting too. You seemed so together. I wasn't. I'm not. I just didn't want to fall apart in front of you. They talk for another hour, and it's hard. Both of them crying at points, both of them saying things that are painful to hear. But when they finally say goodnight, Ren feels something loosen in their chest. Not gone, but looser. They look at the window and see that the clear circle has grown. It's the size of a dinner plate now, a zone of warmth in the centre of the glass where no frost can form, no matter how cold the night. By mid-February, Ren has a routine. Therapy once a week. Texts with Sam and Maya and a few other friends who've proven they can handle honesty. Calls with their mother every few days. And every night, no matter how tired they are, they fill the water bowl and set it on the sill. The salt has become optional. Sometimes they add it, sometimes they don't. But the gesture remains. A promise kept. A boundary held. The grief is still there. Some days it's a dull ache, background noise that Ren can mostly ignore. Other days it's sharp and consuming, a wave that knocks them down and leaves them gasping. But on those days, Ren knows what to do now. They text someone. They call Dr. Zhao. They sit at the window and speak the truth out loud. I miss them. I'm scared. I don't know how to do this. And the words fog the glass in soft, impermanent clouds that fade when the pain eases. The white lash still appears sometimes, usually when Ren is tired, when the effort of honesty feels like too much and they slip into autopilot, answering a concerned question with, I'm good, thanks when they're not. But it's less frequent now. Ren has learned to catch themselves, to pause before responding, to weigh the cost of the lie against the relief of the truth, and almost always the truth wins. Not because it's easier, it's not, but because the alternative is a cold that never stops spreading, a frost, that takes and takes until there's nothing left but ice. One night in late February, a particularly vicious storm rolls in. The wind screams, and the temperature plummets to the kind of cold that makes the air feel solid, that turns breath to ice before it even leaves the lungs. Ren is huddled under blankets reading for class when a knock sounds at the door. They're not expecting anyone, and for a moment they tense, remembering the snow that crawled under the door that first night, the frost that spread without permission. But when they check the peephole, it's just Maya, bundled in a parka and scarf, stomping snow off her boots. Ren opens the door. Hey, Maya says, slightly breathless. Power's out in my building. Heat's gone too. I know it's late, but can I crash here? I'll sleep on the floor, Of course, Ren says, stepping aside. Come in, I'll make tea. Maya enters, shedding layers, and looks around the small apartment. Her gaze catches on the window, on the bowl of water sitting on the sill, and she frowns slightly. That's a lot of frost. Do you have a leak or something? Ren follows her gaze. The edges of the window are thick with frost tonight. The storm is that fierce, but the centre remains clear, the circle of warmth holding steady. No, it's complicated. Maya raises an eyebrow but doesn't push. Ren makes tea, and they sit on the bed with blankets wrapped around their shoulders, talking about nothing important. Classes, professors, the terrible cafeteria food. It's easy, comfortable, the kind of conversation that doesn't demand anything. But then Maya says, almost offhand, You seem different lately, in a good way, more here. Ren considers this. I've been trying to be more honest about how I'm actually doing. That's hard, Maya says. People don't really want honesty. They want you to be okay so they don't have to worry. Some people do, Ren says. The ones who matter. Maya nods slowly, staring at her mug. I've been having a rough time too, actually. My parents are getting divorced, and I keep telling everyone it's fine, that I saw it coming. But it's not fine. It's really not. Ren looks at her, sees the tightness around her eyes, the way her hands grip the mug a little too hard. That sounds really fucking hard. Maya laughs, a small surprised sound. Yeah, it is. They talk until the early hours, and when Maya finally falls asleep on the floor wrapped in spare blankets, Ren stays awake a little longer, watching the window. The frost around the edges shifts and swirls with the wind, but the clear circle holds. And for just a moment, Ren thinks they see it again, the suggestion of a face, pale and distant, watching from the storm. But this time, there's no menace in it, just acknowledgement. A nod, perhaps, or the ghost of one. Ren touches their fingers to the clear glass, feels the cold on the other side, the warmth on this side, and whispers, Thank you. The frost patterns shiver, rearrange, and fade. By March, the storms are less frequent. The snow begins to melt in earnest, revealing the dead grass and muddy paths beneath. Ren's apartment is warmer now, not just from the heater, but from something else. The accumulated warmth of honesty, of truths spoken and received, of grief acknowledged rather than buried. The window reflects this. The frost no longer forms at all on most nights, and when it does, it's thin and temporary, melting as soon as the sun rises. The water bowl remains on the sill, but Wren has started adding things to it. Small tokens, a pebble from a walk they took with Sam, a fortune from a cookie Maya brought over, a printed photo of grandmother from years ago smiling in her kitchen. The bowl has become a shrine of sorts, a place where memory and promise meet, where the cold is kept at bay not by denial, but by the warmth of what's been shared and what's been saved. Dr. Zhao tells Wren in one session, "You've done remarkable work. Grief doesn't end, but you're learning to live alongside it. That's all anyone can do." Wren nods, and later that evening they stand at the window and look at the clear glass, now almost entirely free of frost, the circle having expanded until it covers the whole pane. The view outside is no longer a whiteout. It's the parking lot, the streetlights, the shape of other buildings, the world visible and present and real. Wren breathes on the glass one more time, watches the fog bloom and fade, and says quietly, "I'm not okay yet, but I'm trying, and that's enough." The glass stays clear. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain patters steady against a second-floor window, turning the streetlights to smeared halos. Nora sits cross-legged on her bed, up past midnight again, laptop balanced on her knees, headphones tangled in her lap. She's been scrolling for 20 minutes through the algorithm's offerings, lo-fi beats, white noise compilations, ASMR whispers that promise to cure insomnia, when a new stream catches her eye. The thumbnail is simple, a black horizon where ocean meets sky, barely distinguishable in the darkness, and a faint buoy bell rendered in blocky pixels. The title reads Ocean Ambience, 12 Hours or Live, in that generic sans serif font that suggests no one cared enough to brand it properly. She clicks without thinking much about it. Soft surf rolls through her speakers, the kind of sound that makes you feel like you're standing on wet sand with your eyes closed. Slow gulls cry in the distance, their calls stretched and lonely. But underneath it all, beneath the obvious layers of wave and wind, there's something else. A subtle undertone like breath shaped into syllables, like someone trying to form words through water. She tilts her head, adjusts the volume. The sound is there, definitely there, but maddeningly difficult to focus on. Every time she thinks she's about to make out what it's saying, it dissolves back into the hiss of foam on shore. In the corner of the player, a tiny blue dot pulses on a minimalist map, just coastlines sketched in grey, the ocean rendered as negative space. The dot sits far out at sea, barely moving, maybe drifting with current or wind. A simple interface element, she thinks. Nothing strange about it. The kind of thing that gives you the illusion of presence, of authenticity, makes you feel like this really is happening somewhere right now, out in the dark water, while you sit in your room with your door closed and your parents asleep down the hall. Nora exhales slowly and lets her shoulders drop. The room settles around the tide. She doesn't close the laptop. She lets it play. She's been having trouble sleeping for months now, ever since the thing that happened that she doesn't like to think about. The thing that lives in her chest like a stone she swallowed and can't cough up. The usual remedies don't work anymore. Warm milk makes her nauseous. Melatonin gives her dreams that feel like drowning. Reading just makes her aware of how fast her heart is beating, how her thoughts race in circles like fish trapped in a shrinking pool. But this ocean sound seems to work differently. It doesn't ask anything of her. It just exists, rolling and rolling, endless and impersonal. She falls asleep with the stream still playing, her hand resting on the keyboard, and dreams of walking along a beach she's never seen in waking life. The sand is the wrong colour, almost purple in the moonlight, and the water whispers in a language she almost understands. When she wakes at 3 a.m, the stream is still, going. The blue dot has moved maybe half an inch on the map and her mouth is dry as paper. Old sailor's lore resurfaces in her memory the next evening as she's brushing her teeth, staring at her own reflection, until it stops looking like a person and becomes just a shape, just features arranged in the expected configuration. She remembers reading about sirens in middle school, back when she still read for pleasure, before screens ate all her attention. The story said they lived on rocks and sang to sailors, called them to shipwreck with voices like honey and heartbreak. but her English teacher, Mrs. Valenti, had offered a different interpretation during a unit on mythology. She said the sirens didn't drag anyone under by force. They echoed what you'd already carried too long, amplified the thoughts you kept trying to drown, sang back your own voice until you couldn't tell the difference between their song and your own thinking. In modern tellings, the kind that show up in creepypasta forums and Reddit threads at 2 a.m, sirens travel by wire and bandwidth. Networks are just new coasts, after all, new territories of depth and drowning. They learn your shape from the words you feed the dark, from search histories and unsent drafts and messages typed and deleted before anyone can see. The stories come with rules, always rules, whispered and repeated and half-believed. If the song names what you deny and you answer with a lie, the tide comes in. If you speak the true word into water and give it back, the tide recedes. Nora spits toothpaste into the sink and watches it spiral down the drain. She thinks about tides, about things coming in and going out, about the difference between keeping and releasing. She doesn't believe in sirens. She's 17 and pragmatic and has taken enough psychology classes to know about pattern recognition and confirmation bias. But she also knows that belief isn't required for obsession, that you can be drawn to something, while simultaneously knowing it's probably nothing, probably just noise and coincidence and the brain's endless hunger for meaning. That night she lets the stream play again, and the night after that, and the night after that. By the end of the first week she's listening every evening. She tells herself it's just a sleep aid, just a pleasant sound, just something to fill the silence that feels too heavy in her room after dark. But she's starting to notice things. The undertone, that breath shaped into syllables sound, is starting to braid itself into phrases. Not clear phrases, not yet, but the suggestion of syntax, the rhythm of meaning. And sometimes, just sometimes, she catches words she knows too well, the exact wording of late-night searches she's made, the unsent drafts that sit in her notes app like evidence of crimes she hasn't committed. She searches, "Why do I feel like this?" And 4 minutes later, the stream seems to carry that exact phrase in its undertow, though it's impossible to be sure, impossible to prove. She types out a message she'll never send, an apology or maybe an accusation. She can't tell the difference anymore. And when she deletes it and returns to the stream, the melody quotes the phrasing back at her, softened by surf but unmistakable in its cadence. She tells herself it's apophenia, the tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. The human brain is a pattern-seeking machine, she reminds herself, and it will find patterns even in pure randomness if you give it half a chance. This is just ocean sounds. This is just a live stream, probably running from someone's weatherproof camera setup on a forgotten pier, probably completely automated, probably not even being monitored by anyone at all. She turns the volume up. In the second week she starts noticing the sound in other places. When she pauses the stream to go to the bathroom, the faucet hums the same motif, the same rising and falling pitch that the ocean was just using. The kettle in the kitchen carries the melody while it boils. The radiator in her bedroom, clanking as it heats up on cold November nights, matches the rhythm exactly. Even the rain in the gutter outside her window seems to have learned the song, seems to be playing it back to her, validating her suspicion that this isn't just in her head, or if it is in her head, it's also out there, it's also real, it's also happening. She opens the stream on her phone now, not just her laptop, keeps it running in her pocket while she moves through her day. During calculus class, while Mrs. Morrison drones on about derivatives and rates of change, Nora has one earbud in, the ocean breathing against her eardrum. At lunch, sitting alone because she's been sitting alone since September, since the thing that happened that split her friend group like a rock through glass, she watches the tiny map in the corner of the player and notices something she hadn't noticed before. The blue dot is moving, not drifting, not floating with current, moving with intention, with direction. When she opens the app history and looks at screenshots she took a week ago, she can see the difference. The dot was farther out then, well beyond any continental shelf, in the part of the ocean where the water is so deep that sunlight never reaches the bottom. Now it's closer. Not close, not yet, but closer. And it leaves behind a faint wake of past positions, stored coordinates appearing as slightly lighter blue pixels, like tide lines on a nautical chart. She tells her mother she's sick on Tuesday, stays home from school, watches the dot. It moves in increments so small she has to check every hour to see the difference, but it's definitely approaching the coast, her coast. The general region where she lives anyway, though the map is too minimalist to show cities or towns, just the basic outline of land meeting water. She tests it that night, deliberately, with the sort of scientific rigour that comes from equal parts curiosity and dread. She opens a blank document and types something she would never say aloud, a confession that feels like pulling glass from a wound. I think it was my fault, and I don't know how to live with that. She reads it once, twice, feels her throat tighten, then deletes it character by character and closes the document without saving. Then she returns to the stream, puts both earbuds in, and waits. It takes 6 minutes. 6 minutes of normal ocean sounds, gulls and surf and that subtle undertone that's been there all along. And then the melody shifts, reorganises itself around new phonemes, and she hears it clearly, unmistakably. Her own words softened and dissolved into the texture of waves. Fault. Don't know how to live. Fault and I don't know. Nora tears the earbuds out and throws them across the room. Her hands are shaking. She closes the laptop, pushes it to the foot of her bed, pulls her knees to her chest and tries to remember how to breathe in a way that doesn't feel like drowning. This isn't possible. This isn't how anything works. Sound doesn't carry thought. Algorithms don't read deleted text. The ocean is just the ocean, and streams are just recordings or live feeds, and there's no mechanism by which what she types on her laptop could be transmitted to some microphone setup on a distant pier and then broadcast back to her with the specific intention of unsettling her, of making her feel seen in the worst possible way. But she knows what she heard. She knows her own words. After an hour of sitting in the dark, breathing, trying to think rationally, she opens the laptop again. The stream is still playing. She never actually closed it, just muted it. The blue dot has moved another pixel closer, and in the chat window she hadn't noticed before, hidden under the video player, there are messages, hundreds of them, thousands maybe, all timestamps showing they were posted in the last few seconds, scrolling by so fast she can barely read them. I keep hearing my own voice. How does it know what I deleted? Someone tell me how to make it stop. The dot is in my bay now. I can hear it in the pipes. 3 nights ago I told it something and now I can take it back. She closes the chat, closes the laptop, unplugs it from the charger and shoves it under her bed. She will not listen again. She will not feed this thing, whatever it is, whatever her mind has made it into. She will sleep without artificial ocean sounds. She will be fine. But when she turns off the lights and lies down and closes her eyes, she can still hear it. Not through speakers or headphones, but through the house itself, through the plumbing and the walls and the window glass. The whole structure has learned the song. The whole building is humming with it. And when she goes to the bathroom to splash water on her face, to try to shock herself back into normal perception, the water coming from the faucet is cold and clear and carries the melody in its pressure and flow, the exact rising and falling pattern that has been building in her ears for 2 weeks now. She doesn't sleep that night, or the next night. By Thursday she looks like a ghost of herself, pale and hollow-eyed, and her mother finally notices, finally asks if something is wrong, if she's feeling okay, if there's anything she needs to talk about. Nora says no. She says she's fine. She says it's just insomnia, just stress about college applications, just normal teenage exhaustion. Her mother looks at her with an expression somewhere between concern and helplessness, and offers to make an appointment with a therapist. Nora says maybe later. She goes upstairs and locks her door and opens the laptop because she can't not open it, because the sound is already in the house anyway, already in her ears and her throat and her pulse, and she might as well look at the source. The dot is close now. Not at her coast yet, but approaching, definitely approaching, tracking up the continental shelf like something following a scent. The ocean sounds have changed too. They're sharper now, more immediate, less like a recording and more like a live microphone picking up real-time audio. She can hear individual drops of water hitting rock. She can hear the specific acoustic signature of waves in a harbour, confined and echoing rather than the open expanse of deep ocean. And the undertone has stopped borrowing strangers' voices. Now it's using hers, her own voice, whisper-singing private fragments in perfect cadence, pulling up memories and moments she thought she'd buried. The name she avoids saying because it hurts too much. A promise she broke without meaning to. The sentence she typed to her best friend and never sent because she was afraid of what it would make real. The water around her room begins to answer. A glass on her bedside table, half full from this morning, develops a skin of ripple that shapes itself into something like text for a second. She sees a letter, maybe two, before it collapses back into simple liquid motion. Condensation on her window sketches a single syllable in the fog before streaking away down the glass. She stares at these manifestations with a kind of exhausted acceptance, past the point of disbelief, past the point of rationalization, just watching her reality reorganize itself around this impossible thing. In the stream's tiny map, the blue dot hops the headland and begins sliding along shore toward her actual town. She can see it now, can recognize the shape of the bay where she used to go with friends before everything fell apart, the inlet where the river meets the sea, the specific curve of coastline that she's walked 100 times on summer evenings when the world felt manageable and small. The buoy bell in the stream starts striking on the downbeat, no longer random but rhythmic, deliberate. And the song says her name. Not just any name, her specific name, the one her parents gave. Her, the one that appears on her school ID and her unread emails, and it says it with her own laugh tucked inside it, the particular way she used to laugh before September, before everything changed. She sits very still and watches the dot move. It's one inlet away now, maybe 3 miles of water, close enough that if she went to the beach right now in the middle of the night, she might be able to see whatever is making that sound, whatever is carrying that signal. The melody stops its endless circling and asks in her voice, in her exact cadence and tone, "Will you tell me now?" Nora sits on the floor with her back against the bed and tries to remember the rules. The stories she read said that if the song names what you deny and you answer with a lie, the tide comes in. The tide comes in and doesn't go back out. The tide comes in and keeps coming, rises past high water marks, floods into streets and houses and mouths, drowns everything in the thing you won't say, the truth you keep swallowing. But if you speak the true word into water and give it back, if you take what you've been carrying and return it to the sea, the tide recedes, the song loses its power, the coast becomes just a coast again. She doesn't know if she believes this. She doesn't know if belief matters. But she knows she can't keep going like this. Can't keep feeding this thing her silence and her fear, can't keep letting it grow in the space between what happened and what she'll admit happened. She gets up slowly, legs shaky from lack of sleep, and goes to the kitchen. Her parents are asleep. The house is dark except for the glow of her laptop screen coming from upstairs. She finds a bowl in the cabinet, fills it halfway with water from the tap. The water hums the melody as it pours. She finds the old salt shaker from the back of the spice drawer, the one with sea salt they bought on vacation 3 years ago and barely used, and tips a pinch into the bowl. The water accepts it, dissolves it, becomes something that came from the ocean and might be returned to it. She carries the bowl carefully upstairs, laptop under her other arm, and goes to her window. Rain is still falling outside, has been falling for hours, turning the street to black mirror. She sets the bowl on the windowsill, balances the laptop beside it. The stream is still playing. The blue dot is blinking now, stationed at her bay's mouth, maybe half a mile out, close enough that the sound is crystal clear, no longer mediated by distance or static, just her voice singing back to her, all the things she's thought and not said, known and not admitted, carried and not released. The room vibrates with tide and wire. Her hands are shaking again, but this time it feels different. Feels like something about to break open rather than break down. She steadies her breathing and thinks about the word, the true word, the thing the song has been orbiting this whole time. Not a long confession, not poetry or explanation or justification, just the bare noun of it, the simple fact she's been refusing to name, the thing that sits at the centre of September like a stone in a river that all the water has to flow around. She opens her mouth and speaks it. 3 syllables, quiet but clear, said into the air above the bowl of salt water. The word for what happened. The word for what she did and didn't do, what she knew and didn't say, what she could have prevented but didn't because she was afraid or selfish or just 17 and stupid and human. The bowl's surface tightens, pulls taut like skin, then slackens, goes loose as an open mouth. The speakers hiss and crackle as if foam fell across a microphone somewhere far out in the dark water. "I'm giving it back," she says, and she means it. She means it more than she's meant almost anything. She lifts the bowl carefully and pours the water slowly out the window, tilts it so the flow is steady and deliberate, lets the salt water thread away down the gutter toward the storm drain, which leads to the creek behind the school, which leads to the river, which leads eventually, inevitably, to the sea. The undertone fractures into harmonics, splits into a dozen overlapping voices that might be hers or might be everyone who's ever listened to this stream, everyone who's ever fed their silence to this thing and received back an echo made of their own fear. The voices reknit themselves, weave back into a single tone and drop lower. The way surf sounds from farther off, the way the ocean sounds when you're walking away from it rather than toward it. On the map, the blue dot stills, stops its tracking, then ticks one pixel seaward, then another, moving back toward deep water with the same slow deliberation it used approaching. Its glow fades from bright blue to something gentler, something that could almost be mistaken for a normal interface element, a simple indicator of a simple stream. Nora sets the empty bowl on the windowsill and closes the laptop. She doesn't unsubscribe yet. She just closes it and sits in the dark and listens to the real rain. The rain that's just rain, just water falling from clouds, because that's what water does when it gets too heavy to stay in the sky. She sleeps. Actually sleeps for the first time in weeks, without dreams of purple sand or whispering water, without waking every hour to check if the sound has changed. When she opens her eyes, it's dawn, grey light pushing through her curtains, and the first thing she does is check the stream. It's just ocean again. Soft surf rolling in and pulling back, slow gulls crying in the distance. The subtle undertone is gone, or maybe it was never there at all, maybe it was just the way she was listening that made it sound like words. The map shows the buoy far offshore beyond the continental shelf, a fixed position that doesn't change no matter how long she watches. She unsubscribes from the channel, closes the app, carries the emptied bowl downstairs and places it on her desk right where she can see it, a reminder that some things can be given back, some weights can be put down. Days pass, school continues. Her mother stops asking if she's okay because Nora actually looks okay now, looks like someone who's sleeping again, someone whose thoughts don't circle the same drain over and over. She goes to her classes, she does her homework, she starts responding to texts again, careful texts, tentative texts, testing whether the bridges she burned might have left some stones in the water that could be crossed. On hard nights, when the old thoughts come back with their familiar weight, she still hears the melody. It's in the plumbing when she brushes her teeth, in the shower when the water hits the tiles, in the rain that falls steady outside her window. But now when she hears it, she knows what to do. She fills her cupped hands with water, from the sink, from a glass, even from her own palm when she's nowhere near a faucet, and she names the fear into it. Not the whole story, not every detail, just the core of it, the true word at the centre. And then she pours it out, lets it go, gives it back to wherever water goes when it leaves your hands. The echo unwinds, the melody fades, the house goes ordinary again. Sometimes, late at night when she can't sleep for normal reasons, homework stress, caffeine too close to bedtime, the usual insomnia of being human and 17, she checks the channel, just to see. The blue dot idles in mid-ocean, never crossing the shelf, never approaching anyone's coast. The stream is still live, still running, the little red recording light still glowing. And in the comments, when she scrolls through them, she sees strangers posting coordinates and confessions that dissolve like foam, messages that appear for a moment and then vanish, people giving their truths back to the water in the only way they know how. Nora types nothing. She doesn't add her voice to that choir of the almost drowned. She just listens to the rain without headphones now, lies in her bed in the dark and lets it say only what rain says, which is nothing and everything, which is just the sound of water returning to earth, of tides going in and coming back out, of things being carried and things being released. She falls asleep with her window cracked open, the real ocean a mile away, close enough to hear on quiet nights when the wind comes from the west. The sea keeps its distance now. It doesn't come looking for her. It doesn't sing her name or quote her fears or pulse a blue dot toward her bay. It stays where it belongs, in its designated space on maps and in the world, and she stays in hers, and the water between them is just water, salt and cold and deep, keeping nothing that she hasn't chosen to give it. The sea keeps its distance when you stop feeding it the words you meant for yourself. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down in sheets that turned the back roads to black mirrors, each droplet catching what little light remained in the dying October evening. Mason's sneakers were soaked through, his backpack heavy with water, and somewhere between the bus stop and home he'd made the decision that would change everything. He took the shortcut through the cornfield. Everyone in town used it. The path cut 15 minutes off the walk, threading through the rows where the stalks grew tall enough to blot out the sky. Mason had avoided it for 6 years, but tonight, cold, wet, exhausted from a chemistry test he'd probably failed, he couldn't bring himself to care about old superstitions and childhood fears. The corn whispered as he entered, a sound like thousands of papery hands rubbing together. The rows stretched endlessly on either side, their leaves slick and dark with rain. Lightning flickered somewhere to the west, turning the world briefly white, and in that flash Mason saw it standing in the clearing ahead, the Scarecrow. He'd forgotten it was there, or maybe he'd convinced himself it wouldn't be any more, that someone would have taken it down after all these years. But there it stood, arms spread wide on its wooden crossbeam, wearing the same rotted jacket it had worn when he was 10. Except now, in the dying light and the steady rain, something was different. The burlap sack that served as its head had been replaced. Mason stopped walking. Water ran down his face into his eyes, but he didn't blink. The new burlap was lighter, cleaner, and across its surface someone had stitched letters in thick black thread. The stitching was crude, uneven, like a child had done it or someone working in the dark. But the letters were clear enough. MK, his initials, Mason Keller. Thunder rolled across the field, deep and resonant, and in its wake Mason heard his own breathing. Too fast, too shallow. It was nothing. Had to be nothing. Kids from school playing a prank, or... The Scarecrow's jacket shifted. Not much. Just a slight rotation of the shoulders, as if whatever hung inside the frame had turned to face him more directly. The burlap head didn't move, but Mason felt watched anyway. Felt the weight of attention pressing against him like a physical thing. He ran. Feet slapping through puddles, corn stalks whipping against his arms and face, backpack bouncing hard against his spine. He didn't look back until he reached the road, and when he did, the field stood dark and still, the Scarecrow a distant silhouette against the storm-bruised sky. Just a prank, he told himself. Just someone messing around. But his hands shook as he walked the last half-mile home, and that night he dreamed of burlap faces and stitched letters that spelled his name over and over until the thread ran red. Mason had grown up on the stories. Every kid in town had. The farmers used to do it. Back in the old days when the fields still belonged to families instead of corporations. They'd take something that belonged to their children, something small and precious, and bury it under the freshly planted rows. A toy car, a favourite marble, a baby tooth wrapped in cloth. The idea was that the crops would remember them, that even after the children left for college or the city or wherever life took them, some part of them would remain in the soil, growing and changing with each season. The Scarecrow was supposed to be the guardian of those memories. Built from scraps, dressed in cast-offs, it stood watch over the buried pieces and kept them safe. That's what Mason's grandfather used to say, back when Mason still visited the farm, back when things were different. But that was just superstition. Folk magic from people who didn't know any better. Mason believed in chemistry and physics, in things that could be measured and proven. He didn't believe in fields that remembered or scarecrows that watched. Except he hadn't been back to the field since he was 10. Not since the summer when everything fell apart, when he'd spent 3 weeks at his grandparents' farm and ended up running home 2 days early, calling his mother to pick him up because he couldn't stand it anymore. The silence. The endless rows of corn. The weight of expectation that settled over him like a heavy coat. Whenever his grandfather looked at him and talked about legacy and the next generation and someone to carry it on. Mason had left and never gone back. Not even for the funeral when his grandfather died 4 years later. He'd told himself it was too far, that he had school, that his mother understood. But the truth sat heavier. He'd been afraid. Afraid of the disappointment he'd see in the old man's eyes, afraid of being pulled back into that suffocating quiet, afraid of becoming someone he didn't want to be. The field was the one place he avoided, always taking the long route, always finding an excuse to go round, and now, somehow, it knew his name. The next night brought more rain, the kind that turns the world grey and soft and makes everything smell like wet earth. Mason tried to take the long route home, walked past the field entrance with his head down and his hood up, but his feet stopped at the corner where the road curved away. The shortcut would save him 15 minutes. 15 minutes less in the rain, 15 minutes closer to his warm house and dry clothes, and it was just a field, just corn and mud and a stupid scarecrow that someone had vandalised as a joke. He found himself walking between the rows before he'd consciously decided to do it. The corn seemed taller tonight, pressing in closer, and the rain made everything slippery. Mason kept his eyes on the path, watching for roots and rocks, determined not to look at the clearing until he was past it. But the compulsion pulled at him like a hook in his chest, and when he reached the open space, he looked. The scarecrow had changed. Mason's breath caught in his throat. The rotted jacket was gone, replaced by a blue windbreaker he recognised immediately, the one he'd lost during that last summer at the farm. He'd searched everywhere for it, tearing through closets and checking every room, but it had vanished, and now here it was, draped over the scarecrow's wooden frame, faded but unmistakable. That wasn't all. Pinned to one sleeve was a shell bracelet, white and pink and threaded on faded string. Mason had made it at summer camp when he was 9, worn it every day for a month until it broke and disappeared, and dangling from the scarecrow's left wrist, tied there with twine, was a single muddy sneaker, small, child-sized, with a dinosaur patch on the side. Mason had loved those shoes, had cried when they were thrown away because he'd outgrown them. His stomach churned. This wasn't a prank, couldn't be a prank. These were things he'd lost years ago, things no one would have kept, things that should have been gone forever. But here they were, arranged on the scarecrow like offerings or accusations, each one a piece of who he used to be. Lightning split the sky, and in its white flash Mason saw what made his blood run cold. Every corn row around the clearing had turned inward. Not dramatically, not cartoonishly, but subtly, unmistakably, the stalks leaning toward the centre like spectators craning their necks to see. The angle was wrong, unnatural, as if hundreds of green bodies had pivoted to watch him. "Stop it," Mason whispered, the words torn from him before he could think. A breeze pushed through the field, carrying with it the rustle of leaves and the smell of rain-soaked earth, and the corn rustled back, "Stop it, stop it, stop it," matching the exact rhythm of his words, syllable for syllable, the sound moving through the rows like an echo that shouldn't exist. Mason ran again, legs pumping, heart hammering against his ribs. Behind him, he heard the creak of wood and the whisper of straw, and though he told himself not to look, though every instinct screamed at him to keep his eyes forward, he glanced back. The scarecrow's burlap head had turned, just a fraction, just enough to follow him as he fled. The third night, the rain became a downpour that flooded the low places and turned the field into a maze of puddles and mud. Mason tried to avoid it. He really did. He took the long route, walked an extra mile in the opposite direction, even considered calling his mother for a ride, though that would mean admitting he was afraid of something as stupid as a cornfield. But every road he took seemed to bend back. Every turn led him closer instead of farther. It was as if the town had rearranged itself, as if geography itself had shifted to funnel him toward the rows and the clearing and the thing that waited there. When he finally gave in and entered the field, the water was ankle-deep in places, puddles reflecting the scarecrow's silhouette like dark mirrors. Mason slogged through them, each step an effort, mud sucking at his shoes. He didn't want to look, didn't want to see what new horror had been added to the collection, but he had to know. The scarecrow was drowning in pieces of him. His old grey hoodie, the one with the space shuttle on the back, his childhood blanket, the soft blue one he'd carried everywhere until he was 8, now tied around its shoulders like a cape. A photo. God! A photo! Stuck to its ribs with a bent nail, the image water-stained but clear. Mason at age 8, grinning gap-toothed at the camera, standing in this exact field with his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. Mason's legs went weak. He'd never seen this photo before. Didn't know it existed. His grandfather must have taken it, must have kept it, and now it was here, nailed to a scarecrow in a field that shouldn't remember anything at all. The scarecrow moved, not dramatically, not like in movies where the monster lunges and the music swells. Just a small motion, almost imperceptible, the kind of movement you might miss if you blinked. The burlap head tilted down, angling toward him, and from somewhere inside its chest, from the hollow space between the wooden beams and the rotted straw, came a sound. A voice, wet and dragging, like words pulled through mud. Mason? It knew his name. Not just knew it, spoke it, with recognition, and something that might have been longing or might have been rage. The sound wrapped around him like cold fingers, and Mason felt his bladder threaten to let go. Felt 6 years of rational thought crumbling in the face of impossible truth. Mason Keller. Behind him the corn began to move. Row by row, stalk by stalk, they turned to face him. Not bending in the wind, not swaying naturally, but pivoting like hundreds of bodies all looking at once, all fixing their attention on the boy who'd run away and never come back. The sound they made was worse than silence, a collective rustle that rose and fell like breathing, like the field itself had developed lungs. Mason wanted to run, wanted to scream, but his body refused to obey, locked in place by fear and recognition, and the terrible understanding that this was real, this was happening, this had been waiting for him, ever since he'd carved his initials into the barn wall and run away crying, because he couldn't be what his grandfather needed him to be. The scarecrow took a step forward. It shouldn't have been able to. It was nailed to a crossbeam, stuck in the ground, just wood and straw and stolen clothes. But it moved anyway, one leg dragging through the mud with a sound like tearing paper, leaving a furrow behind it. The burlap face tilted further, and though it had no eyes, Mason felt seen, truly seen, down to the marrow of his bones. "Why did you leave me?" The words came from everywhere and nowhere, from the scarecrow and the corn and the rain itself. They echoed in Mason's skull, bouncing around like wasps in a jar, and with them came a flood of memory he'd tried so hard to bury. The fight. God. The fight. Mason, at 10 years old, standing in the barn with his grandfather while the old man talked about the farm, about tradition, about how someday this would all be his if he wanted it. And Mason, overwhelmed and terrified and too young to know how to say what he really meant, had shouted that he didn't want it, didn't want any of it, that he wasn't going to waste his life stuck in the middle of nowhere growing corn until he died. His grandfather's face had crumpled. Not with anger, that would have been easier, but with hurt so profound it had made Mason's chest ache. And instead of apologizing, instead of trying to explain, Mason had run. Had called his mother, had left 2 days early, had never come back even when his grandfather got sick, even when it might have mattered. He'd told himself it was fine, that he'd been a kid, that he couldn't be blamed for not wanting to be a farmer. But underneath all the excuses lived a truth he'd never spoken aloud. He'd been terrified. Terrified of disappointing him. Terrified of being trapped. Terrified of the silence and the loneliness and the weight of being someone's whole legacy. So he'd run, and his grandfather had died, and Mason had lived with the guilt like a stone in his stomach for 6 years. The field hadn't forgotten. The scarecrow remembered, and now it wanted to hear him say it. Mason's legs finally obeyed him, but instead of running away they carried him forward. One step, then another, mud squelching under his shoes. The rain poured down, plastering his hair to his skull, running into his eyes. The scarecrow waited, arms still spread wide, burlap face tilted in an expression that might have been expectation or hunger, or something else entirely. "I was scared," Mason heard himself say. His voice cracked, barely audible over the rain. "I was 10 years old and I was so scared." The corn rustled, a sound like listening. He wanted me to be something I didn't know how to be. He looked at me like I was supposed to understand, like I was supposed to want this, and I didn't. I didn't want the farm or the responsibility or any of it. I just wanted to be a kid. The scarecrow's head tilted further, burlap creasing where a mouth might be. And then I left, and I never came back because I was ashamed. because I thought he'd look at me and see someone who'd let him down, someone who'd rejected everything he cared about. So I just stayed away, even when he got sick, even when Mum said he was asking about me. I stayed away because I was a coward. Mason's voice broke completely. Tears mixed with rain on his face, hot and bitter. I never said goodbye. I never told him I was sorry. I never told him that I thought about him, that I missed him, that I wished I'd been braver, and now he's gone and I can't fix it and I don't know what you want from me. He was shouting now, words ripping out of him like they'd been held back too long, like a dam had finally burst. I was just a kid. I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't know how to tell him that I loved him, but I couldn't be what he needed, and I've carried that with me every single day for 6 years, and I don't know how to let it go. The field fell silent. Even the rain seemed to soften, the downpour becoming a gentle patter. Mason stood there gasping, chest heaving, everything inside him emptied out and raw. The scarecrow moved again. Slowly, carefully, it bent forward at the waist, bringing its burlap face level with Mason's. This close, he could see the details, the uneven stitching, the way his initials curved across the fabric, the bits of straw poking through at the seams. It smelled like old cloth and rain, and something underneath that might have been memory. For a long moment, nothing happened. The scarecrow simply stood there, bent close, as if studying him, or offering comfort, or waiting for something else. Then, with movements that seemed almost gentle, it straightened. The mismatched clothing, the windbreaker, the blanket, the bracelet, the shoes, began to slip from its frame, not falling exactly, but releasing, as if whatever had held them there had decided to let go. They dropped into the mud with soft splashes one by one until the scarecrow stood bare again, just wood and straw and burlap. Behind Mason, the cornrows shifted. The stalks that had turned to watch him were straightening, pivoting back to their natural positions, no longer bent in observation. The field breathed out, a long exhalation that moved through the rows like wind, and Mason felt something in his chest loosen, something that had been wound tight for years finally beginning to uncoil. He reached up and touched the burlap head. The fabric was rough under his fingers, soaked with rain, the stitched initials standing out in thick ridges. Carefully, treating it with a reverence he didn't quite understand, Mason pulled the burlap free. The head came away easily, and he held it in his hands for a moment, looking at his own initials stitched in black thread. Then he knelt and laid it gently in the mud, placing it down like he was putting something precious to rest. The scarecrow collapsed, not violently, not with any drama, but with a tired sort of settling, the way a body might sink into bed after a long day. The wooden crossbeam fell sideways, the straw loosened and scattered, everything that had held it together suddenly deciding it no longer needed to maintain form. Within seconds, all that remained was a pile of wet straw and splintered wood, already sinking into the waterlogged soil. The rain changed. It was still falling, but warmer now, gentle instead of punishing. The sky above was still dark, but not with the same oppressive weight. Everything felt lighter somehow, as if the field itself had been holding its breath and could finally exhale. Mason stood there for a long time, looking at the place where the scarecrow had been. The trinkets lay scattered in the mud, his old clothes, that photo, the bracelet, all the pieces of childhood he thought he'd lost. He thought about gathering them up, taking them home, but something told him to leave them. They belonged here, had always belonged here, and taking them would be like breaking a promise he'd only just managed to keep. He turned and walked toward the road. His feet found the path easily, even in the dark, and the corn whispered around him but didn't turn. By the time he reached the edge of the field, the rain had stopped completely, leaving only the drip of water from leaves and the smell of wet earth. Mason paused at the road, one foot on pavement, one still in the field. Something made him look back. The clearing was empty. No scarecrow, no scattered belongings, no sign that anything had been there at all except trampled corn and churned mud. It looked like it always had, like it always would, just another field waiting for harvest. But as Mason watched, a single cornstalk near the centre dipped low, bending as if bowing or nodding in acknowledgement. Then it straightened again, standing tall with all the others, indistinguishable from the rest. a farewell, or maybe a reminder not to forget again. Mason walked home slowly, his clothes soaked through, his shoes squelching with every step. When he got to his house, he stood in the driveway for a while, looking at the warm lights in the windows. His mother would ask where he'd been, would fuss about his wet clothes and probably make him hot chocolate even though he was too old for that kind of thing. He'd tell her about the field, not all of it, not the scarecrow, or the moving corn, or the voice in the rain, but the important part. He'd tell her that he'd finally gone back, that he'd finally said the things he needed to say, and that maybe, if she had pictures of Grandpa, he'd like to see them. Maybe even frame one. Put it on his desk where he could see it every day and remember that running away doesn't fix anything, that some debts can only be paid with truth. Inside, his mother was cooking something that smelled like onions and garlic. The TV murmured in the living room. Everything was warm and normal and safe. Mason peeled off his muddy shoes and left them by the door, and when his mother asked if he was okay, he surprised himself by saying yes, and meaning it. That night, he dreamed of cornfields, but for the first time in 6 years the dream wasn't a nightmare. In it, his grandfather stood at the edge of the rows, hand raised in greeting or goodbye, and when Mason waved back, the old man smiled. Then he turned and walked into the corn, and the stalks closed behind him like a door, and Mason woke with tears on his face but peace in his chest. He never took the shortcut again. Not because he was afraid, but because he didn't need to. The field had gotten what it wanted, his truth, spoken aloud, acknowledged and accepted. Whatever contract had bound them was satisfied. Whatever debt had gone unpaid was settled. But sometimes, on rainy October evenings when the light fades early and the world goes soft and grey, Mason walks to the edge of the field and stands there for a while. He doesn't go in, doesn't need to. He just stands and listens to the corn whisper in the wind, to the sound of stalks rubbing against each other like papery hands, and sometimes, not always, but sometimes, he whispers back, "I remember," he says. "I promise I remember." And the field, which has seen generations come and go, which has buried the belongings of children who left and never returned, which guards memories like treasure and demands payment in truth, stands quiet and still. The weeks that followed felt different somehow, as if the world had shifted slightly on its axis and everything had to find its balance again. Mason caught himself thinking about his grandfather more often, not with the sharp stab of guilt that used to accompany those memories, but with something softer, something that felt almost like fondness. He asked his mother about the farm, about what it had been like when she was growing up, and she talked for hours, her face animated in ways he hadn't seen before. She showed him the photo album she kept in the hall closet, thick books with cracking spines and pages that stuck together. There was his grandfather as a young man, lean and sunburned, standing beside a tractor that looked ancient even in the faded photograph. There he was with Mason's grandmother, both of them dressed for church, her hand tucked into the crook of his arm. And there, scattered throughout the albums like breadcrumbs leading back through time, were pictures of the field. The corn had always been there, in every season, every year, standing tall or freshly cut or buried under winter snow. The field was the constant, the thing that didn't change even as people grew old and died, and new generations took their place. Mason traced his finger over one photograph, a wide shot taken from the roof of the barn, and realised he could see the clearing in the centre, a small empty space where the scarecrow must have stood. He loved that field, his mother said softly, looking over Mason's shoulder. More than anything, I think. More than the house. More than the equipment. He used to say it was alive in a way that other places weren't. That it remembered things. Mason's hand stilled on the page. "Did you believe him?" She was quiet for a moment, and when she spoke her voice had a strange quality to it. Distant and thoughtful. "I don't know. Maybe. There were times when I was young, before I moved away, when I'd go out there and feel like I wasn't alone, like the field was watching me, keeping track." She laughed, but it sounded forced. Probably just a child's imagination. "What did you bury there?" Mason asked suddenly. "In the field. Your parents did it, didn't they? The tradition." His mother's face went still. She reached out and turned the page of the album, not meeting his eyes. "A doll," she said finally. "My favourite one." She had red hair and a blue dress, and I took her everywhere. But when I turned 12, Dad said it was time, that the field needed something to remember me by when I left for college, so we buried her between the rows during planting season. Did you want to leave? More than anything. Her voice was firm, decisive. I couldn't wait to get out of this town, away from the farm, away from all of it, but... She paused, fingers resting on a photograph of herself as a teenager, standing in front of the barn with a suitcase at her feet. But I still think about it sometimes. Wonder if I should have stayed, or at least visited more. Your grandfather never said anything, but I know it hurt him when I moved away. And then when I had you, I thought, maybe you'd be different. Maybe you'd want what I didn't. Mason closed the album carefully. I'm sorry I never went back. You were a child. You didn't owe him anything. Maybe not, but I owed him honesty. I owed him the chance to know that I didn't hate him, that I wasn't rejecting him, just the life he'd built. Mason stood up, the album heavy in his hands. Can I borrow this? I want to look through it more. His mother nodded, and something passed between them, an understanding maybe, or a shared recognition of the weight they'd both been carrying. That night, Mason spread the photos across his bedroom floor and spent hours studying them, memorizing his grandfather's face, the way he stood, the rough work-worn hands that appeared in frame after frame. There was love in those pictures, and pride, and a loneliness that Mason had never noticed before but couldn't unsee now. The old man had wanted someone to carry on his work, yes, but maybe what he'd really wanted was just to be remembered, to know that the life he'd built and the land he'd tended meant something beyond his own existence. And Mason had denied him that by running away and staying gone. But the field had remembered for both of them. At school, Mason found himself distracted, his mind wandering during lectures, his homework taking twice as long as it should. His friends noticed the change but didn't comment on it. Mason had always been quiet, a little withdrawn, and they'd learned not to push. Only his friend Tyler said anything, catching him staring out the window during lunch. You okay, man? You've been weird lately. Just thinking, Mason said. About what? Mason almost brushed it off with a joke or a shrug, but something made him tell the truth. My grandfather. He died a few years ago, and I never really dealt with it. But lately I've been thinking about him a lot, remembering things. Tyler nodded slowly. That's heavy. Were you close? Not really. I mean, I was when I was little, but then we had a fight and I stopped visiting. I always meant to make it right, but I never did. Mason picked at his sandwich, not hungry. You ever do something you regret so much it feels like it's eating you from the inside? Everyone does, I think. Tyler was quiet for a moment. My dad left when I was 8, just packed up and moved to Arizona without saying goodbye, and I was so angry at him for years, you know. Hated him. But then last year he called and wanted to meet up and I said no, hung up on him, and now I wonder if that was stupid. If I should have at least heard what he had to say. Mason looked at his friend, seeing him differently. Do you think you'll call him back? Maybe, probably, I don't know. Tyler grinned, but it didn't reach his eyes. It's complicated, right? All this family stuff. No easy answers. Yeah, Mason agreed. No easy answers. But that night, lying in bed and listening to the rain start up again, Mason thought maybe there were some answers after all. Not easy ones, not comfortable ones, but answers nonetheless. The field had taught him that some debts could be paid, some wounds could be acknowledged even if they couldn't be healed. His grandfather was gone, and nothing would change that. But the field remained, and with it the memories of a man who'd loved it enough to believe it could remember his grandson long after he couldn't. The following Saturday, Mason borrowed his mother's car and drove out to the old farm. He'd looked up the address in her papers, found that it had been sold after his grandfather's death to a corporate farming operation that now managed most of the land in the county. But the house was still there, sitting empty at the end of a gravel drive, its paint peeling and windows dark. Mason parked and sat for a while, engine ticking as it cooled, looking at the structure where his grandfather had lived for 60 years. The porch sagged slightly, and weeds grew thick around the foundation, but the bones of the place were solid. It had been a good house once, could be again, maybe, if someone cared enough to fix it up. He got out and walked around to the back where the barn still stood red and weathered against the grey sky. The door hung open, creaking in the wind, and Mason stepped inside. It smelled like old hay and motor oil and dust, and in the dim light filtering through gaps in the walls, he could see the shapes of forgotten equipment, tools hanging from hooks, a workbench scattered with screws and nails gone rusty. There, on the far wall, he found what he was looking for. The initials were carved deep into the wood, crude and childish. MK. He'd done it the last day he was here, angry and hurt and desperate to leave some mark that said he'd existed in this place. Below his initials were dozens of others, carved by hands long dead, each one a testament to a child who'd stood here and declared their presence. His grandfather's initials were there too, high up where a tall man would have carved them as a boy. J.K. Mason reached out and traced the letters with his finger, feeling the rough grain of the wood, the depth of the cuts. His grandfather would have stood here too, once upon a time carving his own mark and maybe thinking the same thoughts Mason had thought, about escape, about freedom, about the burden of inheritance. But he'd stayed, or come back. Mason didn't know his grandfather's full story, didn't know what choices had led him to take over the farm and work it for a lifetime. But he'd done it, and done it with love, and that had to count for something. "I'm sorry I didn't understand," Mason said aloud, his voice echoing strangely in the empty barn. "I'm sorry I couldn't be what you needed, but I'm glad you were my grandfather. I'm glad I knew you, even if it was only for a little while." The barn made no answer, but Mason felt lighter as he walked back to the car. He sat behind the wheel for a moment, looking out at the field that stretched beyond the property line. From here he couldn't see the clearing or the place where the scarecrow had stood, but he knew it was there, waiting, patient as earth and old as memory. Before he left, Mason walked to the edge of the field and knelt down. He dug in his pocket and pulled out something he'd brought with him. A small toy car, red plastic faded to pink, one of the wheels missing. He'd found it in his room while looking through old boxes, recognised it as the one he used to play with during those summer visits, racing it across the porch boards while his grandfather watched and smiled. Mason dug a shallow hole at the base of the first row and placed the car inside. He covered it with dirt, patted it down and stood up. "Something to remember me by," he whispered, "so you don't forget I was here." The corn rustled softly, and whether it was wind or something else, Mason chose to believe it was acknowledgement. The field would keep his offering, would guard it along with all the others buried in its soil. And maybe someday, if he had children of his own, he'd bring them here and tell them the story of a boy who ran away but learned to come back, who learned that memory and love and duty weren't chains but connections, threads that bound you to the people and places that made you who you were. As Mason drove away, the farm growing smaller in his rearview mirror, he thought about all the children who'd left their marks in that field, all the toys and trinkets and precious things buried in the dark earth, kept safe by a place that refused to forget. It was strange and maybe a little frightening, but it was also beautiful in its way. This idea that the land itself could love you, could hold on to pieces of you long after you'd gone. The rain started again as he reached the main road, soft and steady, washing the world clean. Mason turned on the wipers and drove home through the grey afternoon, and for the first time in 6 years he felt like he'd left something behind on purpose instead of running away. The difference mattered. The difference meant everything. That night he framed the photo his mother had shown him, the one of himself at 8, standing in the field with his grandfather's hand on his shoulder, and put it on his desk where he'd see it every morning. In the picture, he was smiling, gap-toothed and sunburned, and his grandfather was looking down at him with an expression Mason recognised now as love, mixed with hope. Hope that this boy would understand, hope that he'd stay, hope that the connection between them would be strong enough to survive time and distance, and the inevitable growing up that turned children into strangers. That hope hadn't been fulfilled, not in the way his grandfather had wanted, but maybe it didn't have to be. Maybe it was enough that Mason remembered now, that he carried the man with him in memory and regret and hard-won understanding. Maybe that was its own kind of inheritance. The field would remember too. In its way, with its strange patience and stranger knowing, it would keep all of them, Mason and his grandfather and his mother and all the others who'd buried their treasures in its soil. The field was eternal in a way that people weren't, and that thought brought Mason an odd comfort as he lay in bed and listened to the rain whisper against his window. Somewhere out there, in the clearing between the rows, The earth held his secrets and his sorrows, held them close and safe, waiting for the day when he might need them again. And if Mason was very still, very quiet, he could almost feel the field reaching back to him across the miles, acknowledging him the way that single cornstalk had bowed. A connection, a promise, a debt paid and a peace made. The field remembered its children, and now, finally, Mason remembered too. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain had been falling for 3 hours when Evan first heard the giggling. He sat with his back against the hallway wall, legs stretched out on the worn carpet runner, watching the crack of yellow light beneath his sister's door. His parents had gone to bed an hour ago, exhausted from another sleepless night of Lily's crying. They'd asked him to keep an ear out, just in case. He'd nodded, grabbed his phone and a blanket, and posted up outside the nursery like a sentry. The old farmhouse creaked and settled around him. Every sound had a familiar rhythm, the tick of pipes expanding, the groan of century-old beams adjusting to the temperature, the whisper of wind finding gaps in the windowsills. Evan had lived here his whole 12 years. He knew its voice, but this sound was new, soft and breathy, like air escaping through wet lips. A giggle, high and childish, muffled as if coming from very far away or through layers of fabric. It lasted only a second before the house swallowed it back into silence. Evan lifted his head from his phone. Probably nothing. Old houses made weird noises. His dad said so all the time, usually right after Mum complained about something scratching in the walls or thumping in the attic. Squirrels, his dad would say. Mice. Settling foundation. But then it came again. Clearer this time. Definitely a giggle. He pushed himself to his feet and pressed his ear to Lily's door. She was quiet inside, her breathing the soft, whistling rhythm of deep sleep. The giggling wasn't coming from her. Evan eased the door open. The nursery was dim, lit only by the glow of the turtle nightlight that projected slow-moving constellations across the ceiling. Lily lay on her back in the crib, one tiny fist curled near her cheek, her mouth slack. She looked peaceful, normal. Then he heard it again, beneath his feet. The sound rose from the floorboards directly under the crib, as if something small and delighted was crouched in the crawl space below, stifling laughter behind cupped hands. Lily's face twitched. Her lips curled upward into a smile that didn't reach her closed eyes, didn't carry into the rest of her features. It was a smile painted on, mechanical and wrong. She wasn't awake. She wasn't laughing, but something was laughing through her. Evan backed out of the room, heart hammering. He stood in the hallway for a long moment, listening. The rain drummed against the windows. The house creaked. Nothing giggled. He went back to bed but didn't sleep. The next morning, over scrambled eggs and toast, Evan tried to tell his parents what he'd heard. His mother, Susan, looked up from feeding Lily her bottle with red-rimmed eyes. His father, Tom, glanced at him over the rim of his coffee mug. Probably a raccoon, Tom said. They get under houses sometimes, make all kinds of noise. It wasn't a raccoon. It sounded like a kid laughing. Houses settle, Evan, especially old ones like this. His father's tone had that note of finality that meant the conversation was over, but his mother was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Worry, maybe, or recognition. "Did Lily wake up?" she asked quietly. "No," but she smiled, in her sleep. Susan's hand paused halfway to Lily's mouth, the bottle's nipple dripping formula onto the high chair tray. She smiled. Yeah, right when the giggling happened, like she heard it. His mother set the bottle down carefully. She looked at his father, then back at Evan. "Your grandmother used to tell a story," she said slowly, "about naming babies." Tom made a dismissive sound. "Sue, come on." "What story?" Evan asked. His mother hesitated, glancing at his father again. Tom shook his head, but she continued anyway, her voice low. "She said you should never whisper a newborn's name before sunrise, that something beneath the house might hear it first, that it would learn the name, learn the voice, and try to—" She trailed off, looking down at Lily, who was gumming her fist contentedly. "Try to what?" Evan pressed. "It's just a superstition," his father cut in. "Old country nonsense. Your grandmother had a lot of those." But Evan was remembering. The night Lily was born, just after midnight. His parents had brought her home from the hospital around 2 a.m. He'd watched from the hallway as they carried her into the freshly painted nursery, his mother rocking her gently, whispering her name over and over like a lullaby. Lily, Lily, our sweet Lily, before sunrise. What's supposed to happen? Evan asked his mother. She picked up the bottle again, not meeting his eyes. Nothing, it's just a story. But her hands were shaking. That night, Evan lay in bed with his door open, listening. The rain had returned, heavier now, turning the darkness outside into a wall of sound. He'd left his bedside lamp on, a small act of defiance against the creeping unease in his chest. Around midnight the tapping started, soft at first, irregular, like fingernails drumming on wood. Evan sat up, straining to hear over the rain. The sound was coming from somewhere below him, somewhere in the bones of the house. Tap, 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 tap. Random. Meaningless. He got out of bed and padded down the hallway to Lily's room. The door was ajar. Inside, she was awake, staring up at the ceiling with wide eyes that caught the nightlight's glow and held it like glass. The tapping continued beneath the floorboards, patient and persistent. Evan crept closer to the crib. "Lily?" he whispered. She didn't look at him. Her small chest rose and fell in the steady rhythm of breathing, but her eyes didn't blink. The tapping grew louder, faster, and then it fell into a pattern, a rhythm. Ba-bump, ba-bump, ba-bump. Evan's own heart stuttered as he realised what he was hearing. The tapping was matching Lily's heartbeat. He could see her chest moving, see the pulse in her tiny throat, and beneath his feet something was keeping time with it, learning it, memorising it. Lily's mouth opened. No sound came out, but her tongue moved, shaping syllables in silence. The tapping stopped. Evan stood frozen, barely breathing, waiting for it to resume. But the house had gone quiet except for the rain. He watched Lily for another minute, then two. Her eyes finally closed. Her breathing deepened into sleep. He was about to leave when he saw it. Her shadow on the wall behind the crib, cast by the nightlight. It was thinner than it should be, the edges slightly blurred, as if it wasn't quite solid anymore, as if it was seeping away. Evan didn't tell his parents. He wasn't sure what he'd say, how to explain the feeling coiling in his gut like something cold and alive. Instead, he started spending more time in Lily's room during the day, watching her, looking for signs of whatever was wrong. She seemed fine. She babbled and grabbed at toys and spit up on her bib like any 6-month-old, but her shadow kept getting lighter. Not all at once. It was gradual, easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. By the third day, it was barely visible even in direct sunlight, and the tapping had become a nightly ritual. It started around midnight and lasted for hours, that steady ba-bump matching Lily's heartbeat with eerie precision. Evan would lie in bed listening, stomach knotted, until finally it would stop just before dawn. On the fourth night, he forced himself to investigate. He waited until the tapping started, then crept into Lily's room with his phone flashlight. She was asleep, or seemed to be. Her eyes were closed, her breathing even. But her hands were clenched into fists so tight her knuckles had gone white. Evan knelt beside the crib and pressed his ear to the floorboards. The wood was old, slightly warped, the gaps between planks wide enough to let cold air seep up from the crawl space below. He could feel it on his cheek, damp and earth-smelling. The tapping was directly beneath him. And then he heard something else, something that made his blood go cold. Breathing. Not the rhythmic in and out of sleep, but deliberate breaths. Controlled. And not just one set. Two. One slightly faster than the other, slightly shallower, as if something was learning how to breathe by listening to Lily do it first. Evan jerked back from the floor. His phone light swept across the room and caught something that made him gasp. Lily's shadow on the wall was moving. Not with her breathing or any movement she was making, but on its own, stretching downward toward the baseboards like it was being pulled, like something beneath the floor had hooked invisible fingers into it and was slowly reeling it in. "No," Evan whispered. "No, no, no." He reached into the crib and scooped Lily up. She was warm and solid in his arms, her weight reassuring. She stirred but didn't wake. He carried her quickly out of the room and down the hall to his parents' bedroom, shouldering through the door without knocking. "Something's wrong with Lily," he said loudly. His mother shot upright, instantly awake with that parent instinct. "What? What happened?" "Her shadow. It's disappearing. Something's taking it." His father groaned and rolled over. Evan, it's 3 a.m. Look at her. Evan held Lily out. Look at her shadow. Susan fumbled for the bedside lamp. Yellow light flooded the room, and they all looked at the wall where Lily's shadow should have been cast clearly and darkly. It was there. Faint, but there. Normal enough that Evan's father made an exasperated sound, and his mother's expression shifted from alarm to confusion to something like pity. Honey, she's fine, Susan said gently. You're probably just tired. You've been staying up late keeping watch. I'm not making it up. In her room, it's almost gone. Something under the floorboards is pulling it down, and there's tapping every night and breathing and... Evan! His father sat up now, rubbing his face. I know you're worried about Lily. We all are. She's had a rough few weeks, but you can't let your imagination run wild. You're scaring yourself for no reason. It's not my imagination. Enough. Tom's voice was firm. Give Lily to your mother and go back to bed. We'll talk about this in the morning. Evan wanted to argue to make them understand, but he could see it was useless. They thought he was being dramatic, inventing problems because he was anxious or attention-seeking or whatever explanation made sense to adult logic. He handed Lily to his mother and left without another word. The next day, Lily wouldn't stop giggling. It started after breakfast, small bursts of laughter that seemed to come from nowhere. She'd be sitting in her bouncer, staring at nothing, and suddenly she'd giggle. A bright, delighted sound that should have been cute but somehow wasn't. It was too perfect, too practiced, like someone doing an impression of what a baby's laugh should sound like. Susan seemed thrilled. Oh, listen to her, she's so happy today. But Evan watched from the doorway and felt sick. Each giggle was identical to the last. Same pitch, same duration, same breathy quality. And Lily's expression never changed. She didn't smile, her eyes didn't crinkle. She just stared ahead and produced these mechanical bursts of laughter like a doll with a pull string. That night, he heard it clearly. He was back in his post outside Lily's room, determined to document whatever was happening, even if his parents wouldn't believe him. The tapping started right on schedule, and beneath it he could hear that other sound, the breathing, the mimicry, something learning. And then, rising from below the floorboards, came a voice. Mama, whispered, soft, exactly like Lily's voice, if Lily could speak. Evan's whole body went rigid. Mama, it said again. Then, Bubba. That was what Lily called him, or tried to. She couldn't quite manage brother yet, so it came out as Bubba. His parents thought it was adorable. Hearing it from beneath the floor made Evan's skin crawl. Inside the nursery, Lily giggled. And a second later, the thing below giggled too, an exact echo. Evan grabbed his phone with shaking hands and started recording. The audio would prove it. They'd have to believe him then. He held the phone near the crack under the door and waited. The tapping continued, steady and rhythmic. The breathing continued, but the voice had gone silent. Come on, Evan thought desperately. Say it again. Say something. As if it had heard him, the voice whispered, Bubba. And inside the room, Lily repeated it. Bubba. She was asleep. He could hear the whistle of her breathing, see through the crack that she wasn't moving. But her voice had spoken anyway, shaped by something else, something that was using her throat as a practice instrument. The recording caught it all. Evan played it back with the volume low, listening to his own ragged breathing and then those overlapping voices, Mama, Bubba, the giggles, and knew with crushing certainty that his parents still wouldn't believe him. They'd say it was Lily talking in her sleep, that he'd edited it somehow, that he was making it up for attention. He was on his own. Over the next 2 days, Lily got worse. Her skin took on a greyish tint, like milk left too long in the sun. She barely ate. She wouldn't meet anyone's eyes, and her shadow was almost completely gone. Even in direct afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows, it was only the faintest smudge, more like a stain than a shadow. But the voice beneath the floor was getting stronger, clearer. It was stringing words together now, building sentences. Mama, come here. Bubba, help me. Hungry. Tired. Night-night. All things Lily would say if she could talk, all in her voice. Evan's mother took Lily to the paediatrician. They ran tests, drew blood, checked her for infections and deficiencies, and a dozen other medical explanations for her sudden listlessness. Everything came back normal. Probably just a virus working its way through her system, the doctor said. Keep her hydrated and give it a few days. But Evan knew it wasn't a virus. It was something much worse, something old and patient, something that had been growing beneath their house since the night Lily's name was first spoken, feeding on it, shaping itself in her image. On the 7th night, Evan woke to the sound of scratching. Not tapping, not breathing, scratching, frantic and hungry, like fingernails clawing at wood from underneath. He ran to Lily's room. She was floating 6 inches above the mattress. No, not floating, being pulled. Her body was rigid, arms at her sides, and beneath her the floorboards were bulging upward, splintering at the edges. Her shadow had detached completely from her body and was plastered against the boards like a dark stain, stretching and thinning as something below tried to drag it down through the gaps. Evan lunged forward and grabbed his sister. She was ice cold, her skin clammy. He yanked her away from the crib and the shadow snapped like a rubber band, recoiling partway back toward her, but not reconnecting. It hovered in the air between them, a translucent silhouette that flickered like a candle flame. The scratching intensified. The bulge in the floorboards pressed higher, and for one horrible moment Evan saw the clear impression of a small hand, fingers spread wide, pushing up from below. He ran. He carried Lily straight to his parents' room, his sister limp and freezing in his arms. This time he didn't try to explain. He just thrust her at his mother and said, "Feel her. She's cold. Something's wrong." Susan took Lily and gasped, "Tom, she's freezing. Get a blanket." They wrapped her up and rubbed her arms and feet, trying to warm her. Colour slowly returned to her cheeks, but her eyes remained closed. She was breathing, but distantly, as if most of her was somewhere else. "We need to take her to the hospital," Susan said, her voice high and tight. "I'll get the car started." Tom was already moving, grabbing his keys. "Wait," Evan said. "Wait, you have to listen to me. There's something under the house, under her room. It's been taking her shadow. I know that sounds crazy, but..." "Not now, Evan." His mother's voice cracked. "Mum, please, look at her shadow." Susan glanced down. In the lamplight, Lily's shadow was barely visible, a ghost of itself. But before Susan could react, Tom was back, telling them to hurry. They rushed Lily to the car. Evan followed, helpless, watching his parents strap her into the car seat and speed off into the rainy night. He stood in the driveway until the taillights disappeared, then turned back to the house that was breathing. He could see it now, the way the old farmhouse seemed to expand and contract slightly, as if something inside it had grown large enough to press against the walls. The windows were dark, but not empty. There was a sense of presence, of waiting. Evan walked back inside. He climbed the stairs. He went to Lily's room. The floorboards had settled back into place, but there was a new gap between 2 planks near the crib, wide enough to fit his fingers into. He knelt and pulled, and the board lifted easily, too easily, as if it had been loosened from below. Cold, wet air rushed up from the opening. It smelled like mud and old wood and something else, something organic and wrong. Evan pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut down into darkness, illuminating hard-packed earth about 4 feet below. He could see the underside of the floorboards, the support beams, the foundation stones, and footprints, small footprints in the mud, dozens of them crisscrossing the space. Child-sized but wrong. The toes were too long, the arches too shallow, the spacing irregular, like something learning to walk and not quite getting it right. The prints led deeper under the house, toward the far corner beneath the nursery. Evan knew he should wait for his parents, should call someone, should do anything except what he was about to do. But Lily's shadow was down there. Part of his sister was down there, and whatever had taken it was learning to be her, learning to replace her. He lowered himself through the opening. The crawl space was exactly tall enough for him to crouch, not stand. His phone light swept across the expanse, catching the underside of the house in harsh white relief. Pipes ran along the ceiling. Cobwebs hung in thick curtains. The mud beneath his feet was cold and slick. The footprints led him forward. He followed them, breathing through his mouth to avoid the smell. The space grew narrower as he went, the ceiling lower, until he was practically crawling. His phone battery was at 40%. He tried not to think about what would happen if it died. In the far corner, where the foundation met the original stone walls of the house's oldest section, the footprint stopped. And there it was, the changeling. It sat with its back against the stones, legs stretched out in front of it, arms resting in its lap like a child patiently waiting. It was roughly Lily's size and shape, but made of pale clay and wet wood, its surface gleaming in the phone light. It had no features except for a mouth, a wide, lipless gash that stretched from ear to ear, and plastered across its back like a wet cloth was Lily's shadow, darker and more solid than it had been upstairs, merging slowly into the creature's substance. The mouth moved. "Bubba," Lily's voice, perfect and horrible. Evan's throat closed. He couldn't speak, couldn't move. The changeling tilted its featureless head toward him. "Bubba, help me," it said. "Scared. Dark. Want Mama." It was using her words, her inflections, her voice. If Evan closed his eyes, he could almost believe it was his sister speaking. "You're not Lily," he managed. The mouth stretched wider. "Lily," it agreed. "Name. My name. Said it first. Mine. Give her shadow back." The changeling made a sound, that giggle, breathy and delighted. "Mine," it repeated, learning, almost ready, almost right. "Then go up. Be Lily. She go down. Fair." Evan's hands clenched into fists. "No, you can't have her." "Already have." The thing's voice was changing, becoming less like Lily and more like something else, something older and patient. "Shadow first, voice next, body last. When rain stops, when sun comes, trade done. She stay here, I go up, same. Why?" Evan's voice cracked. "Why her?" Name spoken wrong time. Heard it. Fed it. Grew it. Old rules. The changeling shifted, and Evan saw that its fingers were beginning to differentiate, splitting from mitten-like stumps into individual digits, learning to be human. "Always someone speaks name too early. Always someone feeds me. Always fair trade." Lily's shadow rippled across the creature's back, and Evan saw his sister's silhouette flex its tiny hand, saw the curve of her cheek and the bow of her mouth preserved in darkness. She was still in there somehow, still reachable. "What if I take it back?" Evan asked. "What if I pull her shadow away?" The mouth curved upward into something like a smile. "Can't. Connected now. She thinning. I thickening. When she thin enough, when I thick enough, shadow brings body down, brings it here, then I wear body up, walk in sun, talk to Mama, be loved, be kept. You can't love. You don't even know what that means." "Learning," the changeling said simply. "Learning everything. How to smile, how to laugh, how to cry. Watch Lily. Copy Lily. Be Lily better than Lily." And that was when Evan understood. It didn't want to hurt his sister out of malice. It wanted to replace her because it was hollow, because it was nothing, because it had grown in the dark beneath the house listening to love and warmth happening above and wanted desperately to be part of it. It was lonely. That realization hit Evan like a physical blow. This thing, this creature of mud and wood and stolen names, was just trying to climb toward light. "You can't," Evan said quietly. "Even if you take her place, even if you copy her perfectly, you'll never really be her. You'll always be afraid someone will find out. You'll always be alone inside." The changeling's mouth closed. For a moment it sat in silence, and Evan could see Lily's shadow shudder on its back. "Afraid," it said finally, and now its voice was uncertain, younger. "Don't know afraid. What is afraid?" "It's what I feel right now. It's knowing I might lose my sister. It's being terrified I'm not strong enough or smart enough to save her. It's feeling like nothing I do matters and everything I love will be taken away." The words came pouring out, things Evan had never said out loud, things he'd barely admitted to himself. "I'm afraid all the time. Afraid my parents will realize I'm not worth as much as Lily. Afraid something bad will happen and it'll be my fault. Afraid of being forgotten or useless or wrong." The changeling's head tilted. "Afraid," it repeated. "Lily feels afraid. Everyone feels afraid. Even if loved, even if kept. Especially then, because you have something to lose." Lily's shadow rippled again, more violently this time. The changeling's form flickered, becoming less solid, as if Evan's words had disrupted whatever magic held it together. "Don't understand," it said. Its voice was fragmenting, losing coherence. "Love not make safe?" "No," Evan said. "Love makes you vulnerable. It means you can be hurt. But you risk it anyway because being loved is worth being afraid." The creature made a sound. Not a giggle this time, but something like a sob. Its clay-like substance began to crack, moisture seeping from the fissures. Lily's shadow started to peel away from its back, slowly at first, then faster. "Can't keep," the changeling whispered. "Can't be. Too afraid. Don't want afraid." "Then let her go," Evan said. "Let her shadow go back to her." The creature slumped forward. Its shape was collapsing, losing definition, melting back into mud and splinters, but its mouth remained, that stretched gash still moving, still speaking in Lily's stolen voice. "Tell her," it said. "Tell Lily. Tried to be her. Wanted to be loved. Wanted to be kept." "I'll tell her," Evan promised. The mouth curved into one last smile, sad this time, and knowing. Then the changeling dissolved completely, its substance collapsing into a puddle of mud and clay that spread across the crawlspace floor. Lily's shadow hung in the air for a moment, a dark silhouette untethered to any body. Then it moved, flowing past Evan like spilled ink, racing back through the crawlspace toward the opening above. Evan followed as fast as he could, scrambling through the narrow space, hauling himself up through the gap in the floorboards. He fell into Lily's nursery gasping, covered in mud, his phone battery down to 15%. The shadow was already gone, back to Lily, wherever she was. He replaced the loose board and stood there in the empty room, listening to the house settle around him. The rain was stopping. The sky outside the window was beginning to lighten with the approach of dawn. The floorboards gave a long, tired sigh, as if something that had been holding its breath for a very long time had finally let go. His phone rang. His mother. "Evan? Honey, everything's fine. Lily's warming up. They're running tests, but the doctor thinks it was just a fever spike. We'll be home in a few hours. Are you okay there by yourself?" Evan looked around the nursery, the crib, the nightlight still projecting its slow constellations, the floorboards solid and quiet beneath his feet. "Yeah," he said. "I'm okay." When his parents brought Lily home that afternoon, she was babbling and reaching for toys and spitting up on her bib like nothing had happened. Her shadow was back, solid and dark, moving perfectly with her body. She looked at Evan and smiled, a real smile this time, one that reached her eyes and crinkled her nose. "Bubba," she said clearly. He picked her up and held her close, breathing in the baby smell of her, feeling her warmth and weight and realness. "I got you," he whispered. "I got you back." That night, it rained again. Evan lay in bed listening, waiting for the tapping to start, for the breathing, for the voice. But the house was quiet. The only sounds were natural ones. Wind, water, the settling of old beams. He was almost asleep when he heard it. Just once. So faint he might have imagined it. A single giggle from beneath the floorboards, breathy and practiced and sad. Then nothing. The rain continued through the night and into the morning, but when it finally stopped, the silence was complete. Whatever had lived beneath the house was gone, or sleeping, or waiting for the next name spoken at the wrong time. Evan got up and went to check on Lily. She was sleeping peacefully, her shadow dark and whole on the wall behind her crib. He stood there watching her, breathe, her tiny chest rising and falling in perfect rhythm with herself, and only herself. Outside, the sun was breaking through the clouds. Light streamed through the nursery window, catching the dust motes and turning them gold. Lily stirred. Her eyes opened. She saw Evan and giggled, her own laugh, bright and genuine. He smiled back. Under the nursery floor, in the crawl space where mud was drying to dust, something remembered how to giggle too. But it was only an echo now, only a memory, only the ghost of a voice that had tried to be loved. When the rain came again weeks later, Evan listened. The giggle was still there, faint and far away, a reminder that names have long memories and old houses keep secrets, and something beneath the floorboards would always remember the child it had tried to become. But Lily was safe. Her shadow was her own, and Evan had learned that love required fear, that being afraid meant having something worth protecting, and that sometimes the bravest thing you could do was admit you were terrified. The giggle faded only when the rain stopped, and by then Evan had learned to sleep through it. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain threads the lanes like silver wire, turning hedges to dark walls and potholes to mirrors. Noah drives home along the coast road after a late shift, his eyes burning from the warehouse lights still printed on his retinas. He slows for standing water that stretches across both lanes. the kind that hides the depth of things. In each puddle, his headlights paint his car, the hedge, the emptiness, and a giant black dog padding right beside his reflected wheels, yellow eyes level with the glass. He looks to the tarmac. Nothing. No dog, no splash, no ripple. Only in water does it keep pace, paws touching down without disturbing the surface. Noah blinks hard, tells himself it's a quirk of angle, a trick of light on rain. The wipers beat their rhythm. He doesn't look at the puddles again until he pulls into his drive, kills the engine, and catches one last shimmer in the shallow water by the curb. The dog stops when he stops, raises its head, and breathes steam that doesn't fog the surface. Inside, he peels off his jacket and drops his keys in the bowl by the door. The house smells like damp and the pizza he forgot to throw out 3 days ago. He stands in the kitchen with the fridge open, not hungry, just looking at the light. His phone buzzes on the counter. Hospice again. 3rd time today. He watches it vibrate across the laminate until it goes still. The screen shows 2 missed calls underneath, both from this morning. He sets the phone face down and fills a glass with water from the tap, drinks it looking out at the dark garden where rain hammers the overgrown lawn into submission. He knows the story. His grandmother told it in her kitchen while kneading dough, flour on her wrists like pale gloves. Black shuck, she'd said. The churchyard hound, the lane walker, the old coast's omen. Sometimes a death dog, sometimes a guide, depending on what you needed and what you deserved. You could tell it was Shuck when it made no sound on wet ground, when its eyes shone from places that shouldn't hold reflections, when it walked beside your shadow instead of your body. The old people had rules. If you saw it, you were meant to acknowledge it. Tip the cap, speak a name, leave salt at the threshold. Pretending not to see invited it inside, and that was when trouble started. Shuck doesn't kill, his grandmother had said, pressing her thumb into the dough. It warns. The harm comes from looking away until the warning has nowhere left to go. Noah had been 8 and didn't believe in ghosts. At 29, he still doesn't. What he saw was headlights refracting through rain, a smear of shadow from a passing car, something explainable if he cared to work it out. He leaves the glass in the sink and heads upstairs, stepping around the cardboard box of letters that sits at the base of the staircase. It's been there for 2 weeks. He tells himself he'll read them tomorrow, or the day after, when his head is clearer and his hands are steadier. The box has his name, written in his father's slanted script across the top, black marker on brown cardboard. He doesn't look at it as he passes. The rain lingers for days. It turns the coast road into a gauntlet of standing water, each pool a small lake that reflects the sky in fragments. Noah drives to work and back, to the supermarket for milk he doesn't drink, to the pier where he sits in the car and watches waves beat themselves to foam. Every time, the dog is there in the water, pacing him along the supermarket car park, visible in a sheen of diesel rainbow near the pier, standing perfectly still in a puddle outside the post office, while he buys stamps he doesn't need. It never appears on dry ground. Only where water gathers does it manifest, huge and black, with eyes that catch the light like coins at the bottom of a well. Its paws never disturb the surface. It breathes, he can see that, the rise and fall of its ribs, but no condensation clouds the water beneath its muzzle. He starts taking different routes, longer roads, smaller lanes, anything to avoid the places where puddles collect. It doesn't matter. The rain follows, and where there's rain, there's water, and where there's water, the dog waits. At work, his manager asks if he's okay. Noah says he's fine and stacks pallets until his shoulders ache. A co-worker mentions her dog died last week and tears up over her sandwich. Noah nods and says nothing and goes back to the warehouse floor where the lights hum and there's no weather to contend with. No reflections except the sheen of polished concrete. At night, he wakes to the smell of wet dog threaded through the damp house. It's unmistakable. The thick, warm stink of rain-soaked fur, of something that's been outside too long. He gets up and checks the doors, locked, windows latched. He walks every room, turning on lights, looking under beds and behind furniture like a child afraid of the dark. Nothing. In the hallway, a line of wet paw prints appears on the floorboards, dark ovals, perfectly spaced, leading from the front door to the base of the stairs. He stands over them, heart thumping in his ears. As he watches, they vanish. Not fade, not dry slowly. Just vanish. A metre from the door, as if whatever made them simply cease to exist mid-step. He mops the floor, fills a bucket with hot water and bleach and scrubs until his knees hurt and the house reeks of chemicals. The prints return the next night, closer to the stairs. He checks the locks again, the windows, the attic hatch. He puts towels along the base of the doors in case rain is seeping in somehow. It makes no difference. The night after that, the paw prints climb 3 steps and stop. He sits on the landing with his back to the wall and waits for morning, dozing in fragments, jerking awake at every creak of the house settling. The hospice calls again. He powers his phone off without listening to the voicemail. The rain drills steady on the roof, and he tells himself he'll go tomorrow. He'll call. Tomorrow he'll read the letters tomorrow. He keeps not seeing. Not the dog in the puddles, not the prints in his hallway, not the box at the base of the stairs. He goes to work, comes home, eats cereal standing at the counter, and falls asleep on the sofa with the television muttering to itself in the corner. That night, the paw prints skip the floor entirely. He wakes at 3 a.m. with the feeling that something is wrong, a pressure in his chest like a hand pressing down. He stumbles to the bedroom and turns down the duvet, dark ovals on his sheets, damp and perfectly shaped, climbing from the foot of the bed to where his ribs would be if he were lying down. He touches one. His fingers come away wet and the print beneath them stays dark. Sleep becomes shallow, lit by lightning behind his eyes that has nothing to do with the storm. When the house goes silent between showers, he hears nails click once on the bedroom floorboards and stop, like a dog taught to heel. He holds his breath. The sound doesn't repeat. He feels the mattress settle at the corner as if something heavy placed its front paws there and waited. When he raises his head, the room is empty, except for the sheets drying darker where the paw prints had been. The air smells of wet earth and something older, something that makes his hindbrain scream to run. He stops sleeping in the bed, takes the sofa instead, wrapped in a spare blanket, keeping the lights on. It doesn't help. He wakes to find the cushion beside his head damp with the outline of a muzzle, as if something had lain down and breathed against his face while he slept. In the bathroom mirror, his eyes are bloodshot, his face grey. He looks like his father did in the last photo, the one from 2 Christmases ago, before the diagnosis, before the slow unravelling. He grips the sink and doesn't let himself think about it. Driven by a mix of fear and fury, he tears through the house in the small hours, every light blazing, front door flung open to the rain. He stands on the step, shaking, fists clenched. "What do you want?" he shouts into the empty lane. The rain answers, steady and indifferent. On the step, a shallow puddle holds his reflection, and the lane behind him. In it, the dog stands at his side, head level with his elbow, breath moving in slow, even plumes that don't ruffle the water. Noah refuses to turn his head, staring only at the reflection. His heart hammers so hard he can feel it in his teeth. "You're not real," he whispers. The puddle dog's ears flick forward. In the reflected lane behind them, something shifts. For a heartbeat, a hospital corridor seems to overlay the hedge. White light, a bed rail, a hand that could be his father's resting on a thin blanket. The image is gone when a raindrop breaks the surface. Noah slams the door, stumbles back, and sits on the stairs with his head in his hands. That night, the paw prints on his bed reach his chest and stop. Cold seeps through the duvet, a weight, like a head laid gently there, heavy and patient. In the dark, he says out loud, "I can't." His voice cracks. The presence keeps still as if waiting for the rest of the sentence. He doesn't give it one. He lies there until dawn turns the window grey and the weight lifts like fog burning off. In the morning, he sits at the kitchen table and stares at nothing. His hands shake when he lifts his coffee. He hasn't eaten in 2 days. The box of letters is still at the base of the stairs, and his phone is still off, and his father is still dying in a place Noah hasn't visited in 6 weeks. He knows these things the way you know the shape of a scar, the way you know the weight of guilt without naming it. He remembers his grandmother's voice, rough and sure. Shuck wants the truth named, the duty accepted, the road walked. It's a guide, not a thief, if you let it be. He doesn't believe in ghosts, but he believes in the wet paw prints, in the smell of rain-soaked fur, in the cold weight on his chest that waits and waits and waits. He believes in his own cowardice, in the calls he hasn't returned, in the letters he hasn't read. He believes that something is trying to tell him what he already knows, and he's been closing his eyes so hard he's going blind. So he bargains with what he can't see. At the kitchen table, he pours salt into a saucer the way his grandmother taught him years ago before she died in the same hospice his father is dying in now. He sets it by the door. He retrieves the box of letters from the stairs, opens it with shaking hands and places it beside the salt. The letters are thick, written on lined paper torn from a notebook. He doesn't read them yet. He can't. Instead, he speaks to the empty hallway, his voice barely steady. "I'll go. I'll say what I keep not saying, but you walk with me, not into me. Do you understand? Walk with me." The house is silent. Then, from somewhere upstairs, he hears it. A single soft exhale, like a dog settling into sleep. The rain outside eases to a fine veil. Noah stands, pulls on his jacket and steps onto the lane. In every shallow pool the dog pads beside his reflection, huge and grave, keeping him company in the only place it can appear without crossing over. Noah watches his feet, watches the water, watches the dog moving in sync with his steps. When fear spikes and he looks away, his sleeve grows cold and damp, as if something is brushing against him, trying to cross the boundary between reflection and flesh. When he looks back into the water and acknowledges the hound, "I see you," he says quietly. The cold recedes. Together, man and reflection dog pass dark hedges and sleeping windows, through the village that knows his name and his grandmother's name and his father's name, past the church where all three of them were christened, turning their faces toward the glow beyond the crossroads where the hospice sits like a ship run aground. The walk takes 20 minutes. It feels like hours. His legs are heavy. His chest is tight. The dog never falters, never disappears, even when the puddles thin to mere films of water on the tarmac. It adjusts, crouches lower, keeps pace. At the hospice gate, Noah stops. The path ahead is dry, swept clean by staff this morning. No puddles, no water to hold the dog's reflection. He looks back at the lane, where the hound waits in a shallow pool near the curb, watching him with those yellow eyes. "I don't know if I can do this," Noah says. The dog doesn't move. He hesitates, throat tight. Then he cups his hands, steps back to the curb, and catches the drip from the eave until a small pool forms in his palms. He glances down. In the water, caught by his own skin, Shuck stands tall and patient, eyes steady, head lowered as if in a nod. Noah's hands shake, spilling water down his wrists. He nods back once and turns toward the entrance. Inside, the air is warm and smells of disinfectant and something floral he can't name. His shoes squeak on the linoleum. A nurse he doesn't recognize glances up from her station, smiles gently, and points him down the corridor. He knows the way. He's been here before, months ago, before he stopped coming. Room 14. He stands outside the door for a full minute, hand on the frame, trying to breathe. Through the small window he sees the bed, the shape of his father under a thin blanket, the machines that beep and hum and measure the slow retreat of a life. He goes inside. His father sleeps, breath thin, each exhale a tide going out farther, leaving less behind. The man in the bed barely resembles the one Noah remembers, barrel-chested, loud-voiced, always working on something in the garage with grease under his nails. This man is small, hollowed out, his skin papery and bruised where the IV tugs. Noah sits in the chair beside the bed, the same chair his mother sat in years ago when it was her in the bed, the same chair he swore he'd never sit in again because sitting meant staying, and staying meant watching someone disappear. He pulls the letters from his pocket. They're damp from the walk, the ink slightly smeared. He unfolds the first one and starts to read. His father's handwriting is worse than he remembers, looping and uncertain, but the words are clear. Stories about the house, about fixing the roof last summer, about the neighbour's cat that keeps stealing food from the porch. An apology for the things said and unsaid, for the years they spent circling each other like wary animals, for the distance that grew until it felt permanent. A recipe for the stew his grandmother used to make, written in her slanted hand on a scrap of paper tucked into the envelope. Noah's voice falters. He keeps reading. In the window's rain-blurred reflection, the dog sits behind his chair like a shadow made honest, head on paws, eyes soft. Noah doesn't turn to look. He knows it's there the way you know someone is standing behind you in a dark room. It's not frightening anymore. It's just there, keeping watch. He reads all the letters. When he's done, He folds them carefully and sets them on the bedside table. He takes his father's hand, which is cool and dry and feels like paper in his palm. "I'm sorry," Noah says. His voice breaks. "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I'm sorry I was scared. I'm here now." The machines beep their steady rhythm. His father doesn't wake. Noah sits and holds the hand and says the sentences he's been saving for a dry day that never came, for a moment when he felt ready, which he realizes now he never would have. He talks about work, about the house, about the things he's been fixing and the things he's been avoiding. He talks until his throat is raw and the sky outside turns from grey to black. His father's breath stops just after midnight, not with a rattle or a gasp, just a quiet exhale that doesn't come back in. The room doesn't grow colder, it grows emptier and somehow lighter, as if something that was pressing down has finally lifted. The machine's alarm. A nurse comes in, checks the pulse, marks the time, and puts a hand on Noah's shoulder. He nods. He stays in the chair, holding the hand that's already starting to cool, until the nurse tells him gently that he should go home, get some rest, come back in the morning for the paperwork. He walks home in the thinning storm. The rain has gentled to a mist that beads on his jacket and hair. The puddles show only one figure now. At his door, the saucer of salt is dry and smooth, untouched, no paw marks disturbed around it. He lifts the duvet with a braced breath. Clean sheets, no damp, no prints. He sleeps hard, dreamless, until a single soft huff at dawn wakes him long enough to register a warmth at his feet, the weight of a presence departing. He opens his eyes to an empty room. The air smells clean, like rain-washed stone. Days pass. The funeral is small. He reads from the letters and doesn't cry until later, alone in the house, when he finds the recipe card tucked into his wallet and remembers the taste of his grandmother's stew, the sound of her laugh. He starts taking the long way on purpose when it rains, watching the lane pools for company. Sometimes there's nothing. Sometimes faintly, a second set of steps appears in the water. Not always a dog. Once, just the blurred suggestion of a hand walking beside his reflection, as if someone he loved were finally keeping pace. He clears out the house slowly, packs his father's clothes, the tools in the garage, the books that smell like dust and old paper. He keeps the letters, he keeps the recipe. He plants flowers in the garden, something his mother used to do, and they grow, despite his inexperience, bright against the grey of the coast. The rain comes and goes, as it always has, and he learns to watch for it without fear, to see the beauty in the way it turns the world to mirrors. On the first dry night in weeks, he finds a single clean paw print on the threshold, already evaporating in the warm air, and understands with a clarity that doesn't need words. It was never trying to get in. It was waiting for him to step out. He stands in the doorway, looking at the empty lane, the hedge dark against the stars, the world wet and gleaming. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks once and falls silent. Noah smiles, small and sad and real, and closes the door. On the first dry night in weeks, he finds a single clean paw print on the threshold, already evaporating in the warm air, and understands with a clarity that doesn't need words. It was never trying to get in. It was waiting for him to step out. He stands in the doorway, looking at the empty lane, the hedge dark against the stars, the world wet and gleaming. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks once and falls silent. Noah smiles, small and sad and real, and closes the door. The weeks that follow are strange in their ordinariness. He goes to work, stacks pallets, comes home to the empty house that no longer feels quite so empty. He learns to cook the stew from his grandmother's recipe, burns it twice before getting it right, and eats it at the kitchen table while rain patters against the window. The taste brings her back for a moment, her hands dusted with flour, her voice rough with affection, and he lets himself sit with that memory instead of pushing it away. He saves the leftovers in containers his father bought years ago, plastic tubs with mismatched lids that never quite fit right, and finds comfort in the imperfection. At the solicitor's office, he signs papers and listens to explanations about the house, the small amount in savings, the life insurance policy his father never mentioned. Everything comes to him. It's not much, but it's something. Enough to breathe, maybe. Enough to stop working doubles and start sleeping through the night. The solicitor is kind, efficient, and when she shakes his hand and says she's sorry for his loss, he believes her. Outside, the sky threatens rain but holds off, clouds roiling overhead like something restless. He starts noticing things he'd stopped seeing. The way the coast looks in the morning, all silver light and crying gulls. The old woman at the post office who always asks after his father and tears up when he tells her. The co-worker who brings him coffee without asking, sets it on his workstation with a nod that says everything and nothing. Small kindnesses, small threads connecting him to the world he'd been sleepwalking through. He tries to return them, holds doors, smiles at strangers, says thank you and means it. The rain returns, as it always does on the coast, but now when he drives the lanes he finds himself looking for the puddles instead of avoiding them. Most of the time there's nothing, just water reflecting sky and hedgerow and his own car passing by. But sometimes, not often, but enough, he catches a flicker of movement in the corner of his vision, a shape that might be a dog or might be shadow, and he feels something settle in his chest, not fear, something closer to recognition. He doesn't stop the car, doesn't need to, just keeps driving, keeps moving forward, and lets the reflection be what it is. One evening he finds himself at the churchyard, the old one on the hill where 3 generations of his family are buried. He hasn't been since his mother's funeral, since he was 16 and angry at everything. The gate creaks when he pushes it open. Moss grows thick on the stones, and the older graves lean like bad teeth, their inscriptions worn to suggestions. He finds his grandmother's grave near the back, then his mother's beside it. The stone is simple, her name, her dates, the words, beloved wife and mother, that his father chose and Noah had thought too plain at the time. He crouches down and pulls weeds from the base, clearing away the overgrowth until the letters show clean. I'm sorry I didn't visit, he says to the stone, to the ground, to whatever might be listening. I'm trying to be better. The rain starts while he's kneeling there. A soft drizzle that darkens the stones and beads on the petals of the flowers someone else has left. His father, probably, before he got too sick to drive. Noah stays until he's soaked through, until his knees ache and his fingers are numb. When he finally stands, he sees the puddle at his feet, shallow and dark, and in it the dog sits at attention, watching him with those yellow eyes. Not menacing, just present. A witness. Thank you, Noah says, and means it for everything. The warning, the companionship, the push toward the door he'd been too frightened to open. The dog's tail moves once, a slow sweep through the reflection that doesn't disturb the water. Then it's gone, and there's only rain. He visits the churchyard twice more in the following weeks, brings flowers, pulls weeds, sits on the bench by the wall and watches the light change over the valley. The church warden finds him there once, an elderly man with kind eyes who introduces himself as Peter and says he knew Noah's grandmother, used to see her at the Sunday services. They talk for an hour about nothing important, the weather, the state of the coast road, the way the village has changed and stayed the same. When Peter asks if Noah might consider coming back to church, Noah says maybe, and surprises himself by meaning it. Not for faith exactly, but for the connection, for the feeling of belonging to something older than his own small life. He starts clearing out the garage, something he's been avoiding because it was his father's space, full of tools and half-finished projects and the smell of motor oil. He finds things he didn't know existed. A box of photos from before he was born, his parents young and laughing on a beach somewhere. A journal his father kept for a few months after his mother died, full of grief and confusion and love. A child's drawing, his own, crude and bright, taped to the inside of a toolbox lid. Each discovery is a small excavation. He sits on the concrete floor surrounded by the debris of a life and lets himself cry, really cry, for the first time since his father died. When he's done, his face is swollen and his chest aches, but something has shifted. Something has been let out that needed air. He keeps some things, donates others, throws away what's too broken to save. In the back corner he finds an old dog bed, dusty and flattened, from the terrier they had when he was 7. Patch. He'd loved that dog with the fierce, uncomplicated love of a child, and when it died he'd sobbed for days. His father had buried it in the garden, marked the spot with a smooth stone. Noah goes outside and finds the stone still there, half hidden by grass, and crouches beside it. I remember you, he whispers, and wonders if all the love we give to things that die goes somewhere, becomes something. Wonders if Shuck is made of that, of all the unfinished grief and love and duty that haunts the lanes, looking for a way to be acknowledged. At work, his manager pulls him aside and asks if he'd be interested in a supervisor position. More responsibility, better pay, regular hours. Noah's first instinct is to say no, to keep his head down and stay invisible, but he thinks of the letters, his father's apology for not trying harder, and hears himself say yes. The manager claps him on the shoulder, says she's glad, says she's seen him stepping up lately. He doesn't feel like he's stepping up. He feels like he's just finally standing. The new position means learning things he's avoided, managing schedules, handling conflicts, speaking up in meetings. It's uncomfortable. He's bad at it at first, stumbles over his words, second-guesses every decision, but he keeps trying, and slowly it gets easier. The co-workers who used to be just faces become people. Marcus, who has 3 kids and coaches football on weekends. Sonia, who's studying for her degree at night and drinks terrifying amounts of coffee. James, quiet and steady, who lost his brother last year and understands without Noah having to explain why some days are harder than others. They become something like friends. Not the deep friendships of childhood, but the good, solid connections of people who see each other clearly. One Saturday he drives to the animal shelter 2 towns over. He doesn't know why exactly, just that the house feels too quiet, and he thinks of the warmth at his feet that morning after his father died, and wonders. The shelter is loud and smells of disinfectant and animals. A volunteer shows him around, introduces him to dogs of every size and temperament. He's not looking for anything specific. Then he sees her in the last kennel. A black mutt, medium-sized, with one ear that flops and eyes that are brown, not yellow, but steady. The sign says she's been there for 4 months. Not a puppy, not particularly pretty, overlooked. She doesn't bark when he approaches, just watches him with what looks like patience. "Can I meet her?" he asks. They take her to a visiting room and she sits at his feet, calm and quiet, while he kneels and lets her sniff his hands. She's warm and real, and nothing like the thing in the puddles, but when she leans against his leg, some of the same feeling settles in his chest. Companionship, witness, the sense that something has been waiting and can finally rest. "I'll take her," he says. The volunteer looks delighted. "What will you name her?" He thinks of his grandmother, of the stories told in flour-dusted kitchens, of the old coast and its old ways. "Mercy," he says. "Her name's Mercy." Mercy settles into the house as if she's always been there. She's quiet, well-behaved, content to lie by his feet while he cooks or watches television. She doesn't chase the cat that belongs to the neighbour, doesn't bark at the postman, doesn't chew the furniture. At night she sleeps in the dog bed he bought new, though sometimes in the early morning he wakes to find her at the foot of his bed, chin on paws, watching him with patient eyes. He doesn't mind. The house needs the life in it. He starts walking her in the evenings, long loops through the village and down to the beach when the tide is out. She's good on the lead, doesn't pull, seems content to match his pace. Other dog walkers nod at him now, say hello, comment on the weather. He learns their names, their dogs' names, becomes part of the rhythm of the place he's lived in all his life but never quite inhabited. When it rains, Mercy doesn't mind. She plods through puddles with her head down, ears pinned back against the wet, and he watches their reflections, man and dog, solid and real, walking together through water that holds nothing but themselves. Sometimes, on the longer walks that take them past the hospice, past the churchyard, past the lanes he drove in terror just months ago, he thinks he sees something at the edge of his vision. A larger shadow keeping pace in the deeper puddles, yellow eyes flickering in and out of sight. He never turns to look directly, doesn't need to, just keeps walking, keeps moving forward, and trusts that whatever is there is no longer a warning but a confirmation. You did the thing. You walked the road. You're still walking it. The first anniversary of his father's death comes on a day of driving rain. He takes the morning off work and drives to the cemetery with Mercy in the passenger seat, a bunch of cheap flowers from the supermarket on the dashboard. At the grave, which is still raw and grassless, he sets the flowers down and stands with his hands in his pockets. Mercy sits beside him, her shoulder warm against his leg. "I'm doing okay," he tells the stone, the ground, the memory. "I'm trying. I think you'd be proud, maybe, or at least less worried." The rain comes down harder. He doesn't move, just stands there until he's soaked through, and Mercy is shivering and his fingers are numb. Then he crouches down, touches the stone, and says, "I love you. I should have said it more." On the walk back to the car, every puddle they pass holds two reflections. Noah and Mercy, solid and real. Nothing else. The lanes are empty of everything except rain and the life still being lived. At the car, he dries Mercy off with an old towel and she licks his hand, her tail wagging slow and steady. He drives home through the storm, and when he pulls into his drive, the puddle by the curb reflects only his car, only the hedge, only the world as it is. Inside, he makes tea and feeds Mercy and sits at the kitchen table, with the windows steamed and the rain drumming overhead. The house smells like wet dog and the stew simmering on the stove. On the counter, his phone buzzes. A text from Sonia asking if he wants to join a few of them at the pub tomorrow. He types back yes, and means it. Another text from the church warden, Peter, saying there's a volunteer day next week if he's interested in helping clear the old gravestones. He types yes to that too. Small threads, small connections, the work of staying in the world instead of haunting it. That night he sleeps with Mercy curled at the foot of the bed, her breathing steady and deep. He dreams of walking on the beach at low tide, the sand firm beneath his feet, the horizon wide and clean. In the dream, someone walks beside him, keeping pace. He doesn't turn to look, doesn't need to. Just keeps walking toward the light on the water and knows that whatever comes next, he won't be walking alone. When he wakes, the rain has stopped. The sky outside is pale and clean, washed clear. Mercy stretches and yawns, her tail thumping against the duvet. Noah gets up, lets her out into the garden, and stands at the door watching her sniff around the overgrown grass. The air smells of wet earth and growing things. On the threshold there's nothing. No prints, no signs, no omens, just the stone worn smooth by years of coming and going, by all the people who have lived here and left and been remembered. He steps out barefoot onto the cold stone, feeling it solid beneath him, and looks at the lane beyond his garden wall. Empty, quiet, ordinary, perfect. He calls Mercy back inside, makes breakfast, feeds her before himself. The morning stretches ahead, full of small tasks and ordinary hours. He'll go to work, he'll come home, he'll walk the dog and make dinner and text his friends and maybe, eventually, find someone to love who isn't a ghost. He'll keep reading the letters on the hard days, keep making the stew, keep visiting the graves. He'll live the life he's been given, in the house that now belongs to him, in the village that knows his name. And when it rains, because it always rains on this coast, he'll watch the puddles with gratitude instead of fear, knowing that some warnings are really invitations, and some hauntings are just love with nowhere else to go. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The thunderstorm rolled over the cul-de-sac at 9:47 p.m, washing the street in pulsing white and shadow. Alex lay on the carpet in front of the big flat-screen TV, game controller loose in their hands, watching the loading screen of some multiplayer thing they'd lost interest in an hour ago. The room was their sanctuary. Posters of bands they'd stopped listening to but couldn't bear to take down. A string of fairy lights casting everything in that dim golden glow that made the space feel less like part of the house and more like a separate world. Thunder cracked close enough to rattle the window in its frame, and Alex watched the glass shiver, watched the rain streak down in chaotic rivers. Then the lightning hit nearer, so near the flash came before the sound, pure white eating the world for a fraction of a second, and the house flickered. The TV went dark, the fairy lights died. The hum of the refrigerator downstairs cut off mid-note. Everything plunged into a thick humming dark that pressed against Alex's eardrums like water. They stayed still on the carpet, waiting for their eyes to adjust. The storm lit the room in irregular pulses, each flash painting the furniture in stark relief before abandoning it to blackness again. The TV screen became a black mirror, faintly reflecting the room in the ghostlight from the window. Alex could see their own outline in it. Messy hair falling past their shoulders, hunched shoulders, the pale oval of their face, eyes catching what little light there was like an animal's at the roadside. They pushed themselves up on their elbows and stared at the reflection. It stared back. Lightning flashed, and for that instant everything was clear, their own face tired and blank, mouth slightly open. Then darkness again. They blinked. The reflection blinked. Almost on time. Almost. a fraction of a beat late, just enough for the hairs on the back of Alex's neck to rise like grass before wind. They told themselves it was just their eyes adjusting, just storm jitters, just the weird way lightning played with shadows. They forced a crooked smile to prove how silly it was, how paranoid they were being. See? Just a reflection. Just glass. Just them. The reflection smiled back, but the corners of its mouth stretched a little farther, showing teeth in a way Alex didn't intend. Not quite a grimace, not quite a grin. Something that lived in the space between. They dropped the smile, pressing their lips together. The version in the glass held it a half-second longer, then let it fade like an actor missing their cue on stage. Alex's stomach dropped. They scrambled back from the TV, heart suddenly hammering. The reflection mimicked the motion, late, always late by that fraction of a second. They stood up. It stood up. They raised a hand to their face, touched their cheek. In the black glass, their double did the same, fingers arriving at the cheekbone just after Alex's real fingers made contact. "Fuck," Alex whispered, and immediately felt stupid. Reflections didn't work on delay. That wasn't how light worked. That wasn't how anything worked. It had to be the storm, the adrenaline, their tired brain filling in gaps that weren't there. They were seeing patterns in static. That was all. But they remembered a story from elementary school. One of those playground legends that got passed around in increasingly garbled versions until nobody remembered where it started. Sarah Chen had told it first, during a sleepover in 4th grade, her voice dropping to a dramatic whisper while they huddled in sleeping bags with flashlights under their chins. If the lights go out and you keep watching your own reflection, sometimes another you shows up. A version that starts a half-second behind and ends up ahead. Some kids called it a doppelganger, some called it a glitch, some called it the backup file of your soul, waiting for you to mess up so it could take over. The legend went that the more you insisted that's not me, the more power you gave it. Every denial was like drawing a chalk line between yourself and the glass, showing the double exactly where the boundary was so it could start pressing against it. It knew your face because it wore it. It knew your secrets because it was built from everything you pretended not to be. All the fear and anger and shame, all the thoughts you'd never say out loud, all the versions of yourself you insisted didn't exist. If it got out, Sarah had said, her eyes wide and serious in the flashlight glow, it didn't replace you in a flash of lightning like in a movie. It just stood in the room with you, smiling that late smile, following a half step behind everywhere you go, saying all the things you won't say. Eventually people stopped turning toward you when they heard your name. They turned toward it instead. Because it was braver than you, more honest, more real. Alex had thought it was bullshit then. The kind of story designed to make kids afraid of mirrors and thunderstorms, designed to give them something to be scared of that wasn't the real stuff. The divorce talks and the money fights and the way their mum's voice got when she'd had too much wine. But standing in their dark room now, watching their reflection arrive late to every movement, the story felt less like bullshit and more like something their 10-year-old self had understood better than they did now. Downstairs, their parents' voices started up, muffled but unmistakably sharp, that particular tone that meant the storm was just an excuse to argue about something older and deeper. Money, probably. Or whose fault it was that they hadn't paid the electric bill on time. Or whose fault it was that they couldn't afford to pay the electric bill on time. Or whose fault it was that they'd ended up in this house, in this neighbourhood, with these problems in the first place. The voices rose and fell like tides, and Alex felt the familiar tightness in their chest, the familiar urge to put on headphones and disappear into music or games or anything that wasn't here. But the power was out. Their phone was on their desk somewhere, probably down to 15% battery. The room was dark except for the stuttering lightning, and in the black mirror of the TV screen their reflection waited, slightly too still, eyes slightly too wide. Alex turned away from it, fumbling across the room to their desk. Their shin connected with the corner of their bed frame, and they hissed in pain, hopping on one foot. Behind them, they were sure of it, though they didn't turn to check, their reflection mimicked the hop a fraction of a second late, a puppet on delayed strings. They found their phone by feel and thumbed it on. The screen blazed painfully bright in the darkness. 9:53 p.m, 12% battery. 6 unread messages in the group chat, probably people freaking out about the storm or making jokes about the power. Alex didn't open them. They turned on the flashlight and swept the beam around the room, looking for candles, for anything. The light caught their reflection in the TV screen for a moment, and they jerked the beam away before they could see whether it moved in sync. Their little brother Danny was crying downstairs now, woken up by the storm or the yelling or both. Alex heard their mother's voice shift registers, going from sharp to soothing, and the crying quieted to sniffles. Their father said something they couldn't make out. A door slammed. The house shook. Alex sat on their bed, phone clutched in both hands, trying to decide whether to go downstairs and check on Danny, or stay up here where they couldn't make anything worse by existing in the same room as the fight. The flashlight beam painted a circle on the ceiling, shaking slightly with the tremor in their hands. They were being ridiculous. It was just a reflection. It was just a storm. It was just their brain, tired and stressed, playing tricks in the dark. But when they turned off the flashlight to save battery, and their eyes adjusted again to the lightning-shot darkness, they could see the TV screen across the room, and in it, faintly, their own silhouette sitting on the bed, and next to it, not quite overlapping, not quite separate, another silhouette, sitting the same way but with shoulders a little straighter, head tilted at a slightly different angle as if listening to something Alex couldn't hear. They closed their eyes and counted to 10. When they opened them, the second silhouette was gone. Just the one reflection, perfectly normal, perfectly delayed in the way all reflections were delayed by the time it took light to bounce from object to mirror to eye. That was all it had ever been. That was all it was. The storm hammered on, the power stayed out. Alex's phone battery ticked down to 11%, then 10. Downstairs, the fight seemed to have ended, or at least gone dormant. Danny had stopped crying. The house settled into the creaking quiet of a place, waiting out weather. Alex lay back on their bed, phone face down on their chest to save the screen from draining battery. They stared at the ceiling, tracing the familiar patterns of cracks and water stains. They did not look at the TV. They definitely did not look at the TV. They were not going to give their stupid, paranoid brain any more ammunition by staring at their own reflection in the dark like some kind of idiot. But in the periphery of their vision, in the black glass across the room, they could swear something was moving. Just slightly. Just enough. A slow shifting of weight from foot to foot, even though they were lying perfectly still. Lightning flashed. In that instant of clarity, the reflection showed Alex lying on the bed exactly as they were. Alone, arms at their sides, staring up. Normal. Fine. Nothing wrong. Thunder rolled. Darkness returned. And in the afterimage burned into their retinas, Alex could have sworn they'd seen two figures on the bed. One lying down, one sitting at the edge, back turned, shoulders hunched, as if crying silently into its hands. They sat up so fast their head spun. The phone tumbled off their chest onto the mattress. They fumbled for it, turned on the flashlight, swept the beam across the room. Nothing. No one. Just their room, messy and familiar and empty except for them. The TV screen showed only their own pale face, squinting in the flashlight beam, mouth tight with fear they were trying not to show. "That's not me," Alex whispered, though they weren't sure what they were denying. "That didn't happen. That's not real." In the TV screen, in the edge of the flashlight's spill, their reflection's lips moved a fraction after their own, forming the same words. But its expression was different, not scared, but satisfied, as if it had been waiting for them to say exactly that. The power came back on at 2:17 a.m. The fairy lights blazed to life. The TV made its start-up chime. The house hummed back into electric wakefulness. Alex had been lying rigid in bed for hours, phone dead, eyes aching from staring at shadows, every muscle tensed for something they couldn't name. When the lights came on, they felt simultaneously relieved and exposed, as if something that had been safely hidden in darkness was now revealed. Though when they looked around the room, there was nothing to see. Just their stuff. Just their space. Just them. They got up and turned off the overhead light, leaving only the fairy lights. Their body felt stiff and strange, like they'd been holding the same position too long. In the TV screen, now reflecting the golden glow of the lights instead of darkness, their face looked haggard, circles under their eyes like bruises. They looked away and climbed back into bed, pulling the covers up to their chin even though the room was too warm. Sleep, when it came, was shallow and full of dreams where they were looking at themselves from behind, watching the back of their own head, unable to see what expression they were wearing. The next day was Saturday. Alex woke late to sun streaming through the blinds and the sounds of Danny watching cartoons downstairs. The storm was gone, leaving only wet streets and dripping trees and that particular electric clean smell of ozone and rain. They checked their phone, charging on the nightstand, though they didn't remember plugging it in, and found 23 messages in various group chats, all of them about the storm, about the power outage, about whose neighbourhoods got it worst. They didn't respond to any of them. They lay in bed scrolling through social media, letting the feed wash over them without really registering any of it. Photos of other people's lives, carefully curated and filtered. Jokes they didn't find funny. Arguments about things that felt distant and abstract. Everyone performing a version of themselves for an invisible audience. When they finally dragged themselves downstairs, their mum was doing laundry and their dad was outside clearing branches from the driveway. Danny was building something elaborate with Legos in the living room, tongue poking out in concentration. Everything was aggressively, performatively normal, as if the fight last night had never happened, as if the storm had washed it away along with the leaves and debris. "Morning, sweetie," their mum said, not looking up from sorting whites. "There's cereal in the kitchen. Power's back on, but the Wi-Fi's still being weird." "Okay," Alex said. They poured cereal they didn't want, added milk, sat at the kitchen table picking at it while staring at their phone. In the black screen of the turned-off microwave they could see their reflection. Shoulders hunched, hair uncombed, face blank. It looked like them. It moved like them. When they lifted a spoonful of cereal to their mouth, the reflection lifted its spoon at exactly the same time. Of course it did. That was how reflections worked. But for just a moment in the periphery, they thought they saw the reflection smile before they did. Thought they saw its mouth curve up in anticipation, as if it knew what they were about to do before they knew it themselves. They looked directly at the microwave. The reflection looked back, perfectly synchronized. Normal. Fine. "That's not me," Alex whispered under their breath, so quiet their mum wouldn't hear from the laundry room. That's not how it works." The reflection's expression didn't change, but something in its eyes seemed to sharpen, like a dog hearing its name. The weekend passed. Sunday dinner was tense. Their parents moving around each other carefully, speaking only when necessary, Danny chattering to fill the silence. Alex ate quickly and retreated upstairs, homework undone, friend messages unanswered. They turned on the TV and watched YouTube videos they'd already seen, letting the noise fill the room so they didn't have to think. But every time they glanced away from the screen, every time it went dark between videos or during an ad, they caught glimpses of their reflection. And increasingly they couldn't shake the feeling that it was arriving late. Not by much, just by that fraction of a second. That tiny lag that shouldn't be possible. When they scratched their nose, the reflection scratched its nose just after. When they shifted position, the reflection shifted a moment later. When they pushed their hair back, the reflection's hand arrived at its temple just behind. "Stop it," Alex muttered. "Just stop." But of course it didn't stop because it wasn't real. It was just their eyes, their tired, overstressed brain, their paranoia turning ordinary things sinister. They were imagining it. They had to be imagining it. Monday was worse. Alex dragged through school on 4 hours of sleep, unable to focus in any class, unable to muster the energy to talk to friends. Mara texted them during lunch. "Where are you? We're at the usual table." But Alex stayed in the library instead, hiding in the back corner with a book they pretended to read. They didn't want to explain why they were so tired. Didn't want to hear themselves say out loud that they were afraid of their own reflection. It sounded absurd. It was absurd. But when they went to the bathroom and washed their hands, they avoided looking directly at the mirror. And when they had to look, when curiosity and dread overwhelmed caution, they saw what they expected to see. Themselves, pale and exhausted, dark circles under their eyes, moving in perfect sync with their body, except when they looked away, just as they were turning toward the door, they caught their reflection in the periphery still standing at the sink, still staring straight ahead, not turning, just for a fraction of a second. Then it snapped into place, following them, and when they whipped back to check, it was perfectly synchronized again. "That's not me," they breathed. "That is not me." In the mirror, their reflection mouthed the same words, but its expression was different, knowing, almost amused. Tuesday was the math quiz Alex had forgotten to study for. They sat at their desk staring at problems that might as well have been written in another language, equations that swam and rearranged themselves every time they tried to focus. They wrote down numbers at random, letters at random, anything to fill the blank spaces. When time was called and they had to turn it in, they knew they'd failed, knew they'd have to take it home with a big red F at the top, knew their parents would ask why they weren't trying, knew they'd have to lie or tell a truth they didn't know how to explain. At lunch, Mara found them. "Dude, where have you been? You've been ghosting all weekend." "Just tired," Alex said. It was the truth, but not the truth. "You look like shit. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." The lie tasted like metal. Mara studied them for a long moment, then shrugged. "Okay, well, there's a group of us going to the mall after school if you want to come. Might be good to get out of your head for a bit." "Maybe," Alex said, which meant no, and Mara knew it, but didn't push. That afternoon, walking home, Alex passed a parked car and caught their reflection in the tinted window. They saw themselves walk by, backpack, hoodie, head down. Normal. But then, just at the edge of the reflection's frame, they saw themselves again. A second figure, walking parallel, a few steps behind. When they spun to look, there was nothing there. Just the empty sidewalk, wet with melted frost, dead leaves piled against the curb. They walked faster. Behind them, they could feel it, even though they refused to turn and check. They were sure something was keeping pace. Not their shadow. The sun was wrong for that, hidden behind clouds, but something with their gait, their silhouette, their face. At home, they went straight to their room and closed the door. The TV was off, thank God. They couldn't handle their reflection right now. They sat at their desk and tried to start their homework, but the words on the page wouldn't resolve into meaning. Their mind kept sliding away, kept returning to the car window, the bathroom mirror, the TV screen in the dark. When their mum knocked to ask about dinner, they said they weren't hungry. She pushed. "You need to eat something, honey." But they insisted, and eventually she left them alone. Through the door, they could hear her talking to their dad in that low, urgent tone that meant she was worried. Meant there would be a conversation later about whether they should be concerned, whether this was normal teenage stuff or something else. Alex put on headphones and turned on music loud enough to drown out thought. They lay on their bed and stared at the ceiling, not looking at the turned-off TV, definitely not looking at the turned-off TV. The music was aggressive and meaningless, all distortion and screaming, the kind of thing that usually helped them feel something other than numb. But when they closed their eyes, they saw their own face looking back at them from behind glass, saw their own mouth forming words they'd never said aloud, saw their own eyes, too bright, pupils too wide, staring with an intensity they'd never managed in real life. They opened their eyes. The ceiling stared back, blank and familiar. The music screamed on, and in the dead TV screen across the room, visible in their peripheral vision, their reflection lay on the bed exactly as they did. Except it wasn't looking at the ceiling. It was looking at them. Head turned, eyes tracking them even though Alex hadn't moved, wasn't moving. Its mouth was pressed into a thin line that could have been a smile or could have been something else. Something patient. Something waiting. "That's not me," Alex said out loud over the music. "That is not me." The reflection's mouth moved. Even with the headphones on, even with the music loud enough to make their ears ache, Alex heard its voice, their voice, but wrong, inflectionless and flat, saying, "Liar." They sat bolt upright, ripping the headphones off. The room was silent except for the tinny sound of music still playing from the discarded headphones. The TV screen was black and still. When they looked at it directly, they saw only their own face, pale and frightened, sitting on the bed. Normal, synced. Nothing wrong. But they'd heard it. They'd heard their own voice calling them a liar. They were sure of it. No, they weren't sure. They were tired. They were stressed. They were seeing things, hearing things, making patterns from static. This wasn't real. None of this was real. "That's not me," they said again, quieter. "That's not real. I'm just tired." In the TV screen, their reflection nodded slightly as if agreeing, as if humouring them, as if it knew better. The next few days blurred together. Alex stopped answering messages, stopped trying in class, came home and retreated to their room, door closed, lights off except for the fairy lights. They covered the TV with a blanket, then took the blanket off because covering it felt like admitting something, felt like giving the stupid paranoid part of their brain permission to believe this was real. They left it uncovered and just tried not to look at it, but they couldn't help looking, at the TV, at windows, at their phone's black screen, at any surface that might reflect them back to themselves, and increasingly what they saw didn't quite match. A blink arriving late, a gesture that continued a fraction too long, an expression that didn't feel like one they'd made. Friday after school, Mara cornered them at their locker. "Okay, seriously, what's going on? You've been weird all week, are you mad at us or something?" "No," Alex said. "I'm not. I'm fine." "You keep saying that, but you're obviously not." "I just need space." The words came out sharper than they intended. Mara's face shifted, hurt flashing across it before settling into something more guarded. "Fine, whatever. Let me know when you're done being a hermit." She walked away, and Alex stood at their locker feeling like shit. Feeling like they'd just broken something important. Feeling like they should go after her and apologise. But their feet wouldn't move. Their throat felt too tight for words. They closed their locker and caught their reflection in the metal, distorted by the curve of the door but recognisable. Their own face looking back. Except the mouth was curved in a tiny smile. Not Alex's smile. The reflection's smile. The late one. They turned away and walked home, and if they felt something following them, something walking just slightly behind, matching their pace, they told themselves it was just their shadow, just their imagination, just the weight of a bad week settling across their shoulders like hands. That night, the power went out again. Not a storm this time, just an outage, some problem with the grid that plunged the neighbourhood into darkness. At 8 p.m, Alex was in their room doing homework they wouldn't finish, and when the lights died they sat in the sudden dark, heart immediately hammering. Before their eyes adjusted, and they could see the faint glow from streetlights outside filtered through the blinds, they grabbed their phone, 30% battery, and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, painting harsh shadows. They swept it around the room, checking corners, checking the closet, checking under the bed like a little kid looking for monsters. Nothing. Just their stuff. Just their room. The TV screen was dark. They pointed the flashlight at it and saw their own reflection caught in the beam, squinting, face tight with fear. Behind them, the rest of the room faded into shadow. The reflection squinted back, mouth pressed into a thin line. Alex turned off the flashlight. Needed to save battery. In the dimness, their eyes adjusted again to the ambient light from outside. Enough to see shapes, enough to navigate, not enough to see clearly. The TV screen became a black mirror again, and in it, faintly, they could see themselves sitting at their desk, facing the screen. They watched. The reflection watched back. For a long moment, nothing happened. Just the two of them, staring at each other across the surface of the glass. Then the reflection moved. Not a lot. Just a slight shifting of weight, a tilting of the head. Alex hadn't moved. They were sure they hadn't moved. But the figure in the glass adjusted its posture, straightened its shoulders, and smiled. That late smile, that knowing smile, the one that started at the corners and spread too wide. "No," Alex whispered. "No, that's not me. That's not real." The reflection's smile widened. Its mouth moved, forming words Alex couldn't hear, but they could read the lips. "Yes, it is." Alex stood up fast enough to send their chair rolling back. The reflection stood too, but not quite at the same time, a fraction of a second after. They backed toward the door. The reflection backed toward the door. They raised a hand to the doorknob. The reflection raised its hand. They turned the knob and pulled. The door didn't open. They pulled harder. It didn't budge. Behind them, in the TV screen, their reflection stood with its hand on a doorknob that turned easily, that opened onto darkness, that let it step back into what? Into where? Alex spun to face the TV. The reflection was standing in the centre of the screen now, not at the door. Just standing there, hands at its sides, head tilted, watching. The door in the reflection was closed again. Had it ever opened? Had Alex imagined it? They tried the door again. This time it opened easily, swinging into the lit hallway where the battery-powered nightlight glowed dimly. Their dad's voice drifted up from downstairs. Power should be back in an hour or so, they said. Their mum said something back Alex couldn't make out. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. But when Alex looked back at their room, at the TV screen visible from the doorway, they could swear the reflection wasn't standing where they were standing. It was closer to the screen, pressed up against the inside of the glass, palms flat against the surface, staring out. They closed the door and went downstairs, where their family was gathering candles and discussing whether to order pizza before the delivery places got too backed up. Danny was building something with Legos by flashlight. Their mum was checking her phone for updates. Everything was normal. Alex sat on the couch and tried to be present, tried to participate in the conversation, tried to ignore the fact that every dark surface, the blank TV in the living room, the window reflecting the candlelight, the screen of their mum's phone when it went dark between refreshes, showed them something slightly off. A version of themselves that wasn't quite synced, a smile that arrived late, eyes that were too bright, too awake, too aware. When the power came back on 40 minutes later, everyone cheered. Danny immediately turned on the TV to resume his cartoons. Their mum started on dishes. Their dad opened his laptop to catch up on work. Alex sat on the couch for another few minutes, staring at the living room TV where cartoon characters capered and shouted, and tried to feel relieved. But they couldn't shake the image burned into their mind, their reflection with its palms pressed against the glass, staring out, as if testing the barrier between inside and outside, as if measuring its strength, as if planning. That night, Alex dreamed they were standing in front of a mirror. Not the TV, just a regular mirror, the kind you'd find in a bathroom. Their reflection stood on the other side, wearing their face but not their expression. It raised its hand and pressed it against the glass. Alex raised their hand too, pressing palm to palm, the mirror between them. The glass was warm, soft. It gave slightly under pressure, like the surface of a balloon. The reflection pressed harder. Alex pressed back, trying to keep it in, trying to maintain the barrier, but the glass kept softening, kept stretching. The reflection's fingers started to break through, pushing into Alex's palm, intertwining with their own fingers. "Stop," Alex said. "Stay there. You're not me." The reflection's other hand came up, pressed against the glass. Both hands now pushing through, forearms emerging, elbows. The glass stretched around it like membrane. "I am you," the reflection said, its voice exactly like Alex's voice, coming from Alex's mouth. "I'm every thought you're too afraid to think, every word you won't say, every version of you that you pretend doesn't exist. That's not true." But even in the dream, Alex could feel the lie. The reflection's face pushed through the glass now, emerging like something being born, features distorting and then resolving. "You keep saying, 'That's not me.' But it is, and the more you deny it, the stronger I get. The more I become separate, the more I become real." Alex woke up gasping, tangled in their sheets, heart hammering. It was 3:47 a.m. according to their phone. The house was silent. They lay in the dark, trying to calm their breathing, trying to convince themselves it was just a nightmare, just stress, just their brain processing anxiety through weird symbolism. But when they finally worked up the courage to look at the TV screen, they saw their reflection lying in bed just as they were. And for a long moment it didn't move, just lay there, perfectly still, watching them, even though Alex's eyes were barely open, barely visible in the darkness, as if it had been lying there all night, awake, waiting for them to notice. Alex closed their eyes and pulled the covers over their head, and didn't come out until morning light made the darkness less absolute. The weekend was worse. Saturday morning, Alex looked in the bathroom mirror while brushing their teeth and saw their reflection's eyes move before their own eyes moved, tracking something Alex hadn't seen yet. When they turned their head to follow the gaze, their reflection turned its head a moment later. The timing reversed. When they leaned closer to the mirror, examining their own tired face, their reflection seemed to lean closer too, but from a position slightly different, at an angle that didn't match the geometry of the room. They avoided mirrors for the rest of the day, covered the TV with a blanket again, even though it felt like defeat, kept their phone face down so they wouldn't have to see their face in the black screen, took a shower with their eyes closed, feeling for the soap and shampoo without looking, terrified of what they might see in the glass door if they opened their eyes at the wrong moment. Sunday night, after a particularly bad day, failed quiz returned with the red F they'd expected, Mara still not answering their apology texts, parents fighting again about money and voices that carried through the walls, Alex ended up back on the floor in front of the TV, the blanket pulled off, lights turned off, phone dead somewhere under the bed. They sat cross-legged staring at the black screen and tried to figure out what they were doing. Testing something, maybe. Confronting something. They weren't sure. The TV reflected them back. A huddled figure in the dimness, face barely visible, eyes catching what little light came through the window. For a moment, the reflection was perfectly synchronized. Just them. Just their tired, messy, anxious self. Then the reflection's posture straightened slightly. Its shoulders squared, its chin lifted. The expression on its face shifted from tired to alert, from anxious to confident. It smiled, not the late smile, but something else. Something that looked almost sympathetic, almost kind. "I know what you're thinking," Alex said aloud. Their voice sounded strange in the quiet room. "I know what you're made of. You're supposed to be all my worst thoughts, right? All the shit I won't admit to?" The reflection tilted its head slightly, listening. "That's the story anyway. That's the legend. You get stronger when I deny you. When I say that's not me. When I try to pretend you don't exist." Alex pulled their knees up to their chest, wrapped their arms around them. "So what happens if I don't deny you? What happens if I just admit it?" The reflection's smile faltered. For a moment it looked uncertain, an expression Alex had never seen on its face before. "I'm angry," Alex said. The words came out rough, catching in their throat. "I'm angry all the time. At my parents for fighting. At myself for fucking everything up. At my friends for not understanding. At the world for being this way. I think about screaming sometimes. About throwing things. About breaking stuff until something changes." In the TV screen, the reflection watched. Listened. Its expression was hard to read in the dimness. "I'm jealous," Alex continued, "of people who seem normal, who seem happy, who don't have to try so hard just to get through the day. I see them, and I think, why them? Why not me? What did I do wrong?" The reflection's outline seemed to blur slightly at the edges, like smoke beginning to dissipate. "I've thought about hurting people. Not seriously, not like planning it or anything, but in my head. In the moment when someone says something shitty or when I can't take it anymore, I think about what I could say back. The cruelest thing. The thing that would destroy them. And part of me wants to say it just to see what would happen." Alex's voice was shaking now, but they kept going. This was the point, wasn't it? This was the test. "I've wished I could disappear. I've thought about what it would be like if I just wasn't here anymore. If nobody had to deal with me. If I didn't have to deal with me. And sometimes that thought is the most comforting thing I have." In the TV screen, the reflection shuddered. Its edges blurred more, bleeding into the darkness around it. But it didn't vanish. It stayed there, watching, as if waiting for something else. Alex took a shaking breath. "But here's the thing. Yeah, I think those things. Yeah, they're me. But they're not all of me. They're just the worst parts, the loudest parts when I'm tired or scared. They're real, but they're not the whole truth." The reflection's mouth moved, forming words. Alex couldn't hear them, but they could read the lips. "That's denial. You're still pushing me away." "No," Alex said. "I'm not denying you exist. I'm just saying you're not in charge. You're not the real me. You're just part of it. The part I have to learn to deal with instead of pretending it's not there." The reflection stared at them for a long moment. Then it smiled. That late smile. The one that showed too many teeth. Its hands came up, pressed against the inside of the screen. The TV's surface bulged inward, slightly, like a soap bubble pushed from behind. Alex's breath caught. "You think it's that easy?" The reflection's voice was faint, distorted, like something heard through water. But unmistakably Alex's voice. "You think you can just acknowledge me and I'll go away?" "I don't know," Alex said honestly. Their heart was hammering, but they kept their voice steady. "Maybe not. But the legend said you get stronger when I deny you. So maybe you get weaker when I don't." The reflection laughed, a sound that made Alex's skin crawl because it was their laugh, but hollow, echoing in a space that shouldn't exist. "Or maybe you've just invited me in. Maybe by admitting I'm you, you've given me permission to be here, to be real." The pressure on the screen increased. The bulge grew more pronounced, the glass bending impossibly without breaking. Alex could see the outline of fingers pressing through, the suggestion of palms, knuckles white with effort. Their first instinct was to run, to flee downstairs to where their parents were, to anywhere that had other people and light and normalcy. But they'd been running all week, running from mirrors, from reflections, from dark screens, running from the parts of themselves they didn't want to see, and it hadn't helped. If anything, it had made things worse. "Fine," Alex said, forcing themselves to stay seated to keep watching. "You want to be real? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about every shitty thing I've ever thought." The reflection paused, fingers still pressed against the screen but no longer pushing. "What?" "You heard me. You're made of my worst thoughts, right? My deepest fears? All the things I'm ashamed of?" Alex's voice was getting louder, emotion bleeding through despite their efforts to stay calm. "Then let's go through them. Let's see how scary they really are when I actually look at them." The reflection drew back slightly, uncertainty flickering across its features. Alex pressed on. "I thought about hurting Mara earlier this week. When she asked if I was okay and I said I was fine, I thought about telling her the truth in the cruelest way possible. About saying, yeah, I'm fine, I'm just realizing that none of you actually care. You're just asking because it's what you're supposed to do. I wanted to make her feel as shitty as I felt." In the screen, the reflection was watching with an unreadable expression. "But I didn't say it, because thinking something and doing something are different things. Because I know the difference between a bad impulse and an actual decision. Because I actually do care about her, even when I'm angry and hurt and want to lash out." "That's convenient," the reflection said. "Very noble of you, but you still thought it. You still felt it. That anger is real." "Yeah, it is. I just said that. I'm not denying the anger is real, but I'm also not letting it control me. There's a difference." The reflection's smile twisted. "What about the other stuff? What about when you wished your dad would just leave? When your parents were fighting and you thought, I wish he would just go and never come back. You felt guilty about that one. I know you did. Because what if it came true? What if thinking it was enough to make it happen?" Alex flinched. That one hit deeper. A memory from 3 months ago. A particularly bad fight. A thought that had flashed through their mind so vividly it felt like a wish. Like a curse they'd spoken into existence. Their dad had left for 2 days after that fight. Had come back. But for those 2 days, Alex had been convinced it was their fault. That thinking it had made it real. "That's magical thinking," Alex said. But their voice wavered. "That's not how the world works." "Isn't it?" The reflection leaned closer to the screen, and Alex could see their own features in sharp detail now, despite the dimness. Every worry line, every dark circle, every hint of the person they were afraid they were becoming. "You think your thoughts don't matter? You think what goes on in your head doesn't shape who you are? Of course it matters, but it doesn't define me. I'm not just my thoughts. I'm what I choose to do with them." Such wisdom. The reflection's voice dripped with mockery. "Tell me, what about the night last year when you stood in the bathroom with that bottle of pills from the medicine cabinet? When you counted them out, when you looked at yourself in the mirror and thought about what would happen if you took all of them? You didn't do it, obviously, but you thought about it. For a long time, you sat there and you planned it out." Alex's throat closed. They couldn't speak for a moment, couldn't breathe. That night, they'd tried so hard to forget that night, to pretend it had never happened. Had told themselves it wasn't serious, wasn't real, was just a bad moment that didn't count because they hadn't actually done anything. "I was in a bad place," Alex finally managed. It was the worst I'd ever felt, but I didn't do it. Because you were too scared. Not because you didn't want to. No." Alex shook their head, tears burning behind their eyes. "Because I realized I didn't actually want to die. I wanted the pain to stop. Those are different things. And I found other ways to deal with it. I talked to someone, I got help. You told the school counsellor you were stressed about grades. You didn't tell anyone the truth. I told them enough. I told them what I could. And it helped. I'm still here. I'm still trying." The reflection was silent for a moment, studying them. Its hands were no longer pressed against the screen, just resting there, fingers splayed. When it spoke again, its voice was quieter, less mocking. "What about the stuff you haven't told anyone? What about the thoughts you have about hurting yourself now? Not seriously, not planning it, but just The intrusive thoughts. The ones that pop up when you're standing near a street or holding something sharp or looking down from somewhere high. Just a flash of what if. Just your brain showing you the worst possibility. Everyone has those, Alex said, but their voice was uncertain. Do they? Are you sure? Or is that just what you tell yourself so you don't have to think about what it means that you have them? Alex wiped their eyes with the back of their hand, frustrated by the tears. I don't know. Maybe everyone doesn't. Maybe I'm fucked up. Maybe there is something wrong with me. But having the thoughts doesn't mean I want to act on them. Intrusive thoughts are they're just static. They're just noise. Noise that sounds a lot like your own voice. Yeah, because it is my voice. It's my brain. But my brain also tells me I forgot to lock the door when I know I locked it. Or that everyone hates me when I know they don't. Or that the plane's going to crash when planes are statistically the safest way to travel. My brain is wrong about stuff all the time, just because I think something doesn't make it true. The reflection tilted its head, considering. What about the things that are true? The things you know are accurate but don't want to admit? Like how much you resent Danny sometimes. Alex's jaw tightened. I don't. Yes, you do. You resent him because he's younger, because things are easier for him, because your parents don't fight as much when he's around, because he gets to be a kid and you had to grow up faster, because when you were his age things were different and you didn't get to be as carefree as he is now. That's not his fault. No, it's not. But you still feel it. You still look at him and think, must be nice. You still get annoyed when your parents ask you to help with him, to watch him, to be the responsible one. You still think, why do I have to be the mature one? Why can't I just be taken care of? Because I'm older. Because that's how it works. Because you don't have a choice. Because if you weren't mature, if you weren't responsible, everything would fall apart. Your parents are barely holding it together. Danny's too young to understand. So you have to be okay. You have to be fine. You have to keep it together because if you don't, who will? The tears were falling freely now, and Alex didn't bother to wipe them away. The reflection was right. All of it was true. All of it was thoughts they'd had and tried to bury, tried to pretend didn't exist because acknowledging them made them feel like a terrible person. What kind of older sibling resented a little kid who hadn't done anything wrong? What kind of person got angry at their parents for struggling? What kind of teenager couldn't handle normal stress without falling apart? I'm so tired, Alex whispered. I'm tired of pretending I'm okay. I'm tired of holding everything in. I'm tired of being the one who has to keep it together. The reflection's expression softened. For a moment it looked almost sad. Sad in a way that felt genuine, not mocking. I know, it said. That's why I'm here. I'm all the things you can't say, all the feelings you can't express, all the versions of you that you have to keep locked away. So what do you want? What happens now? That depends on you. The reflection's hands pressed against the screen again, but gently this time, not pushing. You can keep fighting me. Keep insisting I'm not you, that I'm something separate, something foreign. Keep the boundary between us solid. Or what? Or you can let me out. Let me speak for you. Let me say all the things you're too afraid to say. Let me be angry for you, hurt for you, cruel for you. Let me take over all the parts of being human that you find too difficult. Alex stared at their reflection, at their own face, twisted with an expression they recognized as their own, but had never let themselves wear in public. An expression of rage and pain and exhaustion and desperation all mixed together. It was them. It absolutely was them. All the parts they hid, all the feelings they suppressed, all the thoughts they were ashamed to have. And in that moment, Alex understood the real trap. It wasn't about denial. The reflection didn't just get stronger when you said, that's not me. It got stronger when you said, that is me, and then let it take over. When you decided that your worst impulses and darkest thoughts were your true self, and everything else was pretense. When you gave up trying to be better than your base instincts. The legend had gotten it wrong, or maybe Alex had misunderstood it. The doppelganger didn't replace you by force. It replaced you by permission, by convincing you that you were too tired to fight it, that it would be easier to just let go, to let the anger and pain and fear drive for a while. No, Alex said. The reflection's expression flickered with something. Surprise? Disappointment? No, you're not all of me. You're part of me. Yeah, you're real. but so is the part that chose not to take those pills. The part that apologised to Mara even though she hasn't answered yet. The part that helps Danny with his homework even when I'm exhausted. The part that keeps trying even when it feels pointless. That part is exhausted. That part is failing. Maybe. Probably. But it's still trying. And that has to count for something. The reflection's hands pressed harder against the screen, and the glass bulged dangerously. You can't keep this up forever. Eventually you'll break. Eventually you'll slip. And when you do, I'll be there. I'm always there. I'm the voice in your head when you're alone at 3 a.m. I'm the face in every mirror. I'm every thought you're afraid to finish thinking. I know. And I'll probably slip. I'll probably fuck up. I'll probably have days where you're louder than anything else. Alex stood up, legs shaky but holding. But that doesn't mean I have to give you control. That doesn't mean I have to let you speak for me. You're making this so much harder than it needs to be. Yeah, probably. But here's the thing. Alex took a step closer to the TV, close enough to see their own reflection in sharp detail, close enough to make out the differences between them and the thing wearing their face. You keep saying you're me. You keep saying you're all the parts I don't want to admit, but you're wrong. You're not those parts. You're my fear of those parts. You're what happens when I take every bad thought and every dark impulse and magnify it, blow it up until it's the only thing I can see. You're the story I tell myself about who I am when I'm at my worst. The reflection's face twisted with anger. Real anger. The kind Alex recognised from their own mirror at their most frustrated. That's semantics. That's just word games. I'm still you. No, you're a reflection, a distortion. You're real, but you're not the truth. The truth is more complicated than just all my bad thoughts. The truth is I'm a person trying to deal with shit that's hard, and sometimes I have terrible thoughts, and sometimes I'm angry and hurt and cruel, but those moments don't define me. They're part of the picture, but they're not the whole thing. The reflection screamed, a sound that came from the TV speakers and shouldn't have been possible, a sound that made Alex flinch and step back. The screen surface rippled like water. The room's lights flickered even though the power was on, even though there was no reason for them to flicker. Thunder rolled outside, distant but getting closer. You don't get to dismiss me! The reflection's voice was louder now, filling the room, reverberating. You don't get to categorize me as just fear or just distortion and make me go away. I'm every thought you've ever been ashamed of, every impulse you've suppressed, every version of you that you've killed before it could be born. I'm real! I know you're real, Alex shouted back. I just said that. I'm not trying to make you disappear. I'm just saying you don't get to be in charge. You don't get to tell me who I am. The TV screen cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading from the centre where the reflection's palms pressed against the glass. Through the cracks, darkness seemed to seep, thicker than shadow, wrong in a way that made Alex's skin crawl. The reflection's face appeared through the breaks, features distorted by the shattered glass but unmistakably theirs, unmistakably filled with rage. I am who you are, it screamed. I am what you are when no one's watching, when you don't have to pretend, when you can finally be honest. No, Alex was crying again, but their voice didn't waver. You're what I'm afraid I am. There's a difference. There's always been a difference. The thunder was right overhead now, shaking the walls. Lightning flashed, whiting out the room. In that instant of perfect illumination, Alex saw the reflection clearly, saw their own face, their own features, but twisted with an expression of such absolute rage and desperation that it looked alien, not like a person, but like a thing wearing a person's face. And in seeing it like that, in seeing how distorted it had become, Alex understood something else. By fighting it, by feeding it with fear and shame, they'd made it worse. The more they'd panicked, the more they'd tried to push it away, the more power they'd given it. Not because denial made it strong, but because fear made it strong. Terror made it strong. The conviction that if this thing was real, if this thing was them, then they were irredeemable. When the lightning faded and the darkness crashed back in, Alex took a deep breath. I'm sorry, they said. The reflection paused, hands still pressed against the cracking screen but no longer pushing. What? I'm sorry. I've been treating you like you're something evil, like you're my enemy. But you're not. You're just the part of me that's in pain, the part that's scared and angry and desperate. And I've been trying to lock you away instead of actually dealing with you. The cracks in the screen stopped spreading. The darkness seeping through them seemed to retreat slightly. You think an apology fixes this? The reflection's voice was quieter now, uncertain. No, but it's a start. Alex sat down on the floor again, cross-legged, facing the TV. Look, I don't know what you are exactly. Maybe you're just in my head. Maybe you're something more. But either way, fighting you isn't working. So maybe we can try something else. Like what? Like I stop pretending you don't exist. I stop acting like having dark thoughts makes me a monster. I stop being so afraid of you that I give you all this power. The reflection stared at them for a long moment. Slowly, almost cautiously, it lowered its hands from the screen. You think it's that easy? You think you can just accept me and I'll become tame? Harmless? I don't think you'll become harmless. I think you'll always be there. I think I'll always have angry thoughts and scared thoughts and cruel thoughts. But maybe if I stop treating them like they're going to destroy me, they won't have to manifest as... Alex gestured at the cracked screen. Whatever this is. This is you, the reflection said, but without the venom from before. This is what happens when you push everything down for so long it has nowhere else to go. Yeah, I know, and that's something I need to fix. Not by getting rid of you, but by actually dealing with the shit I'm going through. By talking to someone, by not trying to handle everything alone. You tried that. You told the counsellor you were stressed about grades. Because I was afraid to tell the truth. But maybe I need to be less afraid. Maybe I need to actually ask for help instead of just going through the motions. The reflection sat down on its side of the screen, mirroring Alex's position. For the first time since this started, they looked like an actual reflection. Same posture, same expression, moving in sync. What if they can't help? What if you tell them everything and nothing changes? Then at least I tried. At least I was honest. That has to be better than keeping it all locked inside until it turns into... Alex looked around the room, at the cracked TV, at the shadows that seemed darker than they should be. This. They sat in silence for a moment, just looking at each other. The storm outside was moving away, the thunder growing more distant. In the gaps between rumbles, Alex could hear the normal sounds of their house. Their dad watching TV downstairs, their mum washing dishes, Danny laughing at something on his tablet. Ordinary life, continuing in the spaces around their crisis. I'm still here, the reflection said quietly. I'm still part of you. This doesn't make me go away. I know. And you'll slip. You'll have bad days, days when I'm all you can hear. Probably. Yeah. So what's different? What's actually changed? Alex thought about that. I guess what's different is I'm not going to be as afraid of you anymore. I'm not going to treat every bad thought like it's proof I'm a terrible person. I'm not going to give you so much power by believing you're the real me and everything else is fake. The reflection smiled. Not the late smile, not the too wide grin, but something that looked almost genuine. You know this isn't how the legend ends, right? In the story, the doppelganger either takes over or gets banished. There's no version where you just coexist with it. Maybe I'm making a new version of the story. Or maybe you're just in denial in a different way. Maybe this is just another form of pushing me away. Maybe, Alex shrugged. I don't know. I'm making this up as I go. But I know fighting you wasn't working, and I know pretending you weren't real wasn't working, so I'm trying this instead. The reflection studied them for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Okay. I don't think I have a choice. You're the one in control, ultimately. I'm just the passenger. The part of you that doesn't get to drive. I don't think that's quite right either. I think you get to have a voice. I think you get to be heard. But you don't get to take over. There's a difference between listening to your fear and anger and letting your fear and anger make all your decisions. The reflection leaned back, resting its palms on the floor behind it. In the cracked TV screen, it looked like a funhouse mirror image. Recognizable, but distorted. So what happens now? I don't know. I guess we figure it out together. That sounds exhausting, Alex laughed, surprising themselves. It came out shaky but genuine. Yeah, it really does. The reflection didn't laugh, but the corners of its mouth turned up slightly. Not the late smile, just a normal, tired half smile that matched the one Alex could feel on their own face. Hey, Alex said, can I ask you something? You're literally talking to yourself. You can ask whatever you want. Why did you show up now? Why during that first storm? Why not before? The reflection was quiet for a moment, considering. Because you needed me to. Because you were pushing so much down that it had to come out somehow. Because you were so afraid of being seen, really seen, with all your flaws and fears visible, that you created me to be that. To be the thing you're afraid people will see if they look close enough. That's... Alex's throat tightened. That's probably true. I know. I'm made of things you know but don't want to admit. So if I start actually being honest about this stuff, actually letting people see me without the mask, do you go away? I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe I just get quieter, less insistent. Maybe I stop having to break through TV screens to be heard. Alex looked at the cracks in the TV screen, the damaged surface that would need to be explained somehow to their parents, another problem to add to the pile, but somehow it seemed less overwhelming than it had a few minutes ago. I should probably call someone tomorrow, Alex said. The counsellor, or maybe a therapist. Tell them I need to talk about more than just being stressed about grades. You're terrified of doing that. Yeah, but I'm also terrified of ending up back in that bathroom with a bottle of pills. And I'm terrified of pushing away everyone who cares about me. And I'm terrified of turning into someone I don't recognise. Alex met the reflection's gaze. So I guess I get to choose which fear to listen to. The reflection nodded slowly. For what it's worth, I don't actually want you to take those pills. I don't actually want you to hurt yourself. I just want you to acknowledge that you've thought about it, that the pain is real. The pain is real, Alex repeated. The thoughts are real. I'm not handling things well. I need help, and that's okay. It doesn't make me broken. It just makes me human. Very therapists speak of you. I'm practicing. They sat for a while longer in silence. The storm had passed completely now, leaving only the sound of water dripping from the eaves and the ordinary nighttime sounds of the house. Eventually Alex stood up, legs stiff from sitting on the floor for so long. In the cracked TV screen their reflection stood too, perfectly synced this time, matching Alex's movements exactly. I'm going to bed, Alex said. Are you going to be here in the morning? I'm always here. I'm just not always loud. Okay. Alex moved toward their bed, then paused. Hey, thanks. I don't know, for helping me figure some of this out, I guess, even if you were terrifying about it. The reflection tilted its head, expression unreadable in the dim light. I'm literally a manifestation of your own psychological distress. I don't think you need to thank me. Maybe not, but I'm going to anyway. Alex climbed into bed without turning off the fairy lights. They'd been sleeping, in total darkness all week, afraid of what they might see in the shadows, but somehow that felt wrong now. They left the lights on and lay on their back, staring at the ceiling. Out of the corner of their eye, they could see the TV screen, cracked and dark but no longer menacing. Just a broken TV that would need explaining in the morning. When they finally drifted off to sleep, they didn't dream of mirrors or reflections or hands pushing through glass. They dreamed they were walking through their house, turning on all the lights, opening all the curtains, letting the sun in. In the dream, their reflection followed them from room to room, not behind them, but beside them, walking at the same pace, facing the same direction, not leading, not chasing, just there. Alex woke up Monday morning feeling, not better, exactly, but different. Less like they were drowning, more like they were treading water. Still exhausted, still stressed, still scared. But maybe a little less alone. They avoided looking at the TV as they got dressed for school. The cracks were even more visible in the daylight, spreading across the screen like a frozen lightning bolt. They'd have to explain it somehow, and they weren't looking forward to that conversation. But that was a problem for later. At breakfast, their mum asked about the TV. What happened? Did you knock something into it? Alex could have lied. Could have made up a story about their controller flying out of their hands, about an accident. But they thought about the conversation with their reflection, about choosing honesty over comfortable fiction. I had a panic attack, they said. The words came out more easily than they expected. During the storm, I kind of freaked out. Their mum's expression shifted from annoyed to concerned. Oh, honey, are you okay? Should we talk to someone about this? Yeah, maybe. I think I need to talk to someone. We can call Dr. Rashid's office, or maybe the school counsellor. I want to see an actual therapist. someone outside of school. Their mum exchanged a glance with their dad, who had looked up from his coffee. "Okay," she said carefully, "we can do that. It might take a few days to get an appointment, but we'll figure it out." Alex nodded, forcing themselves to maintain eye contact even though every instinct screamed to look away, to minimise, to say, "Never mind, I'm fine." But they weren't fine, and saying they were fine hadn't been helping. At school they found Mara before homeroom. She was at her locker, pointedly not looking in Alex's direction. "Hey," Alex said. "Hey." Mara's voice was cool, but she didn't walk away. "I'm sorry for being a shitty friend last week. I know I've been weird and distant and I blew you off when you were trying to help." Mara closed her locker and turned to face them, arms crossed. "You want to tell me what's actually going on? Because you've been acting like I did something wrong when I was just trying to be there for you." Alex took a breath. This was the hard part. "I've been having a rough time, not just school stress, like actual mental health stuff, and I didn't know how to talk about it, so I just pushed everyone away instead." Mara's expression softened slightly. "Oh, shit. Alex, you could have told me that. I know, I was scared you'd think I was being dramatic or attention-seeking or something. I wouldn't think that. I'm your friend, dumbass. That's literally the opposite of how friendship works. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry." They stood in the hallway for a moment, the flow of students moving around them. Finally Mara sighed and dropped her arms. "Okay, apology accepted. But seriously, you have to actually talk to me when stuff is going on. I can't help if you ice me out." "I'll try. I'm also going to try to see a therapist, so, working on it." "Good." Mara bumped her shoulder against Alex's. "Come sit with us at lunch. We've missed you." "Yeah, okay." The day wasn't magically better. Alex still struggled to focus in class, still felt the familiar weight of anxiety pressing down on their chest. But it felt more manageable somehow, like they'd put down a bag they'd been carrying for too long and their shoulders could finally relax. At lunch, sitting with their friends, Alex caught their reflection in the window across the cafeteria. Just for a second, a glimpse of their own face overlaid with the parking lot beyond, and for that second they saw it. The slight delay, the expression that didn't quite match, the reflection looking back at them with eyes a little too aware. But it wasn't pressing against the glass, wasn't trying to break through, just there, watching, waiting. Alex looked away and turned back to the conversation, to Mara's story about something funny that had happened in her art class, and when they laughed it felt real. Not forced, not performed, just an actual response to something actually amusing. The weeks that followed weren't easy. The first therapist appointment was awkward and uncomfortable, and Alex spent most of it carefully editing what they said, trying to present a version of their problems that seemed serious enough to justify being there, but not so serious that they'd be seen as too broken. The second appointment was better. By the third, they'd started actually talking about the dark thoughts, the intrusive images, the night with the pills. Dr. Chen, their therapist, had nodded and taken notes and said things like, "That's a very common experience," and "Those sound like intrusive thoughts, which are a symptom of anxiety, not a reflection of who you are." And somehow, hearing a professional say that made it feel less terrifying, less like proof they were a monster, more like just a thing that happened to brains under stress. They still saw the reflection, still caught glimpses in dark screens and turned off monitors and windows at night. The delay was still there sometimes, that fraction of a second lag that shouldn't be possible, but it was quieter now, less aggressive. When they saw it, they acknowledged it. "Hey, there you are," and then moved on. Didn't stare, didn't engage, didn't feed it with fear. Sometimes, late at night when the anxiety was bad and the dark thoughts were loud, they'd sit in front of their computer's blank screen and talk to the reflection. Not out loud. They weren't that far gone, but in their head. "Okay, I hear you. Yes, that's a scary thought. Yes, I'm afraid of that. But I'm still here, and I'm still trying." And the reflection would look back at them, wearing their face, and eventually nod and fade back into just being a normal reflection again. Just light and glass and the physics of surfaces. Nothing more sinister than that. The cracked TV never got fully replaced. Their parents couldn't afford a new one right now, and the broken one still technically worked for Danny's video games, even if the picture was distorted around the cracks. But Alex covered it with a blanket at night anyway. Not because they were afraid of what they'd see in it, but because they'd started to associate the TV with those awful dark hours, and they didn't need that reminder staring at them while they tried to sleep. One night in early spring, another storm rolled through, bigger than the first one, loud enough to shake the windows and knock out power again. Alex sat on their bed with a flashlight, listening to the thunder, waiting to see if the fear would come roaring back, waiting to see their reflection come unstuck from time again, pressing against the glass. But when they looked at their phone's dark screen, they saw only themselves, tired, a little scared of the storm but not panicking, just a person sitting in the dark, waiting for the power to come back on. They smiled, tentative, testing, and their reflection smiled back at exactly the same moment. No delay, no distortion, just a regular reflection doing what reflections do. "You still there?" Alex whispered to the darkness. The reflection in the phone screen didn't change, but in their head they heard, or felt, or imagined, it didn't really matter which, a quiet voice that sounded exactly like their own. "Always. But I'm quieter now. You're listening to other things more." "Is that how it works?" "I don't know. You're the one in charge." Alex thought about that. "I guess I am." The storm raged on outside, but they weren't afraid of it anymore. Not because the fear was gone, they could still feel it, still hear the anxious voice cataloguing everything that could go wrong, but because it was just one voice among many now, not the only one, not the loudest one. When the power came back on an hour later, Alex turned off the flashlight and lay back in bed. The fairy lights cast their soft glow across the room, painting everything in gold. In the broken TV screen, they could see their reflection lying in the same position, peaceful and still. They closed their eyes and drifted towards sleep, and if their reflection stayed awake a little longer, watching with eyes that were maybe a fraction too bright, maybe too aware, well, that was okay. It was part of them after all, the part that stayed vigilant when the rest of them rested, the part that held all the fear and anger and pain so the rest of them could function. Not an enemy, not a monster, just the shadow cast by the light of trying to be okay. In the morning, there would be school and friends and therapy and all the ordinary struggles of being a teenager trying to figure out who they were and who they wanted to become. There would be bad days and good days and days where they couldn't tell the difference. There would be moments when the dark thoughts came screaming back, when the reflection in the mirror would look a little too knowing, a little too hungry. But there would also be moments of genuine laughter and connection and peace. Moments when they felt like themselves, not a perfect self, not the self they pretended to be, but the messy, complicated self that was actually real. And maybe that was enough. Maybe that was all anyone could really ask for. The next time a thunderstorm rolled through and knocked out the power, 3 weeks later, during a late spring deluge that turned the streets into rivers, Alex lit candles and sat downstairs with their family. Danny was nervous about the thunder, so they played card games by candlelight and told stories. Their dad did funny voices. Their mum made hot chocolate on the gas stove. It was almost nice in a way, almost like they were a family that did things together instead of a collection of people who happened to live in the same house. When Alex eventually went upstairs to their room, they stood in the doorway for a moment, looking at the TV with its spiderweb of cracks. The screen was dark, reflecting the dim glow of their candle. They could see themselves in it, shadowy and indistinct, features blurred by the flickering light. They waited, watching. The reflection watched back. Neither of them moved out of sync. Neither of them smiled at the wrong time. It was just Alex and their reflection, existing in the same moment, perfectly aligned. "Hey," Alex said softly, "we good?" The reflection didn't answer, couldn't answer, because it was just a reflection, just light bouncing off glass. But Alex felt a sense of quiet agreement anyway, a loosening of tension they'd been carrying for months. They set the candle on their dresser and climbed into bed. Tomorrow they had therapy, and they'd been planning to talk about the doppelganger, about what it had meant, about whether it had been real or just a manifestation of their anxiety spiralling out of control. They still weren't sure themselves. Maybe it didn't matter. Maybe the point wasn't whether it had been objectively real, but what they'd learned from believing it was. The storm hammered against the windows. Lightning flashed, turning the room stark white for an instant. In that flash, Alex saw their reflection in the cracked TV clearly, saw their own face, calm and still, watching them without malice or hunger. Just watching, just being there. When the darkness returned, they weren't afraid of what might be moving in it. Summer came. The TV got replaced eventually. Their dad found a good deal at a yard sale, and they hauled the broken one to the curb for bulk trash pickup. Alex helped carry it down the stairs, and as they set it on the curb, they looked one last time at the cracked screen. In the daylight, it reflected nothing but sky and clouds and the street behind them, just a broken piece of electronics waiting to be taken away. "You okay?" their dad asked, noticing them staring. "Yeah, it's weird, you know. That TV was in my room for years. Time for an upgrade anyway. New TV, new start." Alex smiled. Something like that. They stood there for a moment longer looking at the broken screen, and just for a second, just in the way the light hit the cracks, they thought they saw a face looking back, their own face, smiling that late smile, the one that arrived just a fraction too slow. But when they blinked, it was gone. Just glass and plastic and circuitry, nothing more. They turned and walked back into the house, their father beside them, talking about maybe ordering pizza for dinner since their mum was working late. Normal life, regular problems, the kind of stuff that used to seem unbearable but now just seemed like life, the way it was. Not perfect, not easy, but manageable. That night, Alex couldn't sleep. Not from anxiety, they'd gotten better at managing that, though it still flared up sometimes. Just from the heat and the unfamiliar blankness of where the TV used to be. The new one wouldn't be set up until tomorrow. The space on their wall looked wrong without anything there. They got up and went to the bathroom for water. The house was dark and quiet, everyone else asleep. They flicked on the light and blinked against the brightness, running water into a cup from the tap. As they drank, they caught their reflection in the mirror. Just them. Hair messy from their pillow, t-shirt wrinkled, face creased with sleep. They looked tired, but not haunted. Stressed, but not broken. They looked like what they were. A teenager in the middle of the night getting water, existing. They smiled at themselves experimentally. The reflection smiled back, perfectly synced. They stuck out their tongue. The reflection did the same, at exactly the same moment. "Still there?" they whispered. In the mirror, their reflection's expression shifted, just slightly, just for a fraction of a second. The smile widened a little too much, the eyes brightened with that familiar, too aware quality. Then it was gone, snapping back to normal, and Alex couldn't be sure they'd seen it at all. But they felt it, that presence, that shadow self, the repository of everything they tried not to be, still there, still part of them, just quieter now, just less insistent. "Okay," Alex said to their reflection. "Okay, we're good." They turned off the light and went back to their room, leaving the reflection behind in the darkness. Or not leaving it behind, maybe carrying it with them, the way everyone carried their shadows, the way everyone carried the parts of themselves they didn't like, the thoughts they were ashamed of, the impulses they had to actively choose not to follow. Being human was weird like that. You weren't just one thing, one consistent self. You were all yourselves at once, the good ones and the bad ones, the brave ones and the scared ones, the kind ones and the cruel ones. The trick wasn't to pretend the bad ones didn't exist. The trick was to acknowledge they existed and then choose which ones got to drive. School started again in the fall. Junior year, which everyone said was the hardest, the one that mattered most for college. Alex felt the familiar anxiety start to build as summer wound down, the fear of not being good enough, smart enough, together enough, the fear of being seen for what they really were and found wanting. But when those thoughts came now, they had a framework for understanding them. These were just the fear talking, just the shadow self trying to protect them by assuming the worst. It didn't mean the fears were true, it didn't mean they had to listen. They still saw Dr. Chen every other week, still took the medication they'd been prescribed, low-dose anxiety meds that took the edge off without making them feel foggy, still had bad days where everything felt impossible and they wanted to crawl into bed and disappear. But they also had better days. Days where they laughed with their friends and did okay on tests and felt like maybe they could handle this. Maybe they could actually grow up to be a functional adult. On one of those bad days in late October, Alex came home from school feeling like they'd been scraped raw. a fight with Mara over something stupid, a failed quiz in chemistry, their parents barely speaking at dinner, that cold silence that was somehow worse than yelling. Everything felt like it was falling apart, like they were falling apart, like the careful stability they'd built was just a facade about to crumble. They went upstairs and sat on their floor in front of the new TV, a bigger, nicer screen that showed everything in sharp, high definition. They turned it off and stared at their reflection in the black glass. "I'm not doing well," they said out loud. Their voice sounded small in the quiet room. I'm really not okay right now." The reflection stared back, features sharp in the LED backlit darkness of the screen. For a moment it was just them, just Alex looking exhausted and defeated slouched on the floor. Then, slowly, the reflection's posture changed. Its shoulders straightened, its chin lifted. Its expression shifted from defeated to determined, from exhausted to alert. The late smile started to form at the corners of its mouth, promising, what? To take over. To speak the cruel truths Alex was holding back. To be the version of them that didn't care about consequences. "No," Alex said firmly. "No, I see you. I know you're there. But you don't get to take over just because I'm having a bad day." The reflection's smile faltered. "I'm allowed to not be okay. I'm allowed to have bad days. That doesn't mean I have to let you drive." Alex took a breath, feeling their chest loosen slightly. "I'm not okay right now, but I will be. I've been here before. I know how to get through this." The reflection's posture slowly relaxed, settling back into matching Alex's. The almost smile faded. For a moment they just looked at each other. Two versions of the same person, both tired, both struggling, but one of them choosing to keep struggling instead of giving up. "Thanks for trying to help, I guess," Alex said, surprising themselves with the words. "I know you think you're protecting me by offering to take over, but I've got this." The reflection didn't respond, couldn't respond, but something in its expression seemed to soften, to accept. Or maybe Alex was just projecting, just seeing what they needed to see. It didn't really matter. They stood up, legs stiff from sitting on the hard floor. Tomorrow they'd apologise to Mara. Tomorrow they'd ask their chemistry teacher for help. Tomorrow they'd talk to Dr. Chen about whether the medication needed adjusting. Tomorrow they'd keep trying. Tonight they'd just get through. They'd eat dinner even though they weren't hungry. They'd do homework even though they could barely focus. They'd take a shower and brush their teeth and go to bed at a reasonable hour. Small things, normal things. The kind of things that kept a life moving forward, even when it felt like it wasn't going anywhere. As they got ready for bed, they passed the mirror in their room, a small one on the closet door. They paused and looked at themselves. Really looked. Not checking their appearance, not scrutinizing flaws, just looking. Seeing themselves. They looked tired. They looked stressed. They looked like someone who was struggling, but they also looked like someone who was still here, still fighting, still trying. And maybe that was enough for tonight. In the mirror, their reflection looked back with the same tired determination. Perfectly synced, perfectly matched. No delay, no distortion, just them. Well, mostly. Just for a fraction of a second, just in the corner of their vision, they thought they saw the reflection's eyes brighten, saw its mouth curve into that familiar too-wide smile. But when they looked directly, it was gone. Just a regular reflection, showing them exactly what was there. Alex turned off the light and climbed into bed. The room settled into familiar darkness, broken only by the streetlight glow filtering through the blinds. In the black screen of the TV, they could see the vague outline of their room, their bed, themselves lying in it. All of it shadowy and indistinct, shapes without detail. If there was something else in that reflection, some second silhouette, some watching presence, it was too dark to tell. And for once, Alex didn't feel the need to turn on a light to check. They knew it was there. They knew it always would be. But it wasn't in charge. They were. Sleep came slowly but eventually, and with it dreams that were just dreams, anxiety-tinged and weird, but not nightmares, not visions of their shadow self trying to break through glass. Just the normal processing of a stressed-out teenage brain trying to make sense of chemistry equations and friend drama and family tension. When they woke in the morning, sunlight was streaming through the blinds, turning everything gold. The TV screen showed only the reflection of their room in daylight, clear and mundane and completely normal. They got up and got ready for school, and if they avoided looking directly at reflective surfaces, it was just out of the habit now, not fear. The years passed, high school ended, college started, a fresh beginning in a new place where nobody knew the version of Alex who'd had panic attacks in front of broken TV screens, who'd fought with their own reflection in the dark. They could be anyone here. They could reinvent themselves. But they didn't, really. They were just themselves. Messy and complicated and still struggling sometimes, but managing. They made friends. They went to therapy at the campus counselling centre. They called home occasionally and had awkward conversations with their parents about grades and money and whether they were eating enough. Normal stuff. They still saw it sometimes. The delay in bathroom mirrors late at night. The too-aware expression staring back from the blank screen of their laptop. The sense of something watching from dark windows, wearing their face, smiling that late smile. But it didn't scare them anymore. It was just part of being them. Part of being human, maybe. Everyone had a shadow self, didn't they? Everyone had dark thoughts and cruel impulses and moments of desperate fear. The difference was just in whether you let those things define you, or whether you acknowledged them and kept moving forward anyway. On the anniversary of that first storm, 5 years later, Alex realised with something like surprise, they found themselves alone in their dorm room during a power outage. Lightning flashed outside, thunder rolling close enough to shake the building. Their roommate was out for the weekend. The darkness was absolute except for the stuttering white flashes from the window. Alex sat on their bed and looked at the black screen of their laptop. In the lightning flashes they could see their reflection clearly, older now, face less round, hair styled differently, still recognisably them, but changed, grown. They waited, curious, waited to see if the old fear would come rushing back, if the reflection would suddenly start moving out of sync, if they'd see that knowing smile and two bright eyes staring back at them. The lightning flashed. Their reflection stared back, perfectly synchronized. Just them. Thunder rolled. Darkness returned. In the after-image, Alex thought, maybe, they saw a second figure sitting on the edge of the bed, back turned, shoulders hunched. The same image from that first night, 5 years ago. The version of themselves crying silently into its hands. But when the next flash came, there was only one figure on the bed. Just Alex sitting upright, calm, watching the storm without fear. "You still there?" they asked the darkness. No answer came. No voice in their head, no sense of presence. Nothing but the sound of rain on the window and thunder in the distance. Maybe the doppelganger was gone. Maybe it had never been real in the first place. Maybe it had just been a manifestation of a particularly bad period in their life. A symbol their brain had created to make sense of internal chaos. Or maybe it was still there, just quieter than it used to be. Maybe it would always be there, waiting for moments of crisis to offer its terrible solutions, its promise of surrender. Maybe that was just how it worked, how they worked. The shadow and the light existing together, neither one fully in control. Alex lay back on their bed and watched the lightning paint patterns on the ceiling. Tomorrow they had an exam. Tomorrow they needed to call their little brother. Danny had been having a hard time with high school, and Alex was trying to be there for him in ways people had been there for them. Tomorrow they needed to keep being a functional human being with responsibilities and relationships and a future to build. But tonight, they just watched the storm. And when the power came back on an hour later, flooding the room with electric light, they felt something like gratitude. Not for the light exactly, but for the darkness that had preceded it, for the fear they'd faced and survived, for the shadow self they'd learned to live with instead of fighting. They were still here, still themselves, still trying, and in the end, maybe that was the only victory that mattered. Years later, decades later, when they were someone's parent standing in someone's doorway checking on someone's child during a storm, Alex would remember. Would remember being 15 and terrified and convinced they were losing their mind. Would remember fighting with their own reflection, negotiating with their shadow self, learning the hard lesson that you couldn't banish the parts of yourself you didn't like. You could only learn to live with them. And when their kid asked, "Do you ever feel like you're not really yourself?" Alex would know what to say. "All the time," they'd answer honestly. "That's the thing about being human. You're not just one self. You're all yourselves, The good ones and the scary ones and the sad ones and the angry ones. And they're all real, all the time. How do you deal with that? Alex would think about cracked TV screens and late smiles and hands pressing against glass. Would think about the voice that sounded like their own voice saying terrible true things. Would think about learning to say, "Yes, that's me," to the parts they hated instead of giving them power through denial. You acknowledge them, they'd say. You let them have a voice, but you don't let them drive. You remember that having a dark thought doesn't make you a dark person. It just makes you a person. What if the dark thoughts are too loud? Then you talk to someone, a therapist, a friend, someone you trust. You don't try to handle it alone. Alex would smile, remembering their 15-year-old self who'd thought asking for help was the same as admitting defeat. And you remind yourself that you get to choose. The thoughts are real, but you get to choose what you do with them. Their kid would nod, processing this. And maybe they'd understand, or maybe they'd have to learn it the hard way like Alex had. Either way, Alex would be there, would watch for the signs, the isolation, the mirrors turned away, the fear of reflections. Would remember what it felt like to be at war with yourself and losing. But that was years away, decades away, a whole lifetime of growing and struggling and figuring things out. Tonight, this night, the night 5 years after the first storm, the night of the college power outage, Alex was just a college student lying in bed during a thunderstorm, no longer afraid of the dark. The power was back on. Their phone was charging. Tomorrow waited with all its demands and difficulties. They turned off the light and settled into sleep, and if their reflection in the dark laptop screen stayed awake a little longer, watching with eyes that might have been too bright, might have been too aware, well, that was okay. Some shadows never fully disappeared. Some battles never fully ended. But you could learn to live with them. You could learn to keep the shadow where it belonged. Acknowledged but not in charge, present but not dominant, real but not definitive. And when lightning turned every surface into a mirror, the only smile that arrived late was the one Alex chose to practice, the one they'd learned to wear despite everything, the one that said, "I'm still here, I'm still trying, and that's enough. That would always be enough." The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain hushes the whole house, tapping the windows in a steady, muffled rhythm that makes everything feel far away. In a small upstairs bedroom, Riley lies on their side in bed, phone screen dark inches from their face, headphones still in but silent. The hallway light is off. Only the dim blur of a distant street lamp leaks through the blinds, turning the ceiling into a soft grey sheet. On the opposite wall, the closet door is shut. Just a plain rectangular darkness with a cheap brass handle, a sliver of deeper black at the bottom where it doesn't quite meet the floor. Riley's chest feels tight, like a fist is wrapped around their lungs. The day's worries loop on an endless track. The essay due tomorrow that sits at 3 paragraphs and a prayer, the fight downstairs that made the dishes rattle in the cabinets, the message from Sam that's been sitting unanswered for 6 hours, because Riley doesn't know how to explain why they can't come to the party this weekend. Their mum knocked earlier, around dinner time, asked with that practiced brightness that makes everything worse, "You okay, honey?" Riley said what they always say, the words automatic as breathing. "Yeah, I'm fine." Now, as those words echo in their head, the room feels like it's waiting. The air sits heavy and still despite the rain outside. In the quiet between raindrops, in that pocket of silence when even the house's old bones stop creaking, Riley hears it for the first time, a soft, careful inhale from the closet. Not the house settling into its foundation, not the heater clicking on in the basement. An actual intake of air from behind the door, timed perfectly with the moment they swallow down another wave of panic. Riley goes rigid. They hold their own breath, listening so hard their ears ring. Nothing, just rain again, steady and grey. They must have imagined it. The mind does strange things when you're tired and wound up tight, when you've spent all day keeping your face blank and your voice level. They close their eyes, trying to will themselves towards sleep. But they remember. They remember the stories their older cousin Marcus used to whisper at sleepovers, back when monsters were supposed to be a game, back when fear was something you could laugh about in the morning. The boogeyman, but not the cartoon version with the purple fur and the silly voice. Something that lives in closets and under beds, Marcus had said, not to snatch you at random like in the movies, but to feed on the things you don't say. According to Marcus's version, told with a flashlight under his chin while Riley was still small enough to believe anything, The boogeyman doesn't breathe on its own. It only breathes in when you lie about being okay. Every time a kid says, "I'm fine," when they're not, every time they choke back, "I'm scared," or "I'm sad," or "I want to leave," the creature takes a little sip of that unspoken fear. Each stolen breath becomes a length of shadow, a long, thin arm reaching from the dark. The more you lie, the farther it stretches. When its hand finally touches the bed, Marcus had whispered, it doesn't drag you away screaming. It just settles over your heart and keeps it company in the dark until the two of you can't tell whose fear is whose anymore. Riley used to scoff at that story, used to punch Marcus in the arm and call him a jerk for trying to scare them. Monsters weren't real. Fear was just chemicals in your brain. Their science teacher said so. But now, staring at the closet door in the almost dark, feeling that pressure in their chest that never quite goes away anymore, the memory settles like a stone in their stomach. They tell themselves it was nothing, just the house, just their imagination. They pull the blanket up higher and turn toward the wall, forcing their eyes shut. The days blur after that. Rain comes and goes, but inside the house, the weather never changes. Brittle conversations that could shatter at any moment. Cupboards slammed hard enough to make Riley flinch in their room upstairs. The television too loud downstairs, like it's trying to drown out the arguing underneath. At school, Riley keeps their hood up and their earphones in, even in classes where phones aren't technically allowed. Their grades slide like plates off a tilted table. The B in English drops to a C, the math homework goes unfinished 3 days in a row, and they stop raising their hand even when they know the answer. Teachers ask, carefully casual in that way adults do when they're worried but don't want to pry. "You doing okay, Riley?" Friends text with strings of question marks. "You good? You've been quiet." Their mum, voice edged with worry and impatience in equal measure, repeats variations of the same question over breakfast, over dinner, during the commercial breaks. "Are you all right? Is something going on? You can talk to me, you know." Riley answers all of them the same way, the script coming out automatically like saying "bless you" after a sneeze. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good, just tired. Nothing's wrong, I'm just busy." Everything's okay, really. The words cost nothing to say. They slip out smooth and easy, asking nothing of anyone, requiring no follow-up, no explanations, no messy spilling of the tangled knot inside their chest that they don't have words for anyway. Except that it does cost something. Each night the closet inhales. At first Riley thinks they're imagining it, that they've psyched themselves out with an old story, and now they're hearing things that aren't there. But they start to notice the pattern, start to track it with the part of their brain that's always cataloguing threats. The breath only comes after they lie about being okay, sometimes lying in bed scrolling mindlessly through social media feeds full of people whose lives look effortlessly perfect. They whisper "I'm okay" to the empty room just to test it, to prove to themselves that they're being ridiculous. The closet answers with a soft, sound like air being pulled through teeth, that particular sibilant hiss that makes their scalp prickle. The shadows on the wall begin to change. Riley notices it gradually, the way you notice the seasons turning. The lump of clothes on the chair, the edge of the desk, the frame of the door, they all stretch in that direction toward the closet, as if pulled by some gravity that shouldn't exist. Under the door, that seam of darkness thickens, bulging slightly like something pressing against the gap from the other side. One night, when lightning flashes outside and turns the world briefly white, Riley sees it clearly. On the carpet between bed and closet lies a shadow shape that doesn't match anything in the room, long and jointed like an arm stretched out with fingers splayed wide, reaching. When they flip the lamp on with shaking hands, flooding the room with harsh yellow light, it's gone. Just carpet and dust and the normal shadows of furniture. When the lamp goes off again, when Riley forces themselves to turn it off because they can't sleep with the light on, and they're so tired they feel sick with it, the shadow is closer by the span of a hand. The more Riley avoids the truth, the farther the shadow hand crawls. It becomes a measure of their silence, a physical marker of all the things they're not saying. On the day they get their phone taken away, after telling Mrs. Peterson, the guidance counsellor, that everything's fine at home, that they're just stressed about schoolwork, when really they're terrified by the way their parents' voices sound like breaking glass, they lie awake that night feeling their heartbeat in their throat like something trying to escape. The room is dark except for the wet glow from the window where rain streams down in silver rivulets. Their mum knocks once, soft and tentative in that way that makes Riley feel worse than yelling would. "We're going to talk tomorrow, okay? Really talk. No more of this silent treatment." Riley stares at the wall, at the poster of a band they don't even listen to anymore, and mutters, "I'm fine." The words taste like cardboard in their mouth, dry and flavourless. The closet takes a long, greedy breath, deeper than before. This time the sound doesn't stop at one inhale. Riley hears a series of slow breaths, each one matched to their quickening pulse, like the closet is learning their rhythm. From behind the door comes a faint rustling, like clothes being pushed aside on hangers, or something unfolding itself after a long crouch in a too small space. The crack under the door widens in their perception, or maybe it actually does widen, the darkness thickening and spilling a little onto the carpet like liquid shadow. Lightning flickers again, turning the room into a photograph for one heartbeat. Riley sees it fully, a shadow arm reaching from the base of the closet across the floor, thin but impossibly long, the elbow bent at an angle that makes their stomach turn. The fingers are stretched, almost touching the underside of the bed frame. It's not attached to any visible body, just vanishing back into the dark of the closet like it's growing from the nothing there. The light dies. The afterimage stays burned in their vision, a dark streak across their sight. Then something taps the mattress board beneath their ribs from below. Not loud, not aggressive, just 3 soft knocks, measured and patient, as if checking how much distance is left across. Riley's breath turns shallow and high in their chest, trapped somewhere around their collarbones. As they lie there, paralysed, blanket clutched to their chin, they realise with creeping horror that each panicked inhale seems to echo from the closet a half-second later, like the space behind the door is copying their breathing, learning it, sinking with it. In the half-sleep of near panic, in that state where they're not sure if they're awake or dreaming, Riley feels a weight on the edge of the bed, a subtle dip near their legs, as if someone sat down lightly, carefully, trying not to wake them. A cool pressure brushes their ankle, fingers or something like fingers, and it feels like touching ice water. They yank their feet up, curling into a tight ball, and whisper again without thinking, "I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine." The closet breathes in even deeper, like a satisfied sigh, like drinking something sweet after a long thirst. Riley doesn't sleep that night. They watch the ceiling turn from black to grey as dawn creeps in, and when their alarm goes off they feel hollowed out, a shell of a person going through motions. At school, they move like a ghost, transparent and insubstantial. When Sam corners them at lunch and asks directly, "What's going on with you? You've been weird for weeks," Riley opens their mouth to tell the truth, to say I'm drowning and I don't know how to ask for help, and I think there's something in my closet that's feeding on my fear, and I know how crazy that sounds, but I hear it breathing. Instead, they say, "I'm just tired, didn't sleep well." That night the shadow hand reaches all the way to the bedpost. Eventually the fear of doing nothing outweighs the fear of doing something. It happens on a rain-soaked evening after a day of feeling like they're moving underwater, like there's a pane of glass between them and the rest of the world. Riley stands in their doorway after climbing the stairs, after telling their parents they're going to bed early, and looks straight at the closet. The shadow hand lies only inches from the bed now, fingertips brushing the dust ruffle that hangs from the frame. They remember Marcus's addendum to the story, the part that came later, when Riley was older and Marcus was heading off to college. They'd been talking about real things for once, about Marcus's depression diagnosis and therapy and medication, and Marcus had said, almost joking but not quite, "You remember that boogeyman story? There was another part I never told you. If you ever get sick of feeding him, open your closet when you're not okay and see what happens." Riley waits until the house settles into its late-night quiet. Television off downstairs, dishes done, their mum's faint footsteps fading into her room at the end of the hall. The rain is lighter now, more whisper than roar, a soft static against the windows. Heart pounding so hard they feel it in their temples, in their wrists, in their stomach. Riley sits on the edge of the bed facing the closet and says very clearly, "I am not fine." The closet does not breathe in. The air in the room goes completely still, that particular quality of stillness before a storm breaks. After a beat that stretches like taffy, it exhales, a slow, dusty breath that smells like old shoes and something sour underneath, like the inside of a long-closed box, like air that hasn't moved in years. The shadow hand on the floor twitches, fingers flexing once as if surprised, as if it didn't expect this. Before they can think themselves out of it, before the fear can freeze them in place, Riley gets up and crosses the room. The carpet feels strange under their feet. Too soft or too hard, their legs shaky. They wrap their hand around the closet knob. The metal is cold and slightly damp, like it's been sitting in a refrigerator. From the other side, a faint pressure pushes back, as if something is leaning against the door from inside. Under their fingertips, the wood feels like it has a pulse, a slow throb that matches their own racing heart. "I'm not okay," Riley says again, louder this time, voice cracking on the last word. They list it out, the words tumbling over each other in their hurry to escape. "I'm scared all the time. I hate being in this house when they yell at each other. I don't want to go to school. My head feels wrong, like static, like I can't think straight. I don't know what to do and I don't know how to fix it and I'm so tired of pretending." The words spill out messy and incomplete, grammatically incorrect and inarticulate, but real. With each confession, the pressure against the door lightens incrementally, as if whatever's behind it is stepping back, retreating. Riley yanks the door open. Inside, the closet is just a narrow space at first glance, hanging clothes creating a shadowy forest of fabric, a box of old toys from childhood shoved in the back corner, a stack of shoes that need to be donated. But between the shadows of the sleeves and hems, there's a darker shape that doesn't belong. Tall and thin, folded into the narrowness like a spider hiding in a crack too small for its body. Its form is made of shadow more than flesh, all elbows and angles that don't quite make sense geometrically, long fingers resting on the threshold where the bedroom light stops and closet darkness begins. Where its face should be is only a deeper hollow, a void within the void, but inside that emptiness float two pale impressions like eyes. No pupils, no irises, just lighter voids, like clouds in a night sky. It doesn't lunge, it doesn't roar or grab or do any of the things movie monsters do. It simply leans slightly toward Riley, the way someone might lean closer to hear better in a crowded room, curious and attentive. Behind its outline, the hanging clothes sway as if in a breeze that isn't there, that can't be there in the still air of the house. At its feet, where the shadow hand was on the floor, the darkness is thickest, pooled like oil. Riley's first instinct is to slam the door, to run, to scream for their parents. Their hand tightens on the knob, knuckles going white, but the creature doesn't advance. It just waits, patient as stone, and Riley remembers how it seemed to recoil from honesty, how the pressure eased when they spoke truth. So they keep talking, clutching the doorknob like a lifeline, voice shaking so hard they can barely get the words out. They name the things that keep them awake. The fight they heard last month that made them think about packing a bag and leaving and never coming back, even though they're only 16 and have nowhere to go. The way their chest hurts when someone says you're so quiet, like it's an accusation, a failure. The thoughts that circle in the bathroom at 3 a.m. when they can't sleep. Thoughts about whether anyone would really notice if they weren't there, if they just stopped existing. The time they almost texted Sam, "I don't want to be here anymore," and deleted it letter by letter, terrified of what might happen if they admitted it out loud. The more they speak, the more the boogeyman's outline frays at the edges, like smoke thinning in wind. The solid darkness of its form becomes less certain, more translucent. The closet does not inhale with that greedy hunger. Instead, it lets air move through it, ragged and uneven, as if exhaling stored breaths it never owned, giving back what it took. Riley's legs are shaking. They sink down to sit on the floor, back against the bed frame, and keep talking because stopping feels more dangerous than continuing. They talk about the panic attacks in the school bathroom, about failing the history test because they couldn't stop their hands from shaking enough to write, about the way their mum looks at them sometimes with this mixture of concern and frustration that makes Riley want to sink into the floor. They talk about feeling like they're watching their own life through a screen, disconnected and distant, and not knowing if that's normal teenage angst or something worse. Finally, with tears streaming down their face that they don't remember starting to cry, Riley says what they've never said out loud to anyone. "I need help. I can't do this by myself anymore. I need someone to help me." The house doesn't collapse, no lightning strikes the roof, the world doesn't end. The shadow in the closet shivers once, a full-body ripple like heat waves over asphalt, and then steps back, blending into the hanging clothes until it's Hard to tell where fabric ends and monster begins. The darkness is just darkness again. Normal shadows in a normal closet in a normal house. Riley sits there on the floor for a long time, crying quietly, feeling emptied out but also lighter somehow, like they've set down a weight they didn't know they were carrying. The closet door stands open and nothing reaches out from it. Nothing breathes. In the weeks that follow, the rain comes and goes with the changing weather, but the house feels different. The fights downstairs still happen. Their parents' marriage doesn't magically fix itself, but now Riley has given some of their secrets to people outside their room. They tell the school counsellor they need to see someone, a real therapist, and Mrs. Peterson doesn't ask why or make them explain, just starts making calls. They tell Sam the truth over lunch one day, the whole messy truth, and Sam listens without judgment and says, "I'm glad you told me. That sounds really hard." They tell their mom, finally, on a Sunday morning when it's just the two of them and the house is quiet. They tell her about the panic, about the fear, about feeling like they're drowning. Their mum cries and apologises for not seeing it sooner, and they make an appointment with the doctor, and it's the beginning of something that feels like it might eventually be okay. Saying "I'm not okay" doesn't get easier exactly. The words still stick in Riley's throat sometimes, still feel like admitting defeat or weakness or failure. But it gets possible. The first time is the hardest, the 10th time is still hard, but each time it's like working a muscle that's been atrophied, slowly building strength. At night, the closet door sometimes stands open a crack. Riley stops closing it all the way, stops trying to seal the darkness in. The space inside is no longer a solid block of threatening black. It's just a shadowy rectangle with shoes and shirts and the faint smell of dust and detergent. Normal and mundane. When Riley lies awake and the old panic mounts, that familiar tightness in their chest that makes breathing feel like work, they sometimes sit up and say into the dark, "I'm having a bad night," speaking to the room, to themselves, to whatever might be listening. The closet stays quiet. No greedy inhale, no rustle of something moving in the dark. The shadow on the floor now barely reaches the bed leg, a faint smear rather than a grasping hand. The boogeyman doesn't vanish entirely. Riley suspects it never does. Not really. On really bad days, after a cruel comment at school that hits too close to home, after a door slammed in anger that makes them flinch, after a disappointment that feels like a sinkhole opening under their feet, Riley might slip into old habits, might say, "I'm fine," when someone asks, the automatic response bypassing their brain entirely. On those nights, if they listen very closely in the quiet before sleep, they might hear the closet breathe in once, just once, a tiny sip, a reminder of what's always there waiting in the gaps of what they don't say. But the moment they correct themselves, whispering into the pillow in the dark, telling the truth to the empty room, "No, I'm not fine actually, I'm struggling right now," the closet breathes out. The air in the room feels room temperature again instead of that odd heaviness, that pressure before a storm feeling. Riley still fears the dark sometimes. They still wake up with their heart pounding, convinced something is reaching for them from under the bed, or from the closet, or from the corners where the light doesn't reach. But they've learned something important, something that feels like a secret weapon against the monsters both real and imagined. Monsters built from silence starve when fed the right words. The things that grow in the dark spaces of what you don't say shrink when dragged into light, even the pale light of honesty spoken to an empty room at 3 a.m. The shadow hand never quite touches the bed again. Riley keeps it that way by speaking, by telling the truth when the truth is hard, by saying "I'm not okay" when they're not okay. They're in therapy now, taking medication that helps smooth out the worst of the panic, learning coping mechanisms and vocabulary for what they're experiencing. They're learning that the tightness in their chest has a name, anxiety, and that they're not broken or weak or wrong for feeling it. On the rainiest nights when the house holds its breath and the sound of water on the windows makes everything feel far away and close at the same time, Riley keeps the closet door slightly open. They keep their own mouth more open too, more willing to speak the difficult truths, the uncomfortable realities, the scary admissions that feel like stripping away armour. Because they know now what they didn't know before. The only lungs the boogeyman can't borrow are the ones that keep telling the truth, even when the truth tastes like ashes, even when speaking it makes you shake, even when it would be so much easier to lie. The closet breathes with them now sometimes, not against them, in sync rather than in theft. And on good nights, nights when Riley has been honest with themselves and with others, nights when they've said what needed saying, even though it was hard, the closet is just a closet. The darkness is just darkness. And Riley sleeps. The closet breathes with them now sometimes, not against them, in sync rather than in theft. And on good nights, nights when Riley has been honest with themselves and with others, nights when they've said what needed saying even though it was hard, the closet is just a closet. The darkness is just darkness. And Riley sleeps. But some lessons take time to fully absorb, and some truths require repeated learning. Spring comes with its uncertain weather, days that can't decide between sun and storm, and Riley finds themselves tested in new ways. Their therapist, Dr. Sharma, has kind eyes and a way of asking questions that makes Riley feel like their answers matter, like the mess inside their head is something worth untangling, rather than something to be ashamed of. They meet every Thursday at 4 in an office that smells like lavender and old books, and slowly Riley is building a vocabulary for the shapeless dread that used to just live in their chest without a name. At school, things shift in small increments. Sam introduces Riley to a few other friends, people who seem to understand without needing everything explained. Maya, who has anxiety so bad she sometimes can't come to school and doesn't pretend otherwise. Jordan, who's been in therapy since middle school and talks about it like it's just a normal part of life, like getting braces or learning to drive. These friendships feel different from the old ones, the ones that were built on surface-level commonalities and careful avoidance of anything real. These feel like they have foundations, like houses built on stone instead of sand. But Riley's parents are getting divorced. The announcement comes on a Tuesday evening in April, both of them sitting on the couch with space between them that speaks volumes. And Riley feels the old familiar tightness in their chest, even as they try to apply what Dr. Sharma has taught them. Breathe in for 4 counts, hold for 4, out for 4. Notice the physical sensations without judgment. Name the emotion, fear, grief, relief all tangled together into something complicated and thorny. "Are you okay?" their mum asks, and Riley can see the fear in her eyes, the worry that this will break whatever fragile progress they've made. Their dad sits with his hands clasped between his knees, looking older than he did last month, tired in a way that goes deeper than sleep can fix. The old Riley would have said, "I'm fine," immediately, reflexively, sealing it all away. The new Riley, still learning, still stumbling, takes a breath and says, "I don't know yet. I think I'm a lot of things right now." It's not a complete answer, not the full truth spilling out, but it's honest enough. A middle ground between the lie and the flood. That night, Riley lies in bed listening to the house settle around them, to the familiar sounds that will soon stop being familiar when one of their parents moves out. They wonder if they'll have to split time between 2 homes, 2 bedrooms, if there will be another closet to contend with, or if the boogeyman only lives in this particular darkness. The thought makes them sit up and look at the closet door, still cracked open, the way they've kept it for weeks now. "I'm scared," they say to the empty room, testing the words. The closet doesn't answer with that hungry inhale. It stays quiet, neutral, just a space full of clothes and shadows that are only shadows. Riley lies back down, pulling the blanket up to their chin, and adds, "But I think I'll be okay eventually. I think this is one of those things that just hurts for a while." The rain starts sometime after midnight, gentle at first and then building into a real storm, wind rattling the windows and thunder rolling in the distance. Riley thinks they won't sleep, but they do, and their dreams are strange but not nightmares. Images of moving boxes and 2 different bedrooms and Sam's laugh and Dr. Sharma's office and their mum crying, but also smiling about something unrelated. They wake at dawn to silence, the storm past, and feel exhausted but not hollow. School becomes both easier and harder in the weeks that follow. Easier because Riley has let some people in, because they're not carrying everything alone anymore. Harder because the medication Dr. Sharma prescribed takes time to work properly, and in the meantime there are side effects: nausea, headaches, a weird spacey feeling that makes it hard to concentrate. They miss 2 days of school, and when they come back, their English teacher, Mr. Hernandez, pulls them aside after class. "I noticed you've been struggling," he says, not unkindly. "Is everything all right?" Riley's first instinct is still to deflect, to smooth it over, to say everything's fine. They feel the words forming, that old familiar script, but they catch themselves, feel the pause like a physical thing, a space where they get to choose. Not really, they say instead. My parents are getting divorced, and I'm adjusting to new medication, and it's just a lot right now. Mr. Hernandez nods like this makes perfect sense, like Riley hasn't just admitted to something shameful. That is a lot, he agrees. Do you need an extension on the essay? The relief that washes over Riley is physical, loosening something in their shoulders they didn't know was tense. That would really help, they admit. You've got until Monday, Mr. Hernandez says. And Riley, I'm glad you told me. It's easier to help when I know what's going on. That night, Riley tells Dr. Sharma about the exchange, about how strange it felt to ask for help and actually receive it without judgment. It's like I spent so long thinking that admitting I was struggling was weakness, Riley says, picking at a thread on the office couch. But it actually made things better. That's weird, right? That being honest about not being okay leads to being more okay? Dr. Sharma smiles, the expression warm and knowing. It's not weird at all. It's actually how it's supposed to work. Suffering in silence doesn't make you strong, Riley. It just makes you silent and suffering. Speaking up, asking for help, being honest about your struggles, that takes real courage. Riley nods, trying to absorb this, trying to internalize it. They think about the boogeyman, about that shadow hand that used to reach across their bedroom floor, fed by all the times they said they were fine when they weren't. They haven't told Dr. Sharma about that, about the breathing from the closet and the sensation of being watched and the night they opened, the door to face it. It seems too strange, too much like something from a ghost story rather than real life. But maybe, Riley thinks, it doesn't matter if it was real or imagined. The lesson is the same either way. Their mum moves out in May, into a small apartment across town with a second bedroom that Riley helps paint a soft blue colour. It's strange and sad, packing up parts of the house, dividing things that used to be shared. But there's also something clean about it, something honest. The fighting stops because they're not in the same space anymore, and the tension that used to fill the house like smoke finally begins to clear. Riley's new room at their mum's apartment is smaller, with a closet that's barely more than a shallow indent in the wall. The first night they sleep there, they lie awake half expecting to hear that familiar breathing, that sound that used to terrify them. But there's nothing, just the unfamiliar sounds of a new building, new neighbours, the hum of a different heating system. They wonder if they left the boogeyman behind in the old house, or if it was never about the physical space at all. At their dad's house. It feels strange to call it that, like it's not home anymore but just his place. Riley keeps their old room. The closet is the same, the door still kept slightly open out of habit. Their dad asks about it one evening when he comes to say goodnight, a routine they've fallen back into despite Riley being too old for tucking in. Why do you keep it open like that, he asks, nodding toward the closet. Riley considers lying, considers saying something about air circulation or it's just a habit. But they've been practicing honesty, even when it's uncomfortable. It's going to sound weird, they start, but closing it all the way used to make me anxious, like the dark in there was too solid or something. Keeping it open helps. Their dad is quiet for a moment, standing in the doorway backlit by the hall light. Then he says, I used to be afraid of closets too when I was your age. Convinced there was something in there watching me. I'd pile things against the door at night. Riley sits up, genuinely surprised. Really? Really. Took me years to figure out I wasn't actually afraid of the closet. I was afraid of other things. My parents fighting, pressure at school, not knowing who I was supposed to be. The closet was just where I put all that fear because it was easier than dealing with the real stuff. It's the most honest conversation Riley has had with their dad in months, maybe years. They feel something crack open in their chest. Not painful, but releasing, like ice breaking up on a river in spring. I think that's what it was for me too, they say quietly. I'm trying to deal with the real stuff now instead. Their dad comes into the room and sits on the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping under his weight. I'm sorry I didn't see that you were struggling. I was so caught up in my own stuff, in the problems with your mum. I should have paid more attention. I got pretty good at hiding it, Riley admits. That was kind of the problem. They sit there in the dimness for a while, not saying anything, and it's not awkward. It's just quiet, the comfortable kind. The kind where you don't have to fill every silence with words. When their dad finally says goodnight and leaves, closing the door most of the way but not all the way, a compromise Riley appreciates. They feel lighter somehow. Summer arrives with its long days and unstructured time, and Riley starts a job at a local bookstore that Maya recommended. It's quiet work, shelving books, and helping customers find things, and Riley discovers they actually like it. There's something soothing about the organisation of it. The clear categories and alphabetical order, the way every book has a specific place it belongs. They make friends with one of their co-workers, an older woman named Patricia, who works the register and always has a thermos of coffee that she shares during slow periods. Patricia has a way of talking that reminds Riley of Dr. Sharma, direct but kind, asking real questions and seeming to care about the answers. One afternoon, when the store is empty except for one customer browsing the mystery section, Patricia asks, "You doing okay? You seem like you've got a lot on your mind." Riley almost says "I'm fine" automatically, the words right there ready to deploy. But they stop, take a breath and say instead, "I'm dealing with some stuff. My parents are divorced now and I'm splitting time between houses and it's an adjustment." Patricia nods, pouring coffee into a second cup and sliding it across the counter to Riley. "That's rough. I remember when my parents split, felt like the ground wasn't quite solid anymore, you know? Like I couldn't trust things to stay stable." "Exactly," Riley says, relieved to be understood. "And the thing is, it's actually better than when they were together fighting all the time. But it's still hard." "Things can be both better and hard at the same time," Patricia agrees. "That's one of those truths adults don't tell kids enough. Life isn't usually simple. Most things are complicated." Riley thinks about this later, restocking the self-help section and coming across book after book promising simple solutions to complicated problems. 5 easy steps to happiness. 10 ways to eliminate anxiety. The secret to a perfect life. They think about the boogeyman, about how the solution to that particular monster wasn't simple at all. It wasn't about getting rid of the fear or making everything okay. It was about being honest about the fear, about naming it and speaking it, and not feeding it with lies about being fine. That night at their dad's house, Riley does something they haven't done since the night they confronted the closet. They stand in front of it and say, out loud, "I'm actually doing okay. Not perfect, but okay. Better than I was." It feels important to acknowledge this, to speak the truth even when the truth is good, even when there's no crisis requiring honesty. The closet predictably doesn't answer. It's just a closet, full of clothes that need to be sorted through, and shoes that don't fit anymore, and a box of old toys they should probably donate. But Riley feels something settle inside them anyway. Some part of themselves that needed to hear the words even if nothing else did. School starts again in September with Riley entering their junior year, and they're nervous but not drowning. They have their medication adjusted in August, find a dosage that works better with fewer side effects. They have their therapist and their friends and their parents who are trying, in their separate ways, to be better than they were. They have coping mechanisms and breathing exercises and phone numbers they can call when things get bad. Things still get bad sometimes. There's a panic attack in the bathroom during 3rd period on the 2nd week of school, triggered by nothing Riley can identify and everything at once. There's a night at their mum's apartment when the loneliness feels so heavy they can barely breathe, when they lie on their bed in the dark and feel like they're back where they started. There's a college application essay that asks them to write about overcoming adversity, and Riley stares at the blank document for an hour because how do you explain the boogeyman? How do you write about learning to be honest when the stakes are a scholarship and you're supposed to make yourself sound impressive rather than broken? But Riley has learned something about the bad times. They end. Not immediately, not easily, but they do end. The panic attack subsides. The loneliness eases when they call Sam and just talk about nothing important until the weight lifts. The essay eventually gets written, not about the boogeyman, but about learning to ask for help, and it's honest enough to feel true without spilling everything. On Halloween, Riley and their friends go to a horror movie marathon at the old theatre downtown. They watch teenagers get chased by masked killers and demons and things that go bump in the night, and Riley feels oddly detached from it. The movie monsters are loud and obvious, all teeth and claws and jump scares. They're nothing like the real one Riley faced, the one that breathed in silence and fed on unspoken truths. Walking home later with Sam and Maya, Passing houses decorated with fake cobwebs and plastic skeletons, Maya asks, "What's the scariest thing you can imagine?" Sam immediately launches into a description of some deep-sea creature they read about, all teeth and bioluminescence and prehistoric horror. Maya talks about the existential dread of climate change and watching the world slowly end. When they turn to Riley, expecting an answer, Riley thinks about it seriously. "I think the scariest thing," they say slowly, "is not being able to tell anyone. You're scared. Being trapped inside your own head with all your fears and not having the words or the courage to ask for help. That's scarier than any monster." There's a pause, and then Maya says quietly, "Yeah, that is pretty scary." Sam just nods, and they keep walking through the autumn night with its smell of wood smoke and dying leaves, and Riley feels grateful for friends who understand, who don't make them explain everything, who just accept the truth when it's offered. The nightmares still come sometimes, though less frequently than before. Riley dreams of shadow hands reaching from under the bed, of closets that breathe, of being chased by something they can't quite see. But when they wake up gasping, heart racing in the dark, they've learned to ground themselves. 5 things they can see, even in the darkness: the alarm clock, the crack of light under the door, the shape of the desk, the window, the closet door still slightly open. 4 things they can touch: the blanket, the pillow, the mattress beneath them, their own arms wrapped around their chest. 3 things they can hear: their own breathing evening out, a car passing outside, the house settling. 2 things they can smell: their own shampoo on the pillow, the faint scent of laundry detergent. 1 thing they can taste, usually just the staleness of sleep, but it's enough to be real, to be present, to be here and not lost in the nightmare. And then, if the fear is still there clinging like cobwebs, Riley sits up and says it out loud. "I had a nightmare. I'm scared. This feeling will pass." Speaking it into the darkness, not to the closet or to any monster, but just speaking it to make it real, to acknowledge it, to not let it fester in silence. The closet never breathes back anymore. It's just a closet now, and Riley is just a person learning slowly how to be honest about the complicated business of being alive. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.